Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane. Searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, grow from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clickety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare out, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change.
PUBG Mobile Venom. The last dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks. to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the black symbiote arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the black symbiote arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire warhorse you come across into a black symbiote warhorse. Mount the black symbiote warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a black symbiote lance, which can be used to deal close range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the black symbiote lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
Eu sei que muitos times querem nos desafiar, mas não é fácil. Grupo Amarelo, tenha cuidado.
Alpha 7? I know they think they will dominate this group, but we are here to prove them wrong. We are going to give them a hard time.
DRS ले एकचोटि अल्फा 7 लाई हराइ पनि सकेको र नेपालको लागि ग्लोबल स्टेजमा सेकेन्ड पनि ल्याएर आएको तर यो चोटि नेपालको लागि फर स्पोर्ट्स ल्याउनेछ ट्रफी
Kali ini, aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena...
Na verdade, não achamos que outras equipes podem nos desafiar. Acho que nossos maiores rivais é a gente mesmo, porque a gente sabe que se a gente perder é só pra gente mesmo, mas a gente trabalhou muito e se Deus quiser vai ser campeão desse grupo. Os torneios que entramos, nós vencemos. E só falta o troféu da PMGC, e esse é indispensável.
I think Alpha 7 is our biggest rivals. Don't be overconfident because we're playing in this group. 2 times I missed qualifying to the Grand Finals, but this year I will not.
सबैलाई लागिरहेछ कि हामी ग्रुप अफ डेथमा पर्यौँ भनेर तिनीहरूलाई के थाहा छैन भन्दाखेरि हामी परेर यो ग्रुपलाई ग्रुप अफ डेथ भनिएको हो हाम्रो योपालि एउटा मात्र लक्ष्य हो जुन चाहिँ DRS र अल्फा 7लाई बिट गर्न हो र नेपालको लागि जित ल्याउन हो
Aku bakal bilang itu Alpha 7. Pesan aku untuk mereka ya good luck have fun aja sih. Aku udah sering lewatin namanya kegagalan, kekalahan. Dan dari kekalahan itu akan ngebuat diri aku menjadi semakin lebih kuat. Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
London is red! The biggest opponent is Alpha 7. May the best win! I come, I see and I conquer.
Nepal's warriors show no fear. Alpha 7, bring the battle.
Hello PUBG Mobile fans! The 2024 PMGC is kicking off with Group Yellow on October 31st. In the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage, 16 teams in Group Yellow will battle to secure a spot in the top 3, guaranteeing a place in the Grand Finals in London. Meanwhile, those who place 4th through 11th will move on to the survival stage, while those finishing 12th through 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters and fans, this lineup includes fierce competitors. Alpha 7 Esports, Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha 7 Esports, Bigatron Knights, and Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
And rest on their throne, ladies and gentlemen, PMGC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
Alpha 7 Esports is currently ranked number 1 in the power rankings. They've recently proven themselves to be one of the best by becoming the grand champions of the 2024 PMWC. But after only finishing 3rd in the last 2 PMGCs, can they defend their position as the number 1 kings in the power rankings? Bigatron Knights were the first ever PUBG MOBILE Global Champions, bringing pride and joy to Indonesia. But despite qualifying for PMGC 5 times in a row, they haven't reached the PMGC Grand Finals since 2020. On top of that, Zuxi will be competing without his twin brother Luxi this time. Can Bigatron Knights make a comeback this year? Twisted Minds is making their PMGC debut. Their roster is joined by Lord, a 4-time PMGC participant, as well as Coops, the MVP of both EMEA and America's regional tournaments. Since 2021, no other Middle Eastern team has managed to reach the Grand Finals since Stigma Galaxy. Could Twisted Minds become the second ever Middle Eastern team to do so? Nepal's rising star, Aura Esports, have only been founded a year ago, but they have been steadily improving, from reaching 14th in the PMGO preliminary stage, 13th in the PMSL CSA Spring, 6th in the PMSL CSA Fall, to being first in the 2024 PUBG Mobile Campus Clutch Nepal. However, they've been thrown into the Group of Death. Will they survive? Will we see their biggest breakthrough yet? With so many hungry teams in the group, can anyone take down the reigning champion of Alpha 7, or will an underdog surprise us with a breakout performance? Tune in to the PUBG Mobile Esports channels and find out in the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage, from October 31st until November 3rd at 10:25 UTC+0. Who will be the top 3 teams advancing to the Grand Finals? This is a showdown you don't want to miss.
Não? Troca aí, nem não.
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु
Going home early
Alright.
because
Halo guys, nama aku Satar dari tim Bigatron Knight.
nama aku Zuxi dari tim Bigatron Knights.
Hello, I'm Lord.
I'm Coops from Twisted Minds.
Salve galera, eu sou o Revo.
E rapaziada, eu sou mafioso.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई मेरो नाम मल्लिक कार्की हो
म चाहिँ आकाश राई हो र म टिम और स्पोर्ट्सको प्लेयर हो
र आज हामी ग्रुप येल्लोको 2024 PMGC प्रेडिक्सन गर्न जाँदैछौँ
Dimulai dari saya. Oh, dari saya. Bigatron. Gimana? Kelewatan. Nomor 1. Di sini.
Udah nggak ada ininya lagi ya? Apa bintang lagi ya?
Ya udah mau di atas. Udah jelas saya Bigetron, kenapa Bigetron?
Like we still have better teams in our group.
Você concorda, parceiro?
Concordo com você.
6 man.
I have respect for them, that's why in 6th.
D Xavier, they're underrated, but I don't think they're good enough to be top 3. So I'll put them as 4.
Yeah.
Ke top 4.
No, quinto. Eles brigam também pelo top 3.
Então beleza.
DX-लाई 4 मा राखिदिने
राम्रो खेल्छ यिनीहरू.
Vampire Esports. They're one of the best teams on the world, so I think I'll go for first.
Iya, kayak lumayan. Vampire.
Segundo, porque eles é bom.
2 times WI champion.
Okay, and now Twisted Minds. I would go for third.
Why?
Better teams in our group, but I think we can manage to qualify to Grand Finals.
Sixth?
É, vocês são uma posição justa. Mas acho que briga também pelo top 3.
Twisted main region MENA. Ya pokoknya tapi dia jago. Tapi nggak konsisten, selalu nggak konsisten di PMGC. 10?
9 kayaknya.
Oke, kita taruh di 9.
Oh, यसलाई कहाँ राख्ने? यिनीहरू पनि च्याम्पियन होइन? माथि राख्नु है?
Top 3.
Top 3.
Nah ini nih yang dulu segrup sama kita, tapi lu belum main.
Major Pride.
Ya, cuman rosternya ada beda nih.
Iya, rosternya beda.
Menurut gua sih di 10 sih.
10 ya.
9th लाई
Oh, किनभने
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु हामी फर्स्ट हुने हो जितेर हुने
योपालि फर्स्ट हुने हो त्यही भएर.
I think they'll be going home early.
Alright.
Because
Não? Troca aí, né? Não.
é verdade. Que tem lugar reservado, gente.
É.
14º.
Loops. Acho que eles têm chance de brigar pelo top 5 também.
É, sobrou só o 8º, hein?
Não, acho que eu tiro a DX. Não, eu tiro
Tira MP.
tiro MP, coloco MP em 11º. Vou colocar em 11º. Colocar Loops.
Ai!
Acho que esse time aqui tudo vai brigar pelo top 5.
E o campeão do grupo amarelo?
Não,
Ó,
for sure.
a gente.
Taruh.
Udah pasti lah ini. Nah, nggak bisa diragukan lagi.
Apa 7?
Tim yang paling konsisten lah sih.
Iya, gila.
Alpha 7.
Oh,
World champions, bro. Of course they're gonna
course.
qualify.
yep.
Alpha 7.
Second.
Esse daqui é lá embaixo.
Mais pra
Voltando pro Brasil.
Inco. Okay.
Yeah.
Nggak ada yang mau diganti?
Enggak, kurang lebih gini lah.
Ya kurang lebih gini lah.
Lah, deal?
Deal?
Deal.
Bom, galera, agora a gente vai falar um pouco sobre os times que a gente colocou aqui. Bom, a gente colocou a gente mesmo primeiro porque a gente sabe que a gente é o time mais preparado. É o time que mais... Tenho certeza que é o time que mais merece estar aqui. E fala um pouquinho sobre a Vampire aí, meu filho.
A Vampire é um time muito consistente, eles estão em todos os campeonatos mundiais. Então ele só fica atrás da gente mesmo.
यो चाहिँ हाम्रो फाइनल प्रेडिक्सन रहेको छ र हामीले किन हामीलाई फर्स्टमा राखेको भन्दा किनभने म आफूभन्दा माथि कुनै टिमलाई पनि देख्दिनँ.
We put Vampire, DX, and BTR all in the top 5 because Southeast Asia, they're all strong teams. And I think they're the strongest region right now in the world.
It's not misconfidence. I think it's about reality. Like the both teams are better than us.
Oke teman-teman, kira-kira ini PMGC prediction dari kami. Kira-kira seperti itu.
Valeu.
Valeu!
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guys, don't fight. Let's save it for the last 6 matches of Group Yellow. Why don't you guys fist bump and just start getting ready, because this is the final day of Group Yellow. We'll be finding out which top 3 teams will be going to the Grand Finals in London, which 8 teams will be going to survival stage, and which 5 teams will be getting sent home. Stay tuned and find out, because the final day for Group Yellow starts now.
I like how Seven thinks that if they got in a fight, Hoxie and Kitsune, he could be the one to break it up. Let's be honest, Seven, just one swing, one breath of air towards your way, and I think you're hitting the deck. And, well, at least for you not to fall too far. But speaking of falling too far, we've had some teams fall out of top 3, while others are struggling to ever break through into it. We got Hot Cheeks, we got Maxman here to break it all down yesterday, and, of course, get you ready for what's coming today. And Max, I think, and Hot Cheeks, I think the story of yesterday was just all South Korea.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, by a long shot. I mean, we were just talking right before the show started, just talking about like Alpha 7, just how well they did. I mean, they put up some good solid points yesterday, but when you got teams from South Korea performing so absolutely out of their minds, I mean, what can you do?
I mean, what can you do when Diox gets a 2nd place, then a chicken dinner with 14 limbs, and then another chicken dinner with 8 limbs? It's like, what the hell are you supposed to do at that point? And then, of course, Mira and Sejong still in 1st place, just chilling, realistically. And the thing is, right, looking at those teams, do we expect one of those teams from South Korea to not make in top 3, Hot Jukes? As of right now, for me personally, one of them has to make it into the Grand Finals.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, one of them definitely is. I mean, we could see both of them. I mean, that's for sure. But I mean, as we're looking at the leaderboard right now, it's possible. I mean, like, it's definitely possible. You got Mirren Sejong up on top. You got Major Pride with 150 points. DRX, man, what a crazy day they had yesterday. So I was looking at some of the stats that we saw. Day 1, right? They had 16 eliminations, 8 placement points, 25 points in total, right? But yesterday, they had 38 eliminations, 28 placement points, 66 points in total. That's triple their performance from day 1. And I mean, what can you do against that? I mean, a 66-point day, that's 10 average points a game plus.
Yeah, I thought Max was gonna like chime in with the exact
too many numbers, Jason. I'm like, oh,
Max and math don't seem to work too well. I do want to bring this up really quickly because I spotted some info that was posted in the Liquipedia Discord server for PUBG Mobile, and the guy Kaneki actually brought this to my attention that every year that PMGC has been using this group stage format with 3 different groups, Group Yellow has had a tie for 3rd and 4th place, and it was decided by chicken dinners. In 2022, it was Train to Kill up against Reject at 214 points. In 2023, is WBG up against BTR at 173 points. So right now, we're in Group Yellow. Could we see this for a 3rd time? Could Group Yellow technically be cursed? I know we're past Halloween, but it can still be a little bit spooky here.
They call it Group Maxman in some places in the world.
Oh my gosh.
But I think there's a very high chance of that happening, Jason, because guess what? Between 1st and 5th place, there's 18-point difference right now. That's one game right now between top 1 and top 5. So realistically, down to the last game, we could have a tiebreaker or a 1-2 point difference to make it into the Grand Finals. And if you're unlucky enough to lose that tiebreaker, well, you're going to survival stage. And from how things are going right now, Jason, I would not want to be in survival stage, because that is going to be ruthless over there to make it into the Grand Finals.
Having a world where you could be playing against Alpha 7 and VPE, D Xavier, among others, even DRX, to try to qualify. That's survival stage. That's not even last chance as well. And then you still have to fight through other teams in last chance. But you guys at home who are watching, the Infinix GT20 Pro is the device all the players are going to be using here at the event, and they were using back at PMW. So you guys can pick up one for yourself and play like the pros with 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. Max, you and I have one. We love it, even though the first time we did play a game of Pogi Mogi on it, you did die very quickly. No. But I didn't. So clearly it's been helping my gameplay. Not to mention as well, you guys make sure to follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on all the socials, whether it is YouTube, whether it's Facebook, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram. Make sure you check it out. And while you're doing that, make sure you also think about coming to the PMGC Grand Finals over in the UK. We still have tickets available. You can pick up from the 6th to the 8th, and you get yourself some extra goodies while you're there, not to mention some activities and even some draws in-game for some 2024 PMGC skins. But gentlemen, as we obviously turn our attention towards what's coming up today on our final day of Group Yellow, there's a lot of questions out there, and there's a lot of different things we could discuss. There's a battle for top 3 of who can potentially break through and make it to the Grand Finals. There's a battle of who can make it into top 11. And then there's also a battle kind of in the middle of the pack of well, we can't really fall out of top 11, but if we want to make top 3, we have to make a massive play. So I'm kind of curious to see how all teams approach this. That's why I kind of put these teams as my teams to focus, because they are kind of the bubble with Major Pride, DRX, and Alpha 7. Yes, Major Pride is technically in at the moment with 3rd place, but you sure as hell know DRX and Alpha 7 are looking for that spot.
Yeah, they're going to be trying their best to breach it up here for sure. I mean, my teams I picked here...
breach that spot, yeah.
Breach the spot right
Get
now.
that DBS out.
I'll get it out right now. That's going to be a breach and a half. But I'm looking at 3 teams in particular here. Mirror and Sejong to maybe hold down that 1st place, which is cool.
Okay.
But really here, Hot Jukes, you want to focus more on the top 3. And Vampire Esport, to me, Jukes, have such a good chance to make it up there. The thing is, we mentioned it a bit yesterday and early on Pandemonium, Jason, also. The Vampire, they all have these huge chicken dinners with like 10 plus eliminations, or they get 1-2 points in their matches. I want to see Vampire be more consistent, and if they can get some more points on their bad games, really, top 3 is going to be achievable for them. But they got to start doing that pretty much in the first game, because they are out of that top 5. They're in 6th position, so they need to close that gap ASAP.
That's going to be a tough gap to close. I mean, how are you going to close it whenever you got teams like DRX putting up more than 60 points in a day? I mean, that's going to be really tough here. But it is the last day. Everything's going to start changing up here. We're going to start seeing differences in strategy. We're going to start seeing some desperation from a lot of these mid-pack teams. And that's why my 3 teams I picked was, I picked Alpha 7, Vampire, and DXavier. DRX, they're only 2 points below, right? So in my opinion, they're basically already kind of in that top 3. One game, we're going to see that change up, right? But when it comes to Alpha 7, Vampire, and DXavier, especially for Vampire and DXavier, right? They need, like you mentioned, Max, a crazy pop-off game right off the rip. And Sandhawk, and when it comes to Sandhawk, Jason, Major Pride, right? Major Pride, they've won 2 of them already. They didn't win the 3rd, but they went for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, they went for it. I think if you're talking about Vampire, we also have to think about yesterday, where Vampire was the team to actually win out when it came to Sandhawk. And they did it with just 2 players left alive, if I'm not mistaken. And they were able to defend the push out of Mir and Sejong, and then able to just stay alive long enough towards the very end to close things out. So if they want to have a strong start,
the changes that we saw
Sandhawk
out
would
of
be the perfect
Bigatron
way to do
Knights
so.
yesterday with Suxy and Genfos sitting out. Today, for the final day of Group Yellow, they're going to be having them back playing. So Suxy and Genfos are back in the squad.
All right.
Let's go. Zuxi Genfos
Okay.
back on the board. I like that, to be honest. We need the day 1 strat coming in, Jukes, again, because they made a big adaptation. And we had that interview with Kitsune yesterday, right? Talking about making changes really in a tournament like this is going to hurt you long term. I think that BTR had the most amount of success in day 1. Reverting back to that roster, for me, is the best decision at this point in time.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about this before the show, and I mean, it makes sense. I mean, they perform better. You only have really 1 day to try to do it here. I mean, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one because, I mean, at this point, they're going to be in that survival stage, right? So if that's the case, you want to make sure you're prepping your team as much as possible, because like you mentioned, Jason, right? There's a big possibility we're going to see some big heavy hitters there in the survival stage.
I mean, what the hell? That scares the crap out of me. The fact that you have Alpha 7 VP, DXavier potentially going to survival stage. Like, they were my top 3, man. What happened? Like,
Right?
This is crazy that we could see, like, the winners of PMWC, DXavier, who had a ridiculous performance at PMGC last year, potentially have to try to qualify through the survival stage and last chance. I mean, I don't want to know what's going to happen with these other groups as well. Just imagine we have the likes of your Falcons in there, Max, going through, your Navis, 4MV. Imagine if they go to survival stage. Like, the survival stage might be more difficult than like some of the other stages in this tournament at that rate.
I'm going to ask PMGC, how many sick days can I have? I'm sorry, I got a cold. I can't really play survival stage. Sorry. But it's going to be tough.
Perfectly named.
Yeah. It will be the real group of death, Hot Jukes, is going to be survival stage, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you couldn't name it better, because that's what it's gonna be. Just straight trying to survive here. And I'm glad to see, as we look at this Bigatron roster right here, them bring back the good old Zuxi, because at the end of the day, I mean, they performed really well. But looking at the comparison, because I was really looking at their gameplay, right? They were playing so careful with this other roster that they had, that 2 roster swap. So I want to see them just kind of play a little bit extra aggressive here, especially in that macro, and prepare for that survival stage the best they can.
I mean, I have to kind of worry our other team is going to start being aggressive. Bigatron, they are the bubble right now. They have to also keep in mind, could we potentially be hot dropped here at some point for other teams trying to make their way through?
That's a good point.
I mean, you want Bigatron to be more aggressive. I'm a little bit scared if they get more aggressive, then they potentially just die early, and then that would probably be the worst case scenario for them. But honestly, there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of avenues they could adjust their strategy here. They just have to focus on passing some of these teams. I mean, you got Loop 7 points ahead of them. You got Inko right above that at another 2 points ahead.
Yeah,
it's going to be tough, but you know what? I trust in Zuxi. This man, he's made to so many PMGCs. He's been at the top of the table for such a long time when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I can't doubt them.
There's going to be so much pressure on their shoulders here, Jason, for BTR. But you know what? We can believe they're in 11th place. There's going to be a lot of pressure here, and the bottom teams are going to be desperate. So they are going to be a team trying to go for those big games.
And one thing we know about pressure, it makes diamonds. Let's head over to Sandhawk here with our first match of the day with Johnny A and Blanky B.
I don't know whether... Okay, Blanky B. He comes up with a different name for us every single time, Blank. I'm beginning to think I'm going to get, a little bit too confused. I'm not going to know who I am, because it seems like we're trying to carve out identities for our teams here into the top 3 as we kick off our final day of Group Yellow.
Yeah, not sure about Blanky B. I certainly can't sing. Okay, so let's not give me that name. I don't think I deserve that name. But yeah, we're heading down towards the south side of the map here on Sandhawk. But it is the final day today, guys, of Group Yellow. 5 teams will be going home. 4 through 11th will be heading through to that survival stage. And the top 3 will secure themselves a chance to perform in those Grand Finals.
That is what it is all about. The top 5 so hotly contested as we're jumping on through. Everybody finding ground now. No one getting too close. Maybe McGrellin over on the east side for Alpha 7, but no, he's just going to divert. 3 teams on the northwest side there. Blank, BTR, Zeus as well up on that northwest mountain. Vampire up towards Hartin. RSG again south of Team Spirit. The circle will dictate how the center of the map falls, because when the circle goes northwest, when it goes west, RSG, they get out of there fast. But if not, then Team Spirit has a problem. And this might be the case here. If they can get out of boot camp, they might have a better chance of transitioning away, but DXavier like to make that hard.
We had 4 very different circles here overall on Sandhawk, and it has been very much a case that we've had some crazy circles that, if you remember, even just recently over towards that western side of the map, heading over towards the north, where Vampires were the only one on that northwest island because everyone assumed it was heading down towards Ruins. But here we're heading over towards that eastern side. Muerte starting off with a good position, currently in 14th place. They desperately need themselves a good game here to get in towards 11th position and upwards, just so they can get it over towards that survival stage. Right now, Muerte is at risk of falling out. Now, Twisted Minds technically have placed themselves in a spot with a couple of their games where there's a chance for them, but it's a long run to catch up to BTR with 82 points.
Although if BTR do stagnate and have a similar performance to yesterday, obviously the roster changes coming back in, going with their first original starting roster, then maybe if they can break that stagnancy, they can accelerate away. But if they stay still, then that is a much easier target for Twisted Minds. But you're right, it's still a very, very long shot for them. Harame, bro, they are also in a similarly not great scenario towards the bottom of the tables, but it seems like we're always seeing them in these late games. They're just not getting big points out of it. They're always just that annoying pest on the sidelines who's making it tough for the teams at the top.
Yeah, I mean, the way they play is very survival based, and it's not how you win a tournament. I've said multiple times now during these group stages that you have to be on top in terms of placements and elims, and if you're not getting those placements, you need at least 5 elims in a match. And this is no offense to Harame, but the way that they've played is not to get in towards the survival stage. It's not to get in towards the top 3. It has literally been just to exist here in this tournament, which is unfortunate, because I think that's why so many teams get caught off guard by them, because a lot of them assume, why would there be a team here? It's why they do find those pickoffs onto some of our most prominent teams inside this lobby, like Mirin Sejong, Team Spirit, the RX get caught out by them a fair few times, because why would they assume that one guy would be out in the grass or 2 guys would be playing that position for so long? They are so out of the loop in these games and don't have that much influence, the teams forget they exist.
Harame Bro moving in from Painan now. Teams looking to shunt in towards Quarry. RSG, they left that south side of boot camp. They pushed in, and Demuerte, with their backs to the Quarry, are now penned in. DXavier didn't take a southward rotate towards Team Spirit, and in fact, Nomi was positioned out towards them. They were waiting for it. A little change that they brought into the mix, but Kitsune now potentially in danger here. A big scout, but he hasn't got the backup just yet. He's there alone, but DXavier, they're not crashing just yet. However, that could change. Taking shots, I mean, could potentially be a misslip there, but also could just be a statement to try and back DXavier off.
It absolutely is a statement. That is a case of trying to make DXavier think that there is a team inside this location. And Kitsune has to do this now, especially with a team rocking up like that. He knows the team's scouting this position. DXavier, they might have cottoned on a little bit that team is going to be rotating across, but this was a smart move from Kitsune. It was a risky move, but I think for Team Spirit, I don't mind it all that much. They can certainly make the points up later in the day, but this is still a risk. But it's a case of if they can get a big game here on the Sandhawk, with the rest of the team coming across to what is a fairly strong compound centralized inside this circle, it really sees them with this buffer at the start of the day that they desperately would like to have to keep them in the runnings throughout it. Because if you think instead of buffer in game one, the rest of the day is going to be so much easier.
That would be ideal situation moving on through. But if there's one thing that we've seen time and time again, it's that day 4 choke in group stages for Team Spirit. And here's a very dangerous scenario to have it in. Like when Alpha 7, current champions of the world from PMWC, are biting at your heels, you cannot afford to have that misstep. It's a real tough time. Major Pride, the biggest, well, actually, you know what? They're definitely not the biggest surprise coming into this one. MSJ and DRX, as well as Major Pride, all of them definitely would not have been in the conversation for top 3 predictions coming into Group Yellow. You've got teams like Vampire in there that definitely would have taken up that mantle. But it is really great to see these sort of change-ups coming. And I mean, Hot Duke said it right at the start. He said, well, we're either going to see Alpha 7 completely dumpster this lobby, or it's going to be someone completely unexpected. And I mean, he was right on that one count right there, as long as plenty of other things. But on that specific note, he was bang on the money. Alpha 7 are also in the contention for it, but they're definitely not dumpstering right now.
No, 136 points is not bad. And I think if you look at the way Alpha 7's been playing, I think anyone who's a fan of that team would be really happy, honestly, because their playstyle has been very consistent. And I don't think that they've been trying to make too many gambles. They've not taken too many risks like some of our other teams have. Marin Sejong has consistently taken some gambles with this 2-2 split. They've just been very smartly set up, so it doesn't look as bad in the eyes of us viewers. But yeah, they've certainly taken risks to get towards the top side of this lobby with some aggressive 2-2 splits. For Alpha 7, they've been able to put up 136 points fairly effortlessly. I mean, that first day wasn't all that hot for Alpha 7. And I think if that maybe that had changed, you know, we'd see Alpha 7 even further up, because they did switch out their playstyle very quickly. I think that they would be disappointed if they don't get towards that top 3 and get the direct invite to Grand Finals. But we were discussing just before this game that if Alpha 7 do go to survival stage, I do not see them not making out of it.
It would definitely be a head and shoulders favorite right into the survival stage. Kind of at this stage, no matter which of these top 5 don't make it. But Marin Sejong, oh dear, our top spot contenders crash into RSG, and they are losing by the second. Final, the last to stand for them. Can he get any retribution? How on earth do you not connect on either of those 2 players? They go topsy-turvy, 1 in, 1 out. There's a quota on the inside, but Final wins that trade. That was madness, but in comes a third party, potentially? No, that's the rest of RSG across the way down to the southwest. Or is that another team? It's Harame Bro encroaching onto this territory.
Finals panicking. You can see it in that nade as well. It goes just on the doorway, bounces back, and I think he's got 1 nade left in the back pocket. Needs to make it count here as well. 2 elims is not bad, but man, he needs more than that to salvage this game, especially as a first place with Team Spirit chasing, who have found themselves 2 eliminations actually. I'm not exactly sure one to which team they were able to pick those up on. Maybe stealing some of these RSG picks. As well as Marin Sejong. I think they had How did they have influence on that?
It may have been over towards.
It's a long shot.
It's literally the only teams that could have done it. Yeah, excellent stuff for them to be able to pull those points down. I feel like there's been a lot of arguments over taking these steal points away. Right, that has been a big factor, especially against Major Pride yesterday. That was a big thing for them. They lost close to 11 points, I think, somewhere. I say 11 to sound more specific. It's somewhere around 10. Could be 3 more or less either way, but they had a lot of points taken away from their tallies, and that is a massive influence. They would be in first place right now if they'd have been able to confirm on all of those points.
Yeah, it's over a course of multiple days that Major Pride has lost points. And I'd even argue that it's higher than 13 points that they've missed out on because of steals. You're right. If they'd been able to pick up all of those points that they were getting the knocks for, they would be 100% topside the lobby. Major Pride certainly showing their gusto. Damn.
I like that.
They got guts. They got guts in these games. But yeah, they're showing their
guts, kid.
You got guts, kid. But yeah, they're certainly showing their gusto in these matches. In terms of just performance, even in that last match yesterday, that was such a fantastic ending for Becca, somewhat overshadowing Team Spirit's victory in that moment, they were very happy with. Again, Team Spirit super happy with picking up a win there on the final game of the day. That gives them a lot of confidence coming into today as well, where things maybe hadn't gone so much how they would have liked yesterday. But yeah, second place, 2 elims so far, just behind Mir and Sejong, trying to break that gap between them and Major Pride.
BTR couldn't get past DRX, so they rotate up towards the north side. Circle shrinks, keeps Painan in, and this is the compounds to the south of Boot Camp, right? The Zeus compound right now is in dead center. The hilltop that Harame Bro have as well is incredibly powerful here. 2 teams from the south are going to look to push that in. Major Pride, DRX, or BTR, depending on who wins Painan. Inko could also have a say there, but I'm looking at that hilltop as a prime location. Whoever's able to keep that under control going into the next circle, I think has a great chance of winning this one. From the north side, you've also got potential to rotate into that walled compound on the west.
Is slightly downhill. I think a lot of teams aren't really going for it. Also, because this circle was so central, I think a lot of teams actually chose not to rotate in Via, because I know Team Spirit definitely didn't have any. So their rotation is going to be a bit weird going forward. I think they have to play on this edge side now, over towards that northeast. They've got Vampires, Xavier, Twisted Minds, Loops as well, are knocking around in that position. Vampires could certainly push down towards the south side, though their fights have been up and down. Right, either Vampire looks like the king of the world, and they decimate their opponents, or they fall fairly flat in the process.
It's not the sort of performance that you need, and you can see that kind of reflected right in the point scoring. Sure, they're top of that middle pack and very, very likely to be able to get into that survival stage, but they haven't had the consistency that we've seen from our top 5 teams, right? I mean, you even said earlier, right, Alpha 7's day 1 wasn't so hot. They still managed to get a chicken dinner that day with a 13 elim chicken dinner. They were able to prop up their performances there, but that's what we talk about with consistency. That's exactly what we need to see. In terms of the 3rd place bubble, what we've seen in previous years, the average to be able to beat the bubble has been about 177. Points on the tally. That would be where you want to be. So if you can get up over 180, that's where you want to find yourself to be looking quite safe. And for Vampire, they are currently 66 points behind. And to get 66 points on a day is very, very tough.
It's hard to use metrics from previous years in this group as well, guys, just to keep you informed at home, because we do have a point sponge at the top of the lobby. Like John was saying, there is quite a big drop off between 4th down to 6th place. Even 6th up to 5th, that is a fair few points there, 22 total to catch up to Alpha 7, which is chicken dinner and 12 elims, which is not a small game. Certainly possible. But yeah, it's we do this point sponge towards the top of the lobby, and I'm wondering just how high we'll push that 3rd place tally, because in my mind, I would see Major Pride getting more than 30 points today. I would see Team Spirit getting more than 30 points today.
Ooh, Tony K with the first knock goes low but doesn't go down, crucially. There's a nade being cooked in the back lines for Ora, but Nuzi and Schweppes moving around on the off angles there, and Nuzi catches A player getting too big for his boots. Tony K's healed up and he's ready for the fight once more. Vampire looks like maybe they are on form now. The shift goes northwest. It keeps that walled compound in. Zeus in a prio compound still. And that hilltop to the south of boot camp can be moved in on.
BTR get themselves a lovely spot over towards this western side. In the meantime, we have Twisted Minds coming up against Team Spirit. Nades are in hand, and Team Spirit haven't quite pulled the trigger on this fight yet, and Twisted Minds just trying to get a little bit more information. And Nade is popped forward to clear that tree, so they no one's too close. I think at this point in time they can start to pull back on the grenades a bit, but Effect is just going full send on this one.
They're feeling the waters right now. Don't want to overaggress. What's that crash going on in the background there? De Muerte over on towards Zeus. They're crashing straight into the middle of the circle. Zeus will fall with one, but two of De Muerte have already gone down as well. A third as well. And now it's just Pusher left standing for De Muerte to try and crash into the central compound. A third party aggression from DX Xavier. Rocket up all in one vehicle. Zeus take down one team, but there's another right around the corner.
Darkin did fantastically well on his own inside this building. Yes, he had a bit of support there from Maniac, but Zeus to lose one player on that crash, really good when it didn't look so great at the beginning. Major Pride losing back at Evo Station out in the blue. This is versus Inco. First knock goes over towards Twisted Minds, but Kooks retaliates for knock onto Effect.
Ooh, Vitali runs dry on ammo and runs dry on his luck as well, as Major Pride have his number. 3 players alive for Major Pride from the southeast side. They'll strike towards the center now. They have to get a move on because the circle's pushing. Same story for Inco, but they're a little bit worse for wear. Nenobete sent away in the vehicle, trying to get ahead of this, trying to curtail their rotation on in and play that inside of the circle. Team Spirit, in the meantime, finally striking over towards Twisted Mind. Matic strafing, moving, shooting, everything on the line for him to try and make his way through, because Effect's already down. Playing on with 3, it's a little bit easier than playing with 2. And he's hopping into the vehicle. Unfortunately, they lose Nomi as he stays out too long.
I mean, they will finish them off, get 6 elims for their troubles. I don't think they're too unhappy with this. It's just a question of being able to get back into the zone now. Playzone actually takes down Nomi, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But 6 elims for Team Spirit on this northeast side. Not ideal. Now, Kitsune going up against Schweppes. Outside in the blue at stage 4, this thing is ticking hard, and Team Spirit will go down. But they do take themselves the top spot here. I think Major Pride, as well as Mirin Sejong, have left the lobby. So that's all top 3 out.
Alpha 7 have a chance to break in. So did DRX, but they're both in the same spot blank. They have to crunch Harame Bro, and I feel like this is pretty thematic to what we've seen before. Get rid of those harrying harpies on Harame Bro. Take them out. Get rid of that threat, and you won't be bothered by them too much later on. DRX, Alpha 7, both extracting their pound of flesh retribution for the trouble that's been caused over the last few days.
McGrellan sending nades over the top here. There was a shot over towards Mafioso on the side. He did fall. And DRX continued to use Harame Bro as a meat shield. Some of them will pick up Yappy. The Xavier will have sightlines on towards this as they come down the hill, as will Zeus. So I think for DRX and Alpha 7, this is a tough push to make here.
Don't go Harame Bro. Kaxe is out. Alpha 7 have 4. So there's a numbers advantage here. Vehicles, though, for DRX. Going to be on side. Looks like Alpha 7 may have 1 or 2 as well. Nade's going back and forth. A trade. Vying for the opportunity to push into the top 3 here, because it is stagnant now at the top. A Vampire. They spot Schweppes. They are looking for ascendancy in this match, Blank. They found 7 limbs already, and they're safe on the north side.
The fact that they're able to find a knockover towards Alpha 7 is a long shot, say at least. You see how far they are from this fight. DRX sends downwards, and it really was a case of who's going to pull the trigger first on this rotate. They see a knock come through, so DRX is like, this is our prime time. Alpha 7 had done a good job to maintain a lot of that high ground, but not to be much longer. Now Alpha 7 need to move out into open ground. No. One found from BTR. Gemforce looking to finish off the final play here, and that's them out. So DRX, last one's alive here. Alpha 7 get 3 elims, and DRX are now out 2. So all top 5 spots gone, and Team Spirit actually profit the most.
They get 6 elims on the game. They're on 157 now, but this is a chance for Vampire to go for that catch-up game, to close that gap. And I mean, we said maybe it was out of the question. Maybe they didn't have the consistency. This is their time to strike back. 8 elims found on the north side of the circle. They're a little bit on the outside here, but with loops out to their west, this is a fight they can handle.
It's crazy to see this. Vampires at the moment, they need to make a big run for the top of the table. We said it was about 22-point differential for them. They needed a chicken dinner and basically 13 elims to pop the cap over the top of Alpha 7. They do take a knock, and Stone looks for more towards Loops. I mean, this is the game for Vampires.
A roll down for Loops. They want the fight. They're straight up into it, and it's good for one. Immediately finding that knock, and there's no response. Vampire have lost 2 players now, and perhaps their dreams are shattered upon the back of Loops' roll up there. But they've still got 2 to play with, and they're still on a decent northern side position. Loops' descent here is really, really tough, and DX Xavier have angles on it too.
It's a terrific push there coming through from Loops. They see the nade pin been pulled. They know players are further down the hill. Likely it's just a front Vanguard player, so they just rock up on them. But DX Xavier's had a lot of control over this lobby so far. They've been getting knocks. Not too many limbs, but again, this is where they can start to pick up more of their points. BTR got very lucky on the circle shift, where they were still on the western side. Were able to play down towards the southwest side of the lobby. But this really doesn't favor anyone, this circle.
Very tough time to try and leave from any of these positions. I mean, BTR right now, I feel like they have a very, very strong chance of taking this one home. Leaving this compound, either of these 2 teams going to have to make that move first, and neither of them going to be happy to do it. BTR can start to spread out, extend influence from that southwest side. Vampire have to push in from their position as well. It's very tricky. If I had to throw a prediction, it's almost always BTR in this spot.
And with this circle, though, it does keep both Zeus as well as DX Xavier in, which means that BTR's approach is pretty tough, to say the least. They could play over towards that north side, and Zeus and DX Xavier are forced to fight. It really depends whether this is a clean fight from one of these 2 teams. An initial knock like that is wonderful. Getting the instant cleanup onto it as well does put Zeus in a much stronger scenario.
Lamborghini on the inside, a hop forwards. Darkin able to evade the nade, get some damage in, the burn to pen them in. Another Molotov to keep Zeus at bay, rather. Vampire did get taken down in the meantime on that western side, and that gives BTR so much room to move here. All 4 of their players alive. The burn in the shack there leaves Lamborghini last standing. For DX Xavier, a bounce on the nade. Should be good to make its way in, not quite. Lamborghini evades. They're just keeping BTR at bay with these Molotovs. How many more have they got? Because now Zeus at bay, rather. They aren't allowed to step foot inside this building, and Zeus still have a thorn in their side.
Yeah, next circle now makes life very difficult for both these teams. Zeus just looking to conclude their fight here with DX Xavier, and they finally do. There is a rock they can move up to, but BTR's position is fairly cemented right now, and this should absolutely be a BTR win.
They're looking for the first aid. Yeah, they're not going to be able to take this one down. Forwards they go, and BTR looking to defend their position in the survival stage as the roster swap is going to work out wonders for them.
Yeah, straight back to basics as well for BTR. Again, they had so much space on that western side to play. I think if that circle comes back down towards that south side, it's maybe a different story. And the fact that Zeus wasn't able to clean up their fight quick enough meant they couldn't move out to the hard cover in the front lines. But BTR, very, very well done to them. A pleasing game. I mean, they did fight off against some tough teams. They helped take down Vampires. And this is just a great match for BTR.
Well, roster changes. Kind of good. BTR with a desperately needed game as well here, considering they were 11th place at the start of the match today. They were the bubble, but with the victory here, I don't think they're the bubble any longer. But also a big game across the board as well, right? Because we did have our top teams go down. Vampire, this was a big opportunity for them to put up some good points on the leaderboards, potentially catch up to that 3rd place position. a lot happening here in our leaderboards, Max.
Yeah, BTR, Loops, Zeus, Xavier, all teams that were in the middle of the pack, especially BTR, were the bubble, right, going into top 11. Getting a good game to kick off the day here, Hot Jukes, in day 4 goes to show that they have that pressure on their shoulders and they know they need to perform. They have no other option here this time around. But man, BTR, going back to the roster of day 1 was the best decision ever for this squad.
Exactly. When Jason said roster swap's good, I was like, is
Hell
it?
Yeah.
Though? I was like, is it? Because, I mean, they just went back to their day 1 team and dude, they clutched it up so great here. And this was, I mean, so BTR, they land on that northwestern island, right? They hope for that circle. If it goes their way, they usually are going to be able to put up some big points. It doesn't. It goes to mainland and goes to that quarry area. They're able to push their way on in and get that chicken dinner, man. Beautifully done for this team. And right at the right time, right? You were just saying it, Max, right? Like, we need to see some good games from these squads right off the rip, and BTR did it.
And looking at BTR even more, compared to day 1, I remember how they were playing their Sanhok. They were delaying their rotations so much that teams like Vampire Esport would leapfrog their spot and hold them off, keep their position against the blue zone. Now, they were so quick to rotate. They were so damn fast, like to cross the northwestern island, as you mentioned, Jukes, that's where they drop. And then crossing over the Pineland area, they were also so quick to respond to that circle shift on phase 3. So BTR, I don't think it's just the roster change that worked out. It feels like they know they need to go for these quick rotations. It's been working great for the top teams, especially like Miran Sejong's. Like, let me do a bit of that. And it worked great. So they're just going to keep doing this, I think, for the rest of the day, hopefully.
That's interesting. Yeah, because in my view, I thought that they came in a little bit late. You know, I thought BTR was kind of like hugging that blue zone, just coming in ever so slowly right there towards the end. They got a good hard shift and they capitalized on it. But when you're talking about Marie Sejong, that's why they went down, but that's also why they've won so many games, right? Because I was looking back at their play yesterday after the games we saw, and it's so crazy to see their speed. Majority of top teams, when they try to get a good central position, they'll leapfrog their way in. They'll still take a little hesitation to scout things out. MSJ, they don't scout. They just full send it to the center, to the best compound to try and win the game. And it has worked for them in the past, right? And let's be real. If they won that fight with RSG, they could have won the game, right? But they didn't. So it's a coin flip risk. What do you think about them taking that right now, Max?
What is scouting? That's really the question.
Yeah. What is
it? What is a scouting?
What is it?
The thing is do or die right now for MSJ in terms of games. Or you go with a big game, you get the win, or unfortunately you just don't get much. And in this case, they didn't quite get much. But here's 17 points on the board, exactly what BTR needed. But Zeus here, man, we keep talking about this squad being an underdog team in this group, and they are currently solidifying their spot to go into the survival stage. So, man, Zeus, I'm actually really impressed. Them and Miran Sejong have been the 2 biggest surprises for me this tournament.
I mean, Maniac, he was like basically 1v3 in Xavier there, right? We saw him like cross the road by himself with a nade in hand. He gets a knock onto Lambo, gets a follow-up knock onto someone else, closes the elimination onto that, and it allowed Zeus to potentially clear off Xavier. But it is unfortunate for some other teams out there. I mean, one thing that's unfortunate is Miran Sejong only 2 points. Team Spirit got themselves 6. So even in a not so good game for them, getting those 6 points on the bad game allows Team Spirit to take first place away from them. A little bit of a shame, though, as Demorte, we did see that crash onto the compound that Zeus had, but they lost the fight, and then Xavier, if I'm not mistaken, was like, okay, you know, we'll kind of crash into here, but we'll just crash onto the west side of the buildings, and we're just going to chill here for a while and play for placements. It's so crazy. I mean, different strategies, just pulling it out the victory right there. I love to see that, especially from... I don't mind it. I don't mind when we see a team like kind of full send it to center and go out, because it means to me like they're going for the chicken dinner. They're not just trying to bite off and put some placement points on the board. No, they're going for that win. And teams like Zeus, those kinds of squads, they need those wins. So I'm not at all mad to see that kind of play. I mean, it's unfortunate it didn't work out, but they tried, right?
Yeah, we're in the reality right now where that breach did not work out. But what if it did work out for Demorte? Maybe they would be the one, you know, taking the chicken dinner home this time around. So that breach was going to be quintessential. But we got a new first place team here on the leaderboards. It is going to be Team Spirit, 1 point ahead of Miran Sejong. And the boys are here, Jason. EMEA on top. What did I say earlier, gentlemen, when we were discussing Group Yellow and seeming to be the curse of Group Yellow? That's right. Third and fourth place difference is 1 chicken dinner. They're tied at 152 points.
Oh man, if this continues to happen today, this is going to be absolutely insane. And I think any team next year going into PMGC does not want to be put into Group Yellow. But yeah, we do have a new leading team here, Vampire. They're still 14 points behind Alpha 7, but they did start to close that lead quite a bit here, which they're desperately going to need to if they want to try to breach that top 3. I mean, they closed it in a big way. Let's be real. There's only 6 matches left today. Now there's only 5 left, right? So they're that one team that, Max was talking about that needed to crush it. Oh my gosh. Inko, don't do this to me. Please make it to the survival stage, so I can hear you on then again.
No. Stop.
I know. I listen. You know what? I gotta have hope. I gotta have hope for my Inko squad. But at the same time, man, it's just not looking good here. The survival stage is gonna be slam packed with how the top of the leaderboards look.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad here, Jukes, for Harame Bro. They had a good entry point to the circle, and unfortunately, they had 2 teams around them, and that was Alpha 7 and DRX, 2 top teams currently in the leaderboards contending for top 3 spot. I feel bad for them. They couldn't do much about it, but it was a good entry point from Harame Bro. But really, when it comes down to this team, Jukes, they struggle when it comes to taking fights from time to time, and in this scenario, taking the fight was the least good option. It was the worst option for them, so they were forced into doing it, but let's see if they can try and get another good game under their belt later on today.
Man, dude, it's going to come down to one little micro play that's going to be the difference from winning and losing this game. So looking back at that game, yeah, we saw Alpha 7 and DRX go at it on the south side, but BTR was there to gatekeep both of them and was able to take them out. Another thing that I want to point out though was with Vampire, right? They were rocking a 2-2 split. And I got to give it to Loops, right? Because Loops had a little bit of an idea that maybe the squad was a little bit split up. They full sent that 2 players that were on top of the hill. They flushed them out, and that kind of forced Vampire to be in a bad spot. If Vampire would have been a little bit more grouped up, I think we could have possibly seen them win this game. What do you think about that?
I think Schweppes was going on these wide angles a little bit too often, Jukes, and he was lucky enough against Team Spirit to not go out. I think that if he got knocked, then they're down to 3 instantly, and their chances of winning the game are pretty much done at that point. But then they send it up to Loops, and actually good on Loops. Instead of saying that Vampire did a little bit of a misstep here, I really want to highlight that Loops saw that mistake coming out of Vampire and instantly sent it down to claim control of those rocks, which were going to be so important as a transition point. Sure, the circle afterwards is not quite favorable for them, Jukes, but I gotta say, Loops here, maybe also good change of mindset. They want to go for these big games, and that was definitely, at that point in time, the right move in my eyes.
Well, also similar for Zeus, because we were watching, right? We were seeing the Loops Vampire fight towards the north, and we were looking at Zeus like, okay, this is our time to move into the Xavier without any sort of threat of a third party happening. So a lot of teams really showing they have an understanding of what's happening in the game and an understanding of kind of where teams are and what are the right times to make these movements. But the thing is, you only get 1 Sandhawk a day. Now you go into the meat and potatoes of what we have. We've got 3 Erangels back-to-back and 2 Miramars back-to-back. And honestly, Marion Sejong, when it's come to Erangel, has looked phenomenal. I mean, you can see Hoxie in particular, most eliminations on Erangel, the most damage on Erangel. Then you have Elementrix there for Major Pride coming in with the assists.
The thing is, South Korea in general is good on their angle, not just Mir and Sejong. Of course, they are going to be currently the leaders on this map, but DRX yesterday, Hodrix, they got 2nd place on a chicken dinner on that map, and it was so good because it was against Alpha 7s. It's not just a small win. They are big wins typically, so they're currently in 2nd and 3rd place. Team Spirit, I don't know how long you can hold on to that 1st place, man. Going into a wrangle, that is going to be a challenge and a half, I'm going to tell you that.
No, definitely. You know what? And when it comes to MSJ, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for them here. And the reason why is because they're showing that kind of recklessness of sending it to full center. The thing is that if other teams did their homework, right? If they recognize that, hey, we're one of the central position squads here, MSJ could be coming for us, right? Let's prepare for this fight. And that's going to make it 10 times more difficult for them because they've lost the element of surprise. So I'm interested to see if they're going to mix it up here. Well, any of you out there that are an avid esports fan, you know that South Korea is here to play after a big victory yesterday, and we'll see if Mir and Sejong can claim that title yet again here and get back that 1st place as we head into our first Erangel of the day. So we're back on over to John Allen and Blank to take us away.
He used our real names. Goodness me, what a polite man Jason has become over the last Sandhawk, because it seems like our teams have stolen that rudeness. They've been plenty insulting to the approaches of the top 5 teams. Let's see if Erangel is any different.
that we will have to check out what's going over on this map. And I mean, for the South Korean teams, they're right. You know, Arangol has always been a very, very strong map for them, even back in the days of D plus Kiet. Some of their central positionings was really, really strong. And you saw that from Mirror Stage One. This is where they take some of the most aggressive 2-2 splits and where they're able to find a lot of space around the map. We do have a somewhat horizontal plane path here that leans down towards the south side, giving Vampires that ability to get down towards Primos without too much worry. We'll see if Demuerte heads over towards Severny again. And we get another Sosnovka circle. That would make me laugh.
I quite like that. That would be good. I do love a military circle. I feel like the rotations in Phase 1 become so much more interesting when you do get that military circle. It's one of the main set play scenarios that teams will have researched, of course. They'll know exactly what they're doing. And obviously with the introduction of the hovercraft, that has really kind of changed the dynamics of it all as well. So it's quite an interesting turn of events. But you generally only see one, maybe two in a group this size. We do go quite far south, though. We do keep a lot of that military base in. However, it's probably about a 15% chance that we're going to see ourselves end up there. Not impossible, though, but very unlikely.
I think you need two circle shifts. You need one that's a hard shift down towards the south and then another southern shift after that. So I do think that it is going to be difficult to head down towards Sosnovka, but teams got to keep it in the back of their minds, which is somewhat frustrating, I would say. So stage 2, likely where we'll see a bit more of that panic set in with this kind of circle. It is really difficult because at this point in time with where this has been placed up, you're not entirely sure where to move because do you want to be sitting down towards the south side of the map and trying to get yourself around there? Or do you try and sit a little bit further up and take some of these compounds in this area? Because technically the center of the circle is farm where Team Spirit are currently playing. So they have plenty of time to loot up. It's not always the greatest of loot down there, but there is plenty of positions around it, which is why Team Spirit are fairly split at the beginning. DXAV get a ton of loot just playing over towards Pachinki. And they'll be pleased with themselves in that position because that does give some very nice rotates over towards that eastern side, particularly with the scouting they're able to do on Potato Hill.
BTR, after winning that previous match, well, we just had to catch up with them. We went in, talked to Leon. 7, take us away.
I'm here with Leon from Bigatron. Yesterday, you were actually on the roster. Today, you're not. Why did you guys decide to make that change?
Oke, kalau kita lihat semalam kamu sempat bermain dan hari ini kalian mengganti sekali lagi roster dan kamu tidak main. Apa permasalahannya dan kenapa kalian mengganti roster?
Mungkin karena dari segi mentalitas mungkin ya, mentalitas sama kesiapan untuk bermain sama risetnya player yang kemarin di bench gitu.
So basically, the reason why we change for today is because of from last day we try to reset the mentality for the players, and then today the coach staff maybe think that they are ready, and that's why we changed the roster.
Well, so far it has worked. The first game, they got their first win. Let's see what BTR can do for the rest of the day.
I mean, what's most interesting to me there is that they spent 6 matches, a quarter of their entire tournament here in Group Yellow, going for a mental reset strat. That feels like a very big investment here. It's a bit of a gamble, but as Seven said, that gamble has paid off so far today, but they've still got 5 more to go.
Somewhat calculated because where they are in the tables, and particularly some of our teams in that risky position of being in the bottom 5 that are going to be going out, they were still a little bit far behind BTR. So you have a chance to take those 6 games, so you can get something different done, and then return the players that you subbed out back into the fold if they've had a little bit of a rest. Seen as, it can be quite tough coming towards a PMGC because you basically get into the venue, you have one night to yourself, and then that's it. You're straight into the games. So maybe giving some of your best players a little bit of chance at that rest. Like you say, it is a risky maneuver, particularly where they were on the tables. But yeah, getting those players back in with a fresh mindset and feeling fresh as well, that can sometimes be the important decision to make and might be one of the most important decisions BTR has made during this group stage.
in general, the bubble last year, and we talk about how it's difficult to talk about averages, but the best indicator we have of where the bubble will sit is what it was on average last year. And to beat the bubble on average last year, you needed 120 points to get on up there. Now BTR sit 20 points behind that with 5 matches to play. 9th place and teams behind them as well. And in general, it's looking like maybe we're starting to solidify our bottom 5. The gap between 12th and 11th is 25 points right now, Blank. That is a big gap to close. And Hot Jukes definitely wants Inco to defend that spot in 11th so that he can talk about them more. He can yap on about them even more, how great they are, how incredibly good they are at just about not losing by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, because if we look at it that way, with 120 points being the bubble, for Horror, they would have to profit 50 points over the next 5 games, right? Not to mention if Inco gets a little bit further into these matches as well, where they're able to pick up some nice points for themselves and push that bubble maybe a little bit higher than 120. You have a situation where Horror, they are so far out of the picture right now, it would require what we would call a PMGC winning type of day. 50 points over 5 games, that's 10-point average. It's hard. It's real tough.
We would call that a PMGC winning type of day. You're right. We would absolutely call it that. And it would be a miracle, right, to turn things around in that sort of fashion for them. And at this point, I'm counting Twisted Minds out. They're playing for fun at this stage. I do not expect them to be able to make it any further into this tournament, which is unfortunate. I'm sure we'll see these players play again. I'm wondering if Twisted Minds swap one of these players out, right? Bring like a seasoned IGL on board, depending on who's available for pickup into the next season. Because in EMEA, they did very well, right? But it was a case of they sometimes lacked that little bit of leadership here in PMGC. So perhaps you want to try and fold that into the mix, keep the air that you've been able to gain, and try and mature it just that little bit more. It's very interesting as a roster.
Makes them a bit of a wild card as well towards the end of the day, which some teams will be certainly worried about them and Muerte, just because they don't really have much left to lose at this point playing out their games. They can go for risky maneuvers. They know that, there might be a world in which they can get 20 points on a match, but I think for Twisted Minds, typically, this would have to be a 20-pointer in terms of the game, like match 2. That's where you do set yourself up for a chance towards the end of the day, but it has to come now. I think if you come into match 3 and you're still looking for that 20-pointer, then it's game over. And I think at that point, Twisted Minds then might start doing some weird stuff in this group stage, making some strange rotations that catches teams off guard. And that is always the scary thing.
We are seeing a few teams start to break over that 120 barrier. And I mean, we expected Vampire to be fairly secure. Obviously, they are the team lowest down on the tables that is over 120 points, on 126 right now. DXAV just around the corner, Zeus as well, very close to that mark. All of these teams looking fairly good for it. Next shift comes through. It's not going to be a massive dramatic shift to Sosnovka. Instead, we're going to head around that southeast side of Pachinki.
So fielded area on this position, you've got the chopsticks as well involved. Storm drains over towards Pachinki. This isn't always the most comfortable position, but there is going to be a quick rotate from a lot of teams who are already fairly central. This is technically quite a kind shift on the circle. It's not horribly over towards that western side, and most teams were set up and ready for it. I think Kitsune from Team Spirit, who is the most central team right now, they already have an outpost set up for them they could return to. MSJ made a very fast rotate over towards a position. I think that's just on the south side of Pachinki.
Yeah, going to be trying to take up residency there. And again, a very central position. Maneuvers being created, ideated, disseminated and enacted here for teams on the Potato Hill position. On the northeast side, going to be moving on a little bit closer potentially. We know our teams like to crunch a little bit. Alpha 7, they're playing a little bit far out on the west and a little bit far away compared to where the rest of these teams are going.
That last match on Saturday was a wild game, by the way, just in terms of the leaderboards, with Team Spirit taking first place with 6 elims on that game, by the way. Everyone went down fairly early, only a few points gained. So for Team Spirit, that was possibly the best scenario that could have happened. Similarly for Mirin Sejong, I can't imagine they were too unhappy with how that game actually played out. So no one really gets too far ahead of one another, and it's somewhat of just let's go again here on our angle.
I mean, they talked about it on the desk, right? How historically Group Yellow has just always been this group of tiebreakers for the third place position. What I would love so much, it's probably my greatest desire today, is for all three of the top three teams to be tied and that fourth place team to be tied with them as well. That's what I want.
It'd be tough, but
let's go even further. I mean, the point is, it's not out of the question. 157 to 152, 5 points between first and fourth.
It's wild. It's wild at the moment. Major Pride once again ducked out from that top three just by a tiebreaker that came through. Alpha 7 very close by to Vampires. I think, you know, I think that game on our angle versus DRX for Alpha 7 kind of ducked their confidence. I think they're one of the few teams that is really, really good at playing a four-man lineup where you have split off angles. And for them to get so brutally destroyed by DRX, it does knock the confidence, thinking we're the best in the world at this type of maneuver. Really, no one's been able to defeat us doing this type of thing in the past, and for it suddenly just to go all wrong as DRX pulls the trigger on them, yeah, it's not great. I think that is Major Pride getting a ton of elims from somewhere. I think it's Inco, yeah, damn. Getting 2 on side, so Major Pride go up by 2 points and will get rid of that tiebreaker scenario and head over the top of DRX.
Right. By 2 points, though, it's still very shaky and very early days into the lobby. Major Pride currently very central on this shift. It goes hard northeast on the circle, but in general, our teams are okay with this. It goes out to the east side of Pachinki again, back over towards Potato Hill. Just a little bit closer to it. DX Xavier, very split right now and just about going for that regroup. They have managed to recoalesce. They had a lot of their team over on that south side and they move around RSG, who are currently south of that now regrouped position. Twisted Minds, they are out on this west side. Where do they appear there? Goodness me. Vampire and Alpha 7 will be their main neighbors, but Vampire have taken a knock and Stoned does get rezzed, but Twisted Minds look to descend.
I mean, head on over. I think this will be our Major Pride replay. Yep. Versus Inco. They get a little bit too close for comfort, and it is a lovely spray down for the help of the rest of the team.
Oh, Stoned caught again. Doran moved up with the rest of Twisted Minds and able to get that angle. The nades, the barrage to keep their teammates safe, but he's already gone. He's being dusted there. And now Vampire send away Alpha 7. They're moving up. They're trying to catapult themselves into this rotation. Try and sideswipe on the broadside, but it's not working out. Vampire too quick for him. They're out of there like a shot.
In the meantime, Twisted Minds, they're going to send over the top. They see a nade in hand. We'll back it off just a little bit with Mafioso up on high. So this is Twisted Minds versus Alpha 7. Our 5th place team currently going up against the 16th. Nade's hitting off the back of the tree. That's an unfortunate bounce for Mafioso. Another one sent through, and they are downhill, and Twisted Minds control this high ground, and I think Alpha 7 were hoping for a bit more of an extended fight between Vampires and Twisted Minds. They can make it through. Instead, they take the opportunity of Alpha 7 being like, we're going to give up some of our angles here, and instead try and push on this third party, and Vampires are like, well, we will just get out of here. It was the angles that you were holding that was preventing us from moving all that much.
Vampire desperately don't want to go down, and least of all to Alpha 7, the team that they are chasing on these tables right now. 126 points. They had a very strong point-scoring game in that last match, gave themselves another lifeline into the top 3 potential ascendancy. Carrillo now will be battling off against Twisted Minds. And the southwest side, very dangerous. Alpha 7 in general have been slipping behind the pack, and this is a very important game for them to keep up and into this fight. A hard south shift goes slap bang on top of Team Spirit.
They are so happy with this one. Again, 2 chances in a row here for Team Spirit. Sandhawk was not a bad innings from them in terms of positioning. But this has to be the game where they get 10 to 15 points. This is a match where it's definitely doable. It's certainly possible. And it would keep them so safe on the tables. It's a strong spot on the map to play. Twisted Minds currently getting pulled apart by Alpha 7. Doran plays a front line, but he's got no backup at all.
You might stand behind the smoke, but the bullets go straight on through. A little clap back there, maybe a bit of danger.
DRX.
Revel going down. DRX looking for shots. Twisted Minds, yeah, they will fall entirely, but losing Revel is really not the greatest. And it is Harame, bro, to put pressure on DRX from the north as well. Everybody looking out their way. Team Spirit, in the meantime, on tower defense. They need to keep hold of this central scenario.
Yeah, Demuerte tried to push them. They get 2 initial knocks, which is awesome. And Demuerte down to 2 players. ETR did get knocked themselves. Effects finds another. One player does go down for Team Spirit, but really good clap back there. And I think that Effect realizes there's an angle through that window. This is very safe gameplay from Team Spirit. It was a good initial knock onto BTR as well, because that stopped them from trying to third party onto this one. DRX getting torn to pieces by Alpha 7 too, as Kaise tries to move through, but here they are again. It's Bro Harame.
Oh no.
Oh dear me.
It's always them.
One player. Yeah, every time.
Crash. All right, into the middle. BTR looking to hold off. Good for 1. 2 players playing split right now. The flush comes through. Is that stolen away? I think it was. Zeus are chiming in. Genfos still holding the wall, though. They don't really care at this point about taking these knocks. But BTR, what? Where do they just go? They evaporate. It's going to be Team Spirit. It's Zeus as well chiming in. Aura going to be successful on their crash, but not so successful at staying alive and healthy. Look at the damage that's been done. Team Spirit, 4 eliminations. They are on a tear this match. What a south shift for them. It's going to play out well. This compound is treacherous sometimes, Blank, but right now they have an accord.
That's an unreal nade from Nomi, because it looks like it just goes through the door there, and that's an easy pickoff, but he does it through the door and then into the room on the side to get the full-on knock and flush. That was really well placed. And again, you don't have the full sightline on that. It's not easy to get nades in, and that really does diminish the power of Horror in that position. They could have maybe got up to 3 players, and now Team Spirit have this team to play guard dog for them on the eastern side, because they are not going to want to fight them in the near future. Mirin Sejong down to 3. Possibility to maybe pick up their player. Sky gets knocked again by another nade from Team Spirit. They are feeling themselves this game.
Loops over the top near Mirin Sejong, losing Jae-Suk. 3 players on the northwest side. Can they get back up into the conversation, stay alive in the top 3? It would be big for them. The southwest shift there on the circle gives them a little bit of an opening to play to the west, but they've got Alpha 7 in the way, Major Pride as well, 2 of the teams that they want the least to perform well. Team Spirit as well on the northeast side with this compound. Finally the nade from Nomi deals the final blow to Aura. They are eliminated. Nobody else in the compound now. The crash from Loops over towards Mirin Sejong. A hop out wide. It's traded 1 for 1. Mirin Sejong, though, eating the brunt of it, and Loops stay alive in the fight. MSJ down once more, and Major Pride, DRX, Alpha 7. Again, an opportunity.
Loops getting a bit of info onto where Major Pride is currently playing. 2 Iliums on the game versus Inco early on. Now Nade starting to fly on over the top. That is very close to fitting. Another one should seal the deal. Quick first aid kit keeps him in the game. Not sure what that jump up was, though. That was interesting.
AZ's been spotted. I think that's coming from Team Spirit. Yeah, from the compound. They've spotted Major Pride. This would be a great pickup for them if they can get... Well, they've gotten rid of MSJ. The lobby has gotten rid of MSJ. If they can get rid of Major Pride, DRX, this is massive for Team Spirit. But unfortunately, Harame Bro is still alive, and they get a knock over towards Team Spirit's way.
Yeah, I mean, all this, by the way, whilst they're fending off versus Alpha 7. Yappy's like, I'll take shots over that way. Sounds good to me. Vitali gets knocked from Inco. Luke's still trying to push through here. Major Pride haven't quite been able to stymie this. Zeus, Darkin, the outside edge, and they will finish up this fight between them as well as Inco, further solidifying their position towards survival stage.
RSG and Harame Bro both have an opportunity to push up towards that bubble as well. In the meantime, Major Pride suffering. Alpha 7 collecting a little bit of the reward for that. The bounty on their heads fairly high right now. A lot of teams would like to see Alpha 7 not make it a big threat in the lobby. But I know the fans want the exact opposite. Team Spirit hold off another push as well in this compound. And 11 eliminations blank. This is an all-time. What a way to go into this match for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it was an unreal spray down with some great nades once again. The nades from Team Spirit this game have been unbelievably good. Another knock over towards Rita. Matic is taking things even further as Zeus is on their northern side. Again, I said this had to be a 10-15 elim game for them, and they are certainly extracting as much value as they can out of this game. And if this keeps going with 23 teams still alive inside this lobby, you know, Team Spirit could set themselves with a buffer in match 2. That's going to be very hard to ascend over the top of. They might drop down toward 3rd place, which is going to be very difficult for them to drop even further than that.
Team Spirit on the momentum now. Nades in towards Zeus, and they go over towards Major Pride. Oh, they were going to go one way, but instead they went the other. It's one apiece, as Team Spirit do get one from the knock that they got. Major Pride get that other elimination, so 1 point either way. On the north side, Major Pride playing with 3. They're going to have to shift through, but Team Spirit still have a slice of this. Do not ignore Vampire here either, Blank. Schweppes and Tony K, two incredible players. They have a building on that south side. They have a little bit of cover to play around. Teams will look to crash in, but a lot of teams are going to look to do the same maneuvers here, and it's going to be tough to make it unscathed.
Yeah, for Alpha 7 on this western side, again, we said this team is looking to catch up. They're looking to chase. 7 elims on the match so far. DRX going down to 1 player early is a big deal. And Mirin Sejong drop into 3rd place, John. Both our South Korean teams at risk of not making it into that top 3.
It's so volatile right at the top, but Team Spirit have finally found a little foothold. They are surging forwards here. The diesel engine starting to billow smoke now for Team Spirit. And it's a threat. It's a call out to the rest of the lobby. Show us what you've got. Team Spirit are here to play today.
This is what I wanted to see from Team Spirit, is this rotate over towards the western side. They hear the fighting, they hear the gunshots. They would love to clear out this western side. It's no good staying inside this compound for too long. If they can find a little bit of action over towards this edge, pick up more eliminations, clear out the western teams, their life becomes so much easier on the northern side. They're not quite finding anything just yet, though. Instead of being greedy, they return back to the fold.
Discipline is the name of the game for Team Spirit here. It's what they need. It's what they've delivered on so far this match. 23 minutes in, they've got 12 eliminations, and they're looking to rack up more. Major Pride want to cut away at Alpha 7, whittle them down once more, and McGrellen's the next to go. Carved out of the roster, and now it's just the 1 player left standing. Alpha 7 in danger.
All right, my bro. Try and make their way over towards Vampires. Like you said, this ditch is very nice to play in. It's one of the few positions down towards the south side that you'll see a lot of teams just crash a ton of vehicles into. It does become difficult because it's very much a nadeable spot. But as long as you can make sure that you can prevent teams from getting too close, it gets a lot easier. But with only 1 nade, you have to make it count. And this guy will find 2 off the back of it. DX Xavier do spot out effect. They were pumping the damage over towards Major Pride. He should be resable here, though.
No one's really a threat to them. And Effect was on the back lines with the rest of Team Spirit. They're starting to break out of the compound. They need cover to go for this res, but they will be able to find it. Managing to get into that position. Now start to look to leave out of the compound. DX Xavier, a major threat from the south side. I'm surprised they haven't gone in and get a little bit closer to this shack, but they're biding their time. They don't need to make a dramatic move right now.
Yeah, it's very hard terrain for DX to cross, actually. They'd need somewhat of a smoke train to head over towards the northern side, because there is a lot of sightlines looking down towards them. So they're going to wait until the lobby's thinned out a little bit and then exert some pressure, because with 4 players, they can certainly do that. Only 2 limbs, so I'm wondering how limited the utility is. This is an actual boon for Major Pride and Alpha 7 being able to stay alive in this one, but a shot does ring out, takes down Alpha 7 in the process. I think that is Major Pride picking up now 8 eliminations, 2 players remaining for them.
Matic gets spotted. Oh dear, it's been here for a while. The last player on DRX He might be alone, but he's not out of it just yet. The nade to blast the vehicle away from him, so he doesn't have any cover. And Matic goes down. 3 players now for Team Spirit. It's disaster, but the nade for... What? How on earth did that not work? Kitsune goes low, but they do manage to find the trade. Nomi on the high ground here, over towards DX Xavier. Gets the knock over to Lamborghini in a pivotal position to find those 3 players now left standing. It whittles away at their time. They are wasting it now on the south, going for this res, and DX Xavier have to mount up. I'm expecting a crash towards Vampire Shack here, but how are they going to make it work? The smoke train, it's initiated.
This is what they need to do. And like I said, they were waiting for the lobby to be thinned a little bit before they stepped this one up. Good job to Nomi, though. Any vehicle that was spotted, he did take out the wheels on, gets a targeted shot over towards one of them. Doesn't quite go down just yet, but there's another from Effect. Paragin's down. And the circle is closing, John. Time is running out.
Effect out on the off angle, gets caught by a couple of rounds, stays a little bit too long there, but does survive it. 14 eliminations here, Blank. 5 for Nomi, 5 for Effect, going blow for blow on these tables. Now the nades come in for DX Xavier. Tony K and Schweppes up in the shack, looking to hold off this push, but in it comes. Levi's moves forwards, Paragin down on the back lines. They are being cut at. 1,000 of them sent the way of DX Xavier, and the nades from Tony K. Vampire surviving now, looking to try and push their way in towards that conversation, and DX Xavier are down. Vampire collect.
And so they should. I mean, from this position, it was so hard to get up towards them, and they had to use so much smoke cover that it was hard for them to place those nades into the shack. It's now just 2 teams, a 3v2v2. Now, for Team Spirit, the job's not done yet. The chicken dinner really is the thing that will catapult them towards the top side and give them that guard post to hold out other teams underneath them. They're going to swing wide up towards that northern edge.
Kitsune with the clenched fists and the stare down. He's just powering up.
Look at the utility on these guys.
Unleashed here. They have so many teams that crashed into their compound, right? They have the pick of the litter when it comes to gear, when it comes to what utility you want to bring in. And they're on 15 eliminations. Potential for 19 if they can find all 4 of the remaining points in this lobby. Elementrix spots Kitsune on the cross, but can't get too bold with it. Still has Vampire to worry about.
Smart moves from Nomi as well. I think he's learned his lesson at this point is that, you know, you can make these pushes, but you've got to be absolutely certain no one's sat around this location. There will be a slight delay for Team Spirit because they need to stim. They know they need to stim. They want to be going into these final fights on low HP. Elementrix has done a lot of work this game on some of these beautiful off angles he's been able to take. It being really crucial, actually, in taking down Alpha 7. Yeah, it's not over Team Spirit yet. Arguably, they're not actually in the most amazing of positions right now.
Smoke trains, the scouting, the buggy rollout over towards Major Pride, keeping covered from Vampire down the hill. They are moving through. The roll downs need to be good here. They need to rock up and find a knock immediately. They can't afford to lose players, but Nomi's out. And Kitsune doesn't have anything to answer it with. 2 players now stand, but they've managed to move forwards. They've allowed themselves a little bit of an open window here to try and clamber on through as Vampire start to break out of their position too.
Team Spirit has been desperate for Vampire to do anything during this game, and they just really haven't. This high ground for Major Pride has been the biggest factor for them. Kitsune falls to Tony K, and now just Effect alive. A 3rd place would be disastrous for Team Spirit. The 15 elims are good, but that chicken dinner would have been the thing that really kept them so safe towards this late game. Vampire and Major Pride now facing off against one another. Effect, the Lone Ranger in the east.
Maybe there's a world he gets the res, but it's so unlikely. Kitsune's flushed away, and that's now impossible. Tony K has to hit the deck. Effect, what have you got? Major Pride as well. Remember, this is a team fighting for the top 3, and Vampire want to make it into that conversation too. A crucial final circle closes as the final crunch is on. Effect is spotted in the... AZ? Did he not see him there? He didn't go for the spray, so I guess not. AZ has to crawl forwards now. He can't step up because Vampire have the broadside. Major Pride with so little cover on the terrain. Effect's up to the tree. He's closer to the middle. and it's all on his shoulders. Team Spirit's chances here, and an excellent knock to AZ. Vampire is still on 2. Elementrix if he sweeps, if he gets that shot, but Tony K here behind the tree. He steps out, in fact has to hit the deck, and there it is. Team Spirit go down, 3rd place. Another elimination, sure, but in they go, and it is Vampire from underneath. The 2 players survive and put themselves back in once more.
And it's a team chasing for top 3 technically, and 10 points off the back of that and a good hold. It's 2 players towards that ditch, managed to survive the entire game. Arguably one of the most impressive matches for Vampire so far. I think for Team Spirit it is great news they get the amount of eliminations that they do, but a botched endgame. I feel like that rollout from those players, including Nomi, was maybe unnecessary there. They could have just dropped a smoke trade. They had so much utility.
They had everything to work with, but the vampiric Ica slowed down the lobby, stopped the crossings, and in the end, consumed all. Vampire with a chicken dinner.
This is making me think a little bit about Bigatron way back in the day when the Twins were the only 2 left alive for BTR, and they came back on the Miramar and won the map. A big win for Vampire considering where they are on the leaderboards. Not to mention, just like BTR then, they only had 2 players for at least 15 minutes of time that they had to hold out on. And Hot Jukes and Max, I don't know how they did it. A little bit of, we have to say luck, especially with Team Spirit there, losing a couple players in maybe situations they shouldn't have. But nonetheless, they close out the game when they desperately need to, and they put themselves within reach of going for top 3.
This is the worst time, Matic, to do a Matic Classic, okay? This is not the time to do it. But, man, Vampire, the fact that they especially were able to defend against a full-on 4-man push of Deeg Xavier, Hot Jukes, they got a little bit of help off Team Spirit, but they had 2 for so damn long, and they were making sure that they were using their resources so efficiently, especially the grenades of Schweppes. So many players got Schweppes this game, okay?
Yes,
those
they
nades
did.
were on point. Wow.
Dude, Schweppes was no joke. He was landing them. I think he got that beautiful double knock, and that was just, gorgeous. And when it comes to Vampire, they use that bottom of the hill so perfect. Their end game is so strong, right? They just pre-fire that grass. They don't have to see where the player is, right? You just got to know, like, all right, he's got to be in the edge somewhere right here. Take the shot, and that's what they do. So Vampire clutching up a win. There's honestly so much to talk about. I can't wait to see the leaderboards because things are shaking up. Alpha 7 got some good points on the board. Vampire with this win, they got to get closer to that top 3 situation. All I know is that when we saw Vampire walk past MSJ just a few seconds ago, MSJ was not looking happy. They were looking nervous, dude, big time.
I mean, just like Major Pride, right? Imagine being top of the table for such a long time that potentially falter on the last day. To see potentially Mir and Sejon not qualify in top 3 and get straight to the Grand Finals would be a travesty with how well they played throughout this league stage so far. But honestly, let's just kind of dive into this game here and roll it back a little bit. Team Spirit, Max, they didn't have to really move too much. And typically in situations like that, when you're in a compound held up, we typically see a lot of teams like run out of ammo, run out of utility. Except it didn't go that way for Team Spirit this time.
Yeah, we have to also say for Team Spirit, they dropped farm. So that was, 500 meters to the east of where the circle was going to end up finishing. So very, very small rotation from them. But you can see in the replays, so many bloody teams crashed at compounds. I think it was 4 teams total right now, Jukes. We had BTR, you had Horror, you had De Muerte, you had RSG. And that means, of course, that all the loot was just picked up by this squad, by Team Spirit. And at the end, they had, 12 nades or 16 smokes or something? Insane amount of utility to use in an open terrain finish that really could have given them the win if they didn't lose the solo players earlier on in the match.
Oh my gosh, dude. Team Spirit reminds me of like when I used this game, right? Reminded me like back when I would go to my mama's house. You know what I'm saying? The food would just keep coming and coming and coming this way, and that's what they did. They just ate. And it was so crazy because I was like, man, I was like, wow, what a great job from Team Spirit to be able to hold all their utility towards the end. Very strong. And then you pointed out, you're like, dude, they just looted like 4 teams. And I was like, oh yeah, you're right. It's so crazy to see just them do that. But you're right. At the same time, it kills me to see those little tiny mistakes from Team Spirit. Matic getting caught out definitely hurt them. And then it just kind of all fell apart from there. But still a massive game from them.
Yeah, Nomi afterwards sent it up. You can see right here in the replay. The thing is that I'm really confused by is they didn't... you even mentioned it, I think, during that game, Jukes. Maybe they thought it was available. Maybe no one was up there. But no, literally 20 seconds before that push, a player of Major Pride shot a few bullets towards Team Spirit. They knew a team was up there. So he knew what was happening up there. He knew what was going down. And unfortunately for him, he lost his life in the process.
20 points. I mean, yeah, they don't get the chicken dinner, but they still had 15 eliminations on top of that. We know what we're not seeing here in our top 8 from the last match. Mir and Sejong. You guys didn't say it, so I feel like I had to say it. Here on the top. There's a lot of teams, the team at the top of the table at the start of the day. Yes, Team Spirit passed them in the last match, but that lead that Team Spirit's now building against them is almost solidifying them in a first place position.
I don't like this timeline. I want Mir and Sejong back up there, but unfortunately for Mir and Sejong, this was quite a rough circle for them, but center control was already overtaken by so many teams that they all tried to crash Team Spirit. I think that even if Mir and Sejong tried to do the typical center send early on, Hot Jukes, into Team Spirit, seeing how they were playing, I think it would not have been successful. So maybe Edge was the best approach this time around.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that compound is really, really tough. I mean, sometimes you could do is have the whole squad just send the main compound, go to the bottom floor, smoke the stairs, and just be like, hey guys, we're gonna be neighbors for a bit, you know?
Yeah.
But Team Spirit, we're not having none of that. They were taking out every single team nearby them, and they did a great job of doing it. And a good game for Tony K as well. I mean, Vampire being able to pull up the chicken dinner with as a duo, especially in the championship rounds, is just so clutch. Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of in true Vampire nature for me. I feel like we've seen this so many times out of them, and like you're saying, for Tony K to step up when they needed it, him and Newsy as well, trying to get them ever so close. So the problem is, look at this, they haven't even moved up in the leaderboards, even with their 2 fantastic games of the day, but they have closed that lead. 5 points behind Alpha 7. Mir and Sejong have fallen to 3rd place now. And just like that, Max, they're 20 points behind first place. Like, that is ridiculous.
I did not think they were going to be overtaken this quickly. And the lead would be created also so quickly by Team Spirit. That is quite a step up from the EMEA squad. And Major Pride, man, they just go down. They go back up in top 3. They've done this like many times throughout this tournament, I feel like, in the last day or two. So Major Pride back in 2nd place, but looking a little bit lower here. Vampire, still, we do see them get into the late game. Usually before we had, I think, 3 wins and 40 placement points. Even when they don't get wins here, especially I'm looking at the Sanok, they're getting points on board and they're still getting those chicken dinners. So Vampire, they're closing that gap here, and I think we are going to see them make it to top 3 eventually. Vampires seem to be playing so much more aggressive, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from the squad.
Yeah, you know what? And the reason why I hesitated, Jason, too, when you said, like, which team do we not see? Because you know what? MSJ, yeah, we didn't see on that first page. But we also didn't see DRX, right? DRX, I think they only had, like, what, 3 points that last game? And they're in the same position that MSJ is in at this point. They got to start clutching it up. Because let's be real. When it comes to, like, Alpha 7 and Vampire, if you were to just say what would need to happen in order for them to get into top 3, this is the absolute perfect storyline, right? You got the top teams, you know, throwing some early matches, and they're clutching it up right off the rip. It's going to get dangerous here in these last few matches. Yeah, and I mean, that's perfect, right? The fact is, Mir and Sejong and DRX, the 2 South Korean teams, are not having a good performance today, which does leave that 3rd place, that 1 position, susceptible to being sniped by any of these teams down below them. So we have to keep our eye on Alpha 7, Vampire, and DRX to see if they want to take it. Well, they need to make some big plays happen, and we're already seeing Vampire do just that. We can see a quick little head-to-head here between our 2 teams, and Mir and Sejong, we did talk about, as I think, overtaking Major Pride at some point when it came to eliminations, but honestly, it's all been Team Spirit now, as they are the elimination leader here in this lobby at 120.
And I feel like on the second half of this group stage, Team Spirit are reaching the late game way more than they used to. They are rotating so much more efficiently. I feel like so many teams here, Hot Jukes, have taken a note from the book of South Korea, which is quick rotations are actually really good. Just quick rotate in the center, hold down the fort, and you'll get to the late game. Will you get the win? Maybe not all the time, but you'll get a bunch of eliminations in the process because that position is so damn good. Team Spirit have really adapted so well to this lobby, and currently in 1st place. We're already 2 games down. If they do this once or 2 more times, maybe they're not only going to lock down their top 3 position, maybe they're just going to lock down the 1st place too.
Yeah, I mean, they could win this thing absolutely, especially with a game like we just saw. I mean, top of the leaderboards, what was it, 25 points without even winning a chicken dinner is pretty insane. So when you, it was just 20. Yeah, it's so crazy to see these kind of performances. And I mean, can you imagine, Max, that it is now a possibility that we don't even see a South Korea team go to the finals right off the rip? Can you believe that?
I don't want to believe that, so no, I don't believe you.
Right? It's so wild, but like the door is opened. Like the door has opened in just these 2 games. There's 4 more left to go. You can see the look on these players' faces. The nails are getting bitten off, except for Team Spirit. Right now, they're big chilling.
I mean, I want to say honestly, if Team Spirit have one more good game, I would probably say they're through into Grand Finals.
Yeah.
I know John, our stat man behind the screen, was kind of, I'm trying to like understand it. It's taking me about 15 minutes to figure it out. The TLDR though is that the points that they've been averaging or that they've been hitting does match the average bubble from top 3 last year, which was around 177. So if everything still plays out at an average of what we come to expect, they should be qualified. And I know I just murdered the entire description of how that works, but basically TLDR, Team Spirit, if everything plays out like it did last year, they're through to Grand Finals. But who knows what can happen?
Yeah, one of the biggest comebacks of the PMWC. Again, we had such high expectations for PMWC. The team really, unfortunately, disappointed us back there. I think it's fair to say that was not the performance we expected from Team Spirit back at that tournament. But here they are here to just reclaim the spot of one of the top EMEA teams.
Explain why though. There is something slightly different about Team Spirit from PMWC till now.
True. They got Matic.
They got Matic in the team. Not saying that Naomi was a detriment to the roster, but obviously the switch up they've had has allowed Team Spirit to not only be first place right now in PMGC, they won PMSL Fall. So this is definitely a big turnaround in this team. We're seeing Naomi play extremely better. As you said, Max, definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest EMEA players. Team Spirit are starting to look like the complete package. I'm just a little bit scared that I'm getting my hopes built up, Hot Jukes, just to be let down later on in the tournament.
I mean, I think we all are at this point because we're seeing these leaderboards just go back and forth between so many squads. And now you got Vampire on the hunt. You see Tony K smiling right there. He's ready to go. Alpha 7 are starting to charge their way up there too. So, I mean, things are starting to get really, really intense here. These are those championship rounds, and it's so relieving to see Team Spirit perform the way they did just so quickly here. I mean, so quickly. I mean, they were just taking squads out left and right, no mercy. They're looking like the Team Spirit of old for sure.
I think that especially because we get further and further in this final day of Group Yellow, I think we are slowly going to be looking at teams that we are going to be taken out of the equation for not only top 3, but also top 11 to some extent. And I don't know if you would agree right now, Jukes, but I would have to say DX, I don't think the way they're currently playing is going to allow them to reach top 3 anytime soon because they're going for these big, desperate
Damn it,
what was that?
He always does this.
That smile. That bloody smile. But
every time.
Yeah, DX really are struggling in these games to find good positions and are... right now, the way they're playing, Jukes, I don't know if you agree again, but top 3, I don't see DX being able to contest one of those top 3 positions.
It's over. All right, I'm putting the nail in the coffin. I don't see it happening and it's just purely because of how well these other teams are performing. I mean, it's still absolutely mathematically possible, but for D Xavier, it's taking a chicken dinner this game. Like, honestly, if they don't win this game, it's over for sure. You know what? Well, it's already over. They're not making it.
Oh, wow.
I'm saying.
Oh, wow. I mean, you did say Inca would be top 3, and they're not. That ain't happening. So I don't know, Jukes. I don't know.
You know what? They just got unlucky. They just got unlucky. That's
what we do, obviously, if we're talking so much about the top, and we obviously have about 1:30 until we head into our next match, but we have to also focus on the bottom, right? Because we do have Rami brought that last match able to push through into 13th place. They are about 23 points short of surpassing Inco and taking that 11th place position away from them. Even BTR, who did have a good match 1, they've fallen back down to 10th place and only 3 points ahead of the bubble. So it's a lot to keep an eye out on, and it's going to be extremely tough for these teams. I mean, I would say even down to maybe not to Marte, maybe Reagan's game would almost count out as well at 69. But we need to see, Hora, Harami Bro, Inco, BTR, there's still that battle at the bottom.
I'm looking at Reagan's gaming here, Jason. I always want to see them reach the late game, but they just struggle in doing so because they take so many early engagements and they just lose. They still get eliminations. Actually, in terms of eliminations, they're on par with teams around them like Harami Bro, Hora. They are decent on that front, but only 16 placement points over all of the matches they've played so far in Group Yellow, Jukes. That is insanely low. We need to see them try and make it towards at least one late game scenario. And right now, I think that's happened in one game where they got a 2nd place. And outside of that, pretty much nothing happened for RSG. So something needs to change, but with only now 4 matches remaining, I don't know if they have enough time to do a change like that.
They don't, and not to mention everything's going against them. I mean, Sandhawk, MSJ headed your way when you have the most dominant spot. What are you gonna do, man? But you know what? Oh, we're about to get into this one. Jason, I'm so pumped.
Well, I hope you can keep that pump, man. Don't get too tired because we still have the 4 matches left to go, and it's time for our casters to take things away. They're also known as John Allen and Blink, but I like to call them Jake.
That's right. That's what I always refer to us as well as. And of course, thank you very much to Jamax Jukes over on the desk.
Not sure about that one.
Jax Jukes? Maybe.
Jax hot?
Oh. Yeah. Max has come in with something strong. It's what is it? Jace Mooks. There we go.
Jace Mooks. Nice.
Jace Mooks.
Mason
Thanks, Jace Mooks. We're going.
Yeah, we're heading over towards second angle here, John.
Oh dear. Plane path from the northeast side down to the southwest. Again, fairly lenient as we seem to have evaded the quarry once more for the plane path, not necessarily for the circle this time around. So we'll see where that one ends up going. A magnificent performance from Team Spirit in that last lobby. What a way to open up their day. It's going to give them a lot of confidence for sure.
Yeah, I think with Team Spirit, that was a very crucial game for them. Sure, they come third place, but they definitely overreach towards the end of the game there. I think despite that, 20 points on a game sits them pretty far ahead. Major Pride, though, still in the runnings. It's not too much of a big deal, though, because Major Pride getting all those points on board means that Team Spirit and Major Pride can just be happy with this lead they've set between them and other teams underneath them. Almost 11 points between them and Mirren Sejong, 20 points between Mirren Sejong and Team Spirit. That is a whole chicken dinner and 10 eliminations differential between these squads. Team Spirit now basically just needs to hit a 7 to 8 point average to see themselves fairly safe towards that top 3.
We're going back over towards quarry flank with this circle. Why not? I said we'd evaded it with a plane path, and I might have cursed it a little bit there. Alpha 7, they're close on the roll up to MSJ. Why not put a crossbow bolt over towards Everest? You might hit something. Creo trying to tag on as well. If nothing else, just going on over and damaging those vehicles for MSJ, which rightly you need to do. They are currently our third place bubble team.
Even if they got a knock or popped a tire for Alpha 7, that's really important in terms of slowing that rotation down for Mirren Sejong over towards crates, keeping them out of the conversation, because they have a very easy rotational path right now with a east to west plane path to head down towards that western side. Inco already taking a knock and a flush coming through from Major Pride. Nevo Station just barely gets back inside. I think he is a solo here for Major Pride, though, which is a bit awkward.
He hasn't got the backup just yet. The rest of them over towards Sunken, over towards Ruins, so they need to move fast. Doesn't look like he has too many meds to play with. Vitali moves up the staircase, and that is going to be the end of him. Major Pride, they go 1 for 1. They get a point, but they lose a player. And in their position, as tentative, as trepidatious as they may need to be here to keep a hold of that second place spot, it's not great news.
Just on the other side, and they will just back it up into the warehouse. Major Pride, yeah, you're right. It's not ideal, but this is something they've fall prey to quite a few times in the past, is having Evo Station on one of these wide splits. And with this eastern plane path, you can imagine that there is quite a few teams that want to send quite quickly over towards the western side and change their loot spot up a little bit. And Inco has been a bit unable, I would say, to find a secure home here on Erangel. So they are mixing things up a bit. I mean, even if we remember from day one, hot dropping over towards BTR before we had that remake come through, and a fair few other times. So I think for Major Pride playing over towards this western position of Rozhok, I would say for their last Erangel of the day, just drop together. I understand the benefits of a trash drop, but yeah, not ideal. Here's Evo Station finding his first pick off, and at least they do get a trade out of it, 1 elim for 1 elim. But, you know, losing a player is always bad news for you, especially when you're trying to keep up this average, the top side of the table.
teams, again, going to be very familiar with this area of the map, given how many circles we've had on the southwest side of this. However, it's still very open. We can go all the way out to Everest. We can go back over to Pachinki, potentially. There's still a lot of options, so not completely confirmed over to Quarry. Vampire going to leave Primorsk. This is the team that I'm excited to watch for the next 4 maps, right? They have had 2 back-to-back strong performances. They are now almost neck and neck with Alpha 7. They are close enough to be a threat, especially to that 3rd place. They currently sit 14 points behind MSJ, and that is very, very doable. When you're looking at the top of the tables, the gaps that exist, sure, they might look larger, but in terms of the performances that these teams can put up, the volatility that they can sometimes show, it is so closable, as opposed to when you look towards the bottom of the tables, when that gap between Ore and Inko sitting at 23 points, that's basically an impossible crossing for these teams down towards the bottom, because they have not shown that they have that capability yet.
Yeah, and it's becoming less and less about a story of who breaks out from the bottom 5 and more about who breaks into the top 3, because it feels, like you say, fairly locked in right now for our bottom 5, of Horror just unable to get too much of anything done, and Inko still finding some points here and there for themselves. So yeah, all eyes right now on Vampires, Alpha 7 and DRX. I think for South Korea, they'll be cheering hard for these 2 teams to make it in towards that top 3 and have 2 representatives of that region confirmed over towards the Grand Finals. And Major Pride is making a big push today.
Just trying to maintain. I mean, they led out fast from that first day and have had a couple of missteps here and there, but now they sit in second, 168. Team Spirit on 177. They are already at the level that we saw last year was needed to get into the top 3. But given that it's so close, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that 3rd place bubble drop that little bit lower, because of the fact that we've got 6 teams all on super high scores here. No one's leading out super hard. It's really, really difficult to call. At this point, it is absolutely a coin toss for all of these teams. Roll that dice and pick 3, and you could be right.
Say Root. We did not fall down early, and this has been a problem for Mirin Sejong recently, is that their playstyle very much relies on having 4 players where they can take these 2-2 splits, aggressive holds, back up each other with off angles. I think that their mid-game definitely falls apart when they lose that 4th player early on in the match. And that is a troubling thing to think about for Mirin Sejong, especially into the future, because it's something they're going to have to deal with. And they leverage the fact that Hoxie is such an aggressive and strong player on the team to be able to marshal a lot of those more aggressive trades when playing down on players. But yeah, it's becoming more and more of a thing here where the circle isn't as open as they'd like. In those mid games, they lose a player and suddenly a lot of their game plan falls away, and they have to fall back onto something that maybe they're not too comfortable with playing. It is interesting.
It's kind of what we talked about as one of their major strengths, right? Was getting through that mid game, or getting into the late games. Their late game, a couple of missteps we saw earlier on, they absolutely fixed that. They nailed the late games, characterized really by going for aggressive 2-2 splits. And you're right, that's sort of what Hoxie has enabled them to do. But when you push down to 3, 2-2 splits just don't become viable anymore. You cannot hold as much ground as they would like to. So it has
You literally can't hold it.
Yeah, it literally
it's a 2-1.
Yeah. It's mathematically impossible. So definitely something that they need to address. These first 2 games have not been great for them. Going down early, low point scoring. Now they need to turn things around.
A team that was so dead set up towards 1st place for a long time. It's kind of amusing seeing them fall off like this. And I say it's a fall off, it really isn't. 157 points is massively respectable here. It is the current group stage data for Alpha 7. It's gone in the blink of an eye, but 4.4 eliminations is definitely a thing to keep your eyes on, because that just shows where a lot of these points from Alpha 7 have come from. Yes, they've had some strong games, some good chicken dinners, but it is just consistently putting 4 to 5 elims up per match that has kept them up towards this top side of the table and in for running. But Vampires slowly creeping up on them. with the way the Vampires have played in the past, if we look at previous data from other tournaments, last day Vampires is a terrifying thing. It almost seems that they realize what situation they're in, and not until the final moment when they wake up on that final day, like, we should probably go to work.
I mean, it's time. You need to wake up and smell the coffee. You need to get on the road to success. That's what it is all about. Team Spirit certainly have powered up today. Nomi been doing a lot of work for his team, but has been punished for it a few too many times. Certainly for your liking, you've criticized him for it.
I mean, those aggressive holds, they have definitely given them some good positioning, and I think it's somewhat of that gamble you take with a player where, yes, they might cause mistakes in your games that could lead to losing a chicken dinner, but they could also lead to games that give you a huge amount of eliminations. And if it wasn't for him, some of those holds on that northern side just wouldn't have been possible, because his nades and his shots getting those knocks were critical to them holding that compound. And I think that's the thing, it's just a trade-off you take with Nomi. He's such a fantastic player, such a fantastic fragger, that sometimes you just have to take the good with the bad, because more often than not, he is providing so much value for the team. I will say one thing, you know, looking at his average elims, 2.2, that's currently half of what the whole team from Alpha 7 is putting up per game on one player.
That's pretty impressive stuff, right? Like, that's very difficult to do, especially given the fact that we've got 6 teams competing at the very highest level, right? You talk about how these teams compete at the highest level. Even Twisted Minds, they're such a good team that it's kind of weird that they're towards the bottom. The fact is that they are also an incredible roster. It's just that everybody else is playing kind of out of their minds in a lot of this one. There are obviously mistakes that Twisted Minds have been making, but everybody in this lobby is phenomenal. So the fact that you can put up those numbers in a lobby like this for the teams at the top is just scary for the rest of the world.
Absolutely. I think that you're right, is that Twisted Minds is a great team. They are just being outclassed by some of the best. And we don't call Group Yellow the Group of Death lightly either. It is a really difficult lobby to play in. Next Circle did pop, though. And we saw that Team Spirit had taken a leaf out of Mirror and Sejong's book. They held themselves a 2-2 split. Now they're regrouping over towards the northwest side of Nomi as well as Matic getting into position. It is also nice the devs keep talking about Matic, because I do think he's improved so much. I mean, he used to be a bit of a wild card, a weak link on Team Spirit, but he has solidified himself as one of the most reliable players on this squad now, which is really nice to see. And it's nice as well having Kitsune and Matic together, an ultimate duo just like Eddie and Venom in the current Symbiosis event going on in PUBG Mobile.
Oh yeah, hopefully they're going to have one more dance, but the last dance for Venom, maybe not so happy about that. Maybe we'll see that from a couple of our teams here too, but yeah, absolutely. I think as well, you can't understate Effect's impact. He's now drawn level, in my estimation, with Nomi in terms of the impact that he's having here. Nomi obviously having a couple of off games, but Effect was there to pick up the pieces and has been going blow for blow with Nomi on those numbers. And I'm really impressed with how Team Spirit has developed into this tournament. I think if they were our #1 pick from Group Yellow, I would be happy with that. I think that it has been proven now. They have deserved this spot. But when you talk about Team Spirit in the world stage, you can never say it's over until it's over. There is still so much room for error that we've seen from them in the past.
Yep. And I don't want to curse him too much. No fear. Does take down Hoxie. Horrible player to be losing there for Mirror and Sejong. And again, down to 3 early on. That is to our 12th place team. So Mirror and Sejong just suffering at the hands of some of these teams that we didn't expect them to go down to. Is over on that western side of the map around Gatka. They went for more of a safe crossing here. And I think some of that confidence has been shaken on Mirror and Sejong's side to take some of these aggressive holes, some of these aggressive splits. And I think a lot of it was enabled by some circles in the past where a ton of teams were sending very central down towards the middle of the map, but then we get a northern shift and Mirror and Sejong's the only one playing on the north on the edge, and they're able to take a lot of space because of that. But we'll have to wait and see. RSG finding Elementrix. This is Major Pride going down to 2 players, by the way. Ooh, does he spot him? I don't think he does. AZ just hidden.
Look at that shift, and AZ, well, he's going to be known now. The hard shift up to the northeast. We're going northwest to Pachinki here. We have Zeus on the north side. BTR making a fast maneuver up towards this direction, but the teams on the southwest going to suffer for this. MSJ, DRX, Alpha 7, Vampire, all going to have to push in from this west side.
Yeah, crossing over this field is really awful news for them. Team Spirit likely to be quite happy with their position, though. It has full sight lines out towards the west and likely could pick up a couple of Elims and Nox as teams trying to crash on in. Here's BTR down to 1 player. Adeti seems to be the one who did majority of that work, apparently. Amir and Sejong, they take this opportunity, they take this chance, as does Major Pride. Great nade will find 2, and that's them over. DX Xavier topple BTR inside the warehouse.
But BTR have already put up some numbers so far today, and the fact is that 12th place is still so far behind. They'll be okay for a moment longer. Major Pride fall. Blank, they're out. 1 elimination found. They are on 169, which gives MSJ, DRX, Alpha 7, Vampire, goodness me, that list is long, a chance to jump up on over now.
And Maroon Sejong getting over towards this compound is great news. This was an aggressive push from them. They went directly past Team Spirit in towards one of the more central compounds. Now Vampires are getting involved too, and Seiwu takes some shots down the stairs, but it's not enough. Vampires have fully breached the building.
Vampire on the ground floor with just Stoned left. MSJ looking to fend off their 3rd place position, and Stoned will fall next. Schweppes on the outside. Can he do it again? The man is insane, and he goes for 1. MSJ, oh no, this is so unfortunate. The crash was looking good. MSJ looking to confirm these points, and every point matters here. Schweppes steps out, but there's danger in the fields as Team Spirit take the third-party angle. Newsy, Tony K, all there, and DX Xavier here to play. MSJ are down, and the third party takes both of them out.
Yeah, easy cleanup for DX Xavier. That could have gone very differently for Vampires. Their initial push was strong. They got onto the lower side, but very good defense from Miran Sejong. Almost went terribly for the Vampires, but cleaned up by DX Xavier shortly afterwards.
Rame Bro spraying down. Aura out of it once more. It is so strange that Harame Bro have such an impact on so many important fights, but they're in 13th place, Blank. It's odd, but here we are. That's the world we live in. Aura with 1 player down in front of him. I think Sky may be able to get this one back up, but Alpha 7 looking to sweep up towards this northern side, and a big pickup with that nade. Able to get a knock, able to get a flush as well. Harame Bro getting taken low by an Alpha 7 striking out.
Yeah, it's a good crash from Alpha 7. They had a little position to go to, but the fact they hear this fighting happening over towards that north side means that they could make a quick rotate up. They knew they were in for a fight when they headed this way, but they were certain they could win it. Considering that it had been going on for quite a while, they saw the knocks coming through. Very, very well played to Alpha 7. They picked themselves up a lot of eliminations off the back of this one, up to 3 already, and likely a 4th coming shortly.
Southwest side DRX are suffering. They've got 2 players down, and they need to pick them back up or get something out of this, because Loops are looking to pick up the points from it as well. Nox coming on in, and DRX, they may not have enough left in the tank as Alpha 7 clean up on the northwest side. DRX just with Kaikse left, and Team Spirit looking to push them down. Our 2nd place and 3rd place teams are out, and make that a 4th place team too. Alpha 7 now with the chance to move up.
Yeah, this is their time to shine. The Team Spirit even happier. I mean, that is a interesting play down towards the south side, but they can control the south side of the map. It's perfect. Again, very similar situations to both Alpha 7 and Team Spirit. They hear engagements happening on the side of the map. They take control of them. They know there's limited space within this circle, so they need to maintain some space on the map to ensure they can play very far out on the edge here.
7 try to sweep down the hillside. Team Spirit regrouping up closer towards the north, but the building's not quite in. They'll have to move a little bit further up, and you can see Kitsune wants to break that barrier first, moving to the roadside, but has to fold back. Actually, the buildings may just be in on this south side. Certainly not safely, but might be what they have to settle for. Alpha 7 further to their north. They don't want to give these points over this way.
I think Team Spirit is forced to fight. They have to. They're going to want to try and take control of this high ground that sits over towards the north side versus Alpha 7. They can't stay in that building. It was more just a regroup point where they could get reset and think about what was next in the scenario, because they know it was clear. And it was a good thing they did have that knowledge as well, because if it wasn't for that case, Alpha 7 might have been able to pump more bullets in. I mean, they're a very accurate squad. You could see the damage ringing through towards them.
My question is, do Alpha 7 want this fight? I mean, I feel like probably they do, but there is always that option for them to just try and move in on that north, continue their sweep, but if they can get rid of Team Spirit, I mean, that's huge for them. They can get rid of everybody ahead of them in the tables.
I mean, neither team wants this fight particularly, but historically over towards this side of the map on the west, these two teams on either side of the road always end up fighting in the future, right? It's a hard position to hold as a two-man. You're likely to get shut down later on, and they know that that squad on the other side, vice versa, is going to be a problem towards that end game. So if they can pressure them now, try and take shots, especially because Team Spirit is just coming into the circle. They're not fully regrouped. They don't know what's over towards their north side. Alpha 7, however, has more control further into the circle. Yeah, they can put a little bit of pain in. So utility wasted on either end of things, but Alpha 7 has had way more death crates to be looted on.
Bold flex out from Kitsune. He has to turn around and get away from it. Potentially looking for that crash. Twisted Minds from the east side. RSG as well. Now coming into contact on the route out to Pachinki. A nade over for Doran is good for one. And Bay now trying to launch a counter-offensive. Not doing so quite successfully just yet, but the nades continue to go through. Lighting looking to launch two, but they're going to have to move with that shift. It goes west. It's onto the compound that DX Xavier hold. Inco on the south of it. De Muerte with their players going to struggle to keep Alpha 7 and Zeus at bay.
Yeah, for Alpha 7, they certainly want to rotate over towards this side. First, they need to clear out Zeus. Tumente is going to be sitting pretty for a while, but Zeus is making that roll up right now. In the meantime, we're still getting this fight between Twisted Minds as well as RSG, who are stuck in one hell of an awkward position. Unlikely to get out of this one, I'd say. Caged in. Twisted Minds have thrown away the key. Good nade from Zeus as well. Takes down Eugene and Pusher, and that'll be De Muerte out, clearing out a strong space for Zeus, understanding that there likely was going to be a wrap sooner or later from Alpha 7, so why don't we just pick up a strong position early?
Twisted Minds maybe continuing the fight. RSG look really reluctant in this scenario. I mean, rightly so. You cannot really go for this peak boldly. Freak taken low, but so is Bay, and again, just a little bit of a dampener put on this fight. Twisted Minds, it feels like they've been trying to go for the last 30 seconds. They just can't get away. These nades keep pouring in, but down the hill they fall, and Doran goes down too. Coops is there for the 1-2 punch, and God is the last to stand. Zeus on the northern side, flexing out with an off angle on this one, but God descends the hill. Looking to try and move onto the side swipe to Zeus. Potential to make something spicy happen here, unless he gets spotted. Zeus, this is a team that I have loved watching over the last few months, Blank. We saw them in EMEA. Their rookie ascension has been fantastic. The desk highlighted them earlier. They come into this tournament with very few expectations on them, but they have impressed. And despite losing a player here, just as I say that, I'm still very happy with this team from Turkey.
Another, maybe? Yeah, I think Aaron there, he's trying to scout out over towards that top side. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive. There's tons of sight lines that can be held from down this hill, but yeah, Zeus going down to 3 players. They had a good hold. I don't think they had to spread out too much there, and I think Aaron gets a little bit too much in the face of the wall of the blue, which was unnecessary. The real play there would have been just to keep tabs on either side. Who pushes in first, which is the bigger threat, and I think that right now Maniac is calling to the team that there is a full 4-man squad here on the western side that we need to take care of. We have good angles, we've got good hard cover in the front. Maniac just trying to provide information of where these players are playing using the buggy for a little bit of that high ground perspective.
Alpha 7 stalling the fight on the south with Team Spirit for a long time. RSG find a shot, and God, it's just doing so much damage. Unfortunately, not able to get the flush onto Maniac, but Twisted Minds might be able to do so. The pressure from the east side, look at that roll-up. They are starting to swing around and try and flank in. A perfectly timed push from Twisted Minds as they get the roll down onto Maniac. Rita next to the fall to the bumpers.
Oh my God,
he's getting taken for a ride. Twisted Minds send them back to the lobby. Goodness me, they'll take them there personally. A chauffeur-driven escort.
I rocked up with a white van and kidnapped him. That's so unfortunate. That's not acceptable in these games. Zeus does go down in the process. Alpha 7, though, I knew as soon as this fight started breaking out that we would see smokes coming through from Alpha 7. Moving up forward. That's exactly what they do, but they are somewhat pressured, and Team Spirit's not allowing them to get too much off of this for free. They've wanted to sandwich them here. They understand that Alpha 7 hasn't pushed too far forward because of this problem in the front line. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds isn't fully reset just yet, so Team Spirit do need to wait a little bit, but the blue waits for no one, John.
Kitsune has been scouting down on the south side for a long time. Potential that they crash there. A big nade to open things up from McGrellan, and Alpha 7's push can now start to come on through. Doran, he's not going to survive this bombardment. Surely he doesn't get back. There it goes. McGrellan gets the flash. Freak almost goes down too. Lord is super low on the backlines, and Alpha 7 have everything they need. Coops, though, he's still alive. That's going to be handled by Revo. Freak and Lord now trying to keep things under control as things are starting to crumble. Alpha 7 put more pressure on Carrillo. Just loads plate after plate onto the barbell, and they cannot keep things going. Lord will crumble, and they rep to failure. Twisted Minds are out.
Technically, Team Spirit has made the right play here, which is to wait for a fight to break out where they can move through. Unfortunately for them, Alpha 7 is so damn good that there has never been a fight where they've looked even somewhat phased during that entire thing. It was so well played from Alpha 7 that there simply just wasn't that opportunity for Team Spirit, and they desperately needed that opportunity to make through. Kitsune's been scouting in the meantime down towards that south side to see if he can get an opening, and it's so sad that he moves back up towards that northwest now, because this would have been the ultimate time for them to move through. Matic goes down to Alpha 7, now leaving Team Spirit as a 3.
They could still potentially go for a swing. Alpha 7 haven't committed to the push to try and capitalize on the knock and flush that they found, but they have so much room to maneuver that that rotation out is not going to be possible for them. DX Xavier on 2, Inko trying to keep things going as well on this south side, and Ora, by the way, still alive. Effect spotted next and flushed immediately. Alpha 7 are slowly extracting value. They're up to 10 eliminations now, Blank. They are on a tear. Their ascension is here as well, as Kitsune's the next to fall. It's all up to Nomi on that north side to get value from this game, but Team Spirit may have already done enough to secure a top 3 position, but there is always that worry with so many teams around the corner.
Nomi in the ditch. They know exactly where he is. Revo gets taken down on a DBS play from Nomi. Steps up, looks for another, but won't find it. Alpha 7, 12 elims on this game. 3 elims for Team Spirit, down in 4th place. But yeah, this could have gone so differently for Team Spirit. Kitsune had just kept tabs a tiny bit longer down towards that south side. That would have been such a good wrap from them to really get involved in that fight on the south. But this should be an Alpha 7 win. Very, very well played. They made it look so easy, this game. That northern side just fell under Alpha 7's thumb.
I feel like Ora's position is completely unknown to everybody in this lobby right now. He is very, very hunkered down. Carrillo might spot it. He's the only player that could really do anything about it. I think he's going to get vision on this. He might just step up and go for the spray. Yes, he's seen it. Finally, the snake has been removed. The grass clears. And now it's DX Xavier with 2. 13 elims, put up 15. You get a 25-point match. And for Alpha 7, this is a great result. With so many of the teams ahead of them going down early, they will be in the top 3 after this. The question is, where will they fall in that top 3?
Grillin up close and personal. DX Xavier, 2 players remaining with Levi's as well. It's a 3v2. Levi's currently in that Molotov. Does take damage from it finally. So unfortunate. He steps out the way, and Alpha 7 should now be looking for Levi's. He finds the first knock, but will not find anything else off the back of it. Tons of elims here for Alpha 7. Revo does go down, but the rest of the boys take it home for them. And for Alpha 7, that is a mighty jump.
The champs don't choke here, Blank. They will be able to find a chicken dinner at a pivotal juncture, but the job is not done. And you can see that in the sentiments that they're displaying there. For Alpha 7, they know that it's the first step. One of 3 more they have to make to secure themselves a spot in the London finals, to book that ticket and head on out that way. It is down to the wire here. We are going for 3 more. We have to play them all out, and it's still all up for grabs.
No, Alpha 7's trying to grab anything they possibly can right now to breach that top 3 and to secure that spot into the Grand Finals in the UK. And honestly, they're becoming extremely close, if not already doing it in this last match alone here. But that also means we have the likes of them and Team Spirit potentially setting themselves up to be locked in for the finals. Top Jukes and Max, man, this game, it had a lot. It had a lot to talk about. Thinking back to specifically the Xavier BTR kerfuffle that ended up turning into teams taking every position they possibly can from each other.
I don't even know how to break down that entire fight in the first, but I think we'll get to it at some point, Jukes. I think we can talk about it later, but this finishing moment here from Alpha 7, such a good hold on the northern side. They had, 12 eliminations before even going into this fight in the first place. This is Alpha 7 that we said, Jukes, at the start today, are going to be hungry to push it into top 3. 7 elims, Carrillo? Bro,
Carrillo, let's go, dude. He's back, baby. He's back. Because, you know, it's so crazy. Like, he has been overshadowed lately, you know, by, you know, Mafioso, Revel when it comes to eliminations. But, you know, I remember back in the day, this was the most dangerous man on the battlegrounds. And he's showing it in the championship rounds that he's still here to play.
You know, I give him a lot of slack, or a lot of, not slack, maybe crap is better the word, for not being able to like frag on par with Mafioso and Revo. But as we've been talking about, England leaders need to be able to frag out these days, and Carrillo is starting to show he can do it when they need it. Thinking back to PMWC, now here at PMGC, Alpha 7 might be that unbeatable team if we get them in London.
So I really want to pay attention here to the replays, because we're going to see that crash that we've been talking about for the entirety of this match.
You don't want to talk about what we're discussing. You always change topics, Alvi. Now here it is.
Because we got the replays. Look at these beaches that are happening. We have to move the topic over there. So initially, Xavier, right, have this 2-2 split hold on that central compound, Jukes. And BTR send it in, and I think Xavier instantly were able to get a really good engage onto BTR, getting 3 knocks, but lose 2 players in the process, sending the 2 other players of Xavier over to the warehouse to clear it up. But as we saw, Jukes, afterwards, that just opened up the opportunity for other squads to take that compound for themselves.
Yes, sir. Speaking of other squads, that was gonna be MSJ. Dude, man, Sejong just said yoink to Xavier right when they went on the push to BTR, and I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, like the timing couldn't have been more perfect. That's it, Xavier's toast. But then, what do you know? Here comes another squad, right? They go ahead and they push on to MSJ. Xavier comes back right around, punishes them both, and gets that victory in that battle. So, I mean, huge game for Xavier, especially considering where they're on the leaderboard.
Yeah. I mean, Xavier looked a little bit sad after that game. Like, man, I would be pumped after a match like that. How many elims you get in that compound, and you make it to second place? That is massive. When I initially thought they would go down on the first breach of BTR, but they survive, make it to top 2, and get a bunch of points on board, be in second place in terms of points earned with 15 on the board.
Speaking about getting points, Twisted Mind's getting some decent points here as well, having an okay push, you guys were saying, up against Reagan's game and getting themselves the 8 points in total. But Xavier, like I said, 15. Hora getting themselves 7. Team Spirit, though, on 7. I did want to bring up the fact that you guys were discussing, like, what is Team Spirit going to do here? Because we had Alpha 7 and Twisted Minds looking to skirmish towards the north. Then you had Xavier and Inca looking to skirmish towards the south. And Max, you were kind of like, you know, thinking, like, which direction are they going to go?
I think that was the big question for them, and they had Kitsune scouting the compound of Inca and Xavier, while the 3 of the players were north looking at Alpha 7 fighting Twisted Minds, and they needed to make one decision. They needed to make one decision as to which fight do we take and commit to, and we need to full send into that fight. But unfortunately, Jukes, the main issue for them this game was indecision. They did not make one of those big calls, and because of that, got pushed by the blue zone and were so easy to take down. So next time, I hope we see Team Spirit just go for the send it, because if you don't do anything, teams will eliminate you very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, is that, you know, it kind of puts a little question mark on for me, because, you know, when you look at Team Spirit, they're in first place, right? So I think a lot of that hesitation was just caused by where they're at on the leaderboards. Because at a certain time, you got to realize like, hey, you know what? We got a good lead. We just need points on the board. You know, so instead of playing their normal game and actually going for that aggression, maybe they're like, hey, let's just hold back, survive. Because the teams do Brazil, baby.
Don't die, please.
Alpha 7. We're back, baby. 173 points. Oh my goodness. Hey, what was it? What were we saying earlier, Max? It was Brazil versus who?
South Korea. It could still happen. It could still happen. But this is what we're going to see throughout the day, I think, Jason. We're going to see these teams just back and forth in the top 3. It's so close between all of these like top 5 squads still that right now DRX, MSJ, they feel like it. They could push back up to there. But looking at the consistency of team spirit reaching the late game, I think currently they're locked into top 3. I would say we still have 2 spots. Alpha 7 Major Pride need to hold down the fort because their spot is not yet secured.
I mean, it's becoming really tough at the top of the leaderboards, right? If you just have one more bad game, if a team who's trying to be in the running for top 3, that could be what keeps you out of the whole shebang. But as we look down towards the bottom of the table, Inko, BTR, really no movement down towards the bottom, as we did see Twisted Minds come into 15th place, but 20-point difference between Inko and Hora. We need to see a big game here at the bottom of the table if one of these teams want to push one of them out. But the way it's been kind of going, it's not looking like it's going to be possible here. I mean, Hora, you had Sky surviving as long as he possibly could as a solo, trying to get any single point. But the fact is, those placement points aren't going to be enough to propel you into 11th place. You need to be able to pull off a win and be able to pick up quite a few eliminations.
Yeah, how about 15?
Getting desperate. Yeah. Sorry?
I was about to say, how about 15, right? From Alpha 7. That's all it takes. And that's what's so crazy is because, like, we're seeing teams put up decent games, decent eliminations, but we're seeing the squad that wins just blowing everybody out of the water with a crazy, crazy game. And that's what's shaking up this leaderboard so much. So, like, I mean, still, if MSJ do it, DRX do it, even Vampire, if they go ahead and get that done here, which I think for Vampire, it needs to be for this next game. Because if not, right?
Well, the conversation... Oh, okay. Well,
see that right there?
Right. I thought 7 was not on the desk, but he's still here.
See that right there? All right. It's going to be a problem, guys. It's going to be a problem because you know what? I think that second place curse is over, baby. These guys are clutching it up.
So on the leaderboards, just to look back at the bottom of the table really quickly. So Zeus is at 120 points in 8th place. Loops is in 9th at 103. And then it's 101, then it's 100. So right now, if Hora could have, or even Harambe Bro could have some big final games, we could see one of those 3 being potentially knocked out. But that lead is still continuing to, I think, lengthen in that spot on the bubble. But towards the top, you know, MSJ, they have struggled today. Easily, obviously, their worst day so far. What do you think necessarily, Max, is kind of going wrong for them? Is it just teams kind of figuring out the style that they're running and being able to counter it or be able to do it before them? Or what is it?
I feel like teams are able to get center a lot faster throughout kind of yesterday, but especially today. Central positions are taken over by D Xavier in this game. The game before that, it was Team Spirit. And the big gambles we saw them do, Hodgix, which is phase 1, phase 2, send it dead center. Teams have caught up to that.
Yes.
Teams know, oh, the good position. MSJ is going to send it in phase 1, phase 2. We need to take it quickly if we want to get that spot for ourselves to hopefully aim for the chicken dinner. And so far, these central positions have been the game-winning spot a lot of the time. So MSJ, unfortunately, the strat is just not quite working as much as it used to.
All right, we're going to head over to a break here. We get things ready to go for the second half of the day, the final 3 matches of Group Yellow. We'll see you all soon.
Welcome back. I'm joined by the team that just won Alpha 7 Revo. Before this match, actually now after this match, you guys are actually 11 points away from that top. At the end of the day, do you guys think you can make it to that top?
Falta 11 pontos aí para a primeira posição. Você acha que vai estar lá na primeira posição final do dia?
Espero que sim. Se for da vontade de Deus, eu acho que a gente termina na primeira posição. Mas claro que a gente quer ir para a final, a gente está dando o nosso máximo. A gente não começou tão bem, mas a gente está buscando melhorar e, se Deus quiser, a gente termina na primeira posição indo direto para a final.
I hope so. God willing, we will make it there. We didn't start so good as we wish, but I think we're going to make it to top 3 and we'll make it all the way to the Grand Finals.
I mean, well, as I just said, after that performance, you guys are just 11 points away from being able to get to that first place. Now, coming into this group, coming into this PMGC, a lot of people thought that you guys were just going to have it easy. Everybody had you projected to be in the top 3. Did that put any extra pressure on your guys' shoulders?
O pessoal acreditava que vocês iam estar no top 3, né? Isso deu pressão para vocês?
Acho que não. A gente trabalha muito, a gente joga há muito tempo e a gente já passou por diversas situações e a gente está buscando melhorar. A gente sempre quer estar entre o top 3, quer sempre buscar ser campeão e a gente está trabalhando para que isso aconteça e, se Deus quiser, vai acontecer.
I don't think so. We always work really hard. We're always gunning for the top, working for the top 3, and we've been working for it. And I think, once again, that God willing, we're going to make it there once again.
Well, hopefully you guys will be able to. Obrigado, parceiro. Because right now, it's very unpredictable. Back to you guys.
I mean, Alpha 7 just trying to keep it interesting, right? They're just trying to keep us on our toes and keep our predictions in a rough spot, because my predictions are still not looking too great. I only had one of the teams at the moment in top 3 to make it through. But we still have 3 matches left to go. But more importantly, Max, we have our final Erangel to come up. And we know how Alpha 7 can play on Miramar here. So I'm getting a little bit worried for some of these teams if they want to catch up.
Yeah, I know we're talking about South Korea a lot, Jason, but we have to bring it up that so far in the last 2 days in particular, Erangel has been their big battleground where they get a big majority of their points. And as of today, that's not been really the case, Hot Jukes. They've been struggling. We talked about it just before the break where they are still, well, especially MSJ, are going for these big gambles. But the center is so busy every single match, it seems like. So maybe Miran Sejong got to start to think of playing edge if they can't get quickly to the center, because teams are adapting and somewhat taking their approach.
Or maybe scout? You know, perhaps.
Maybe look before pushing?
Maybe, you know, I mean, because it's getting so tough here. It's honestly a disaster for these South Korean teams because, you know, they are not performing, and you have Alpha 7 going nuts. Vampire on the climb as well. You know, DRX still quiet with only a few matches left to go. Man, it's going to come down to, we need to see a pop-off match. We really do. I think if you're MSJ, you're going to need to hunt down that chicken dinner. But at the same time, I see where you're coming from, because it's like, man, the strategy that was working, it's not working right now, right? Because I think all these other teams, they did their research, they did their homework, and they've adapted to the lobby, you know? And this is something I've been harping on from day one. We knew this was going to happen, right? So when it comes to adaptation, MSJ need to show that they can do it.
And we still need to be careful, because sure, we're looking at Team Spirit, looking at Alpha 7 being the main enemies, quote-unquote, of Miran Sejong and DRX. Major Pride are still getting a few eliminations here and there every single match, so they are just lingering in the top 3, going in and out of it, so they could snatch away a top 3 position if things keep going their way. But here we go, top 4 gunslingers so far. Nomi still up there, and of course, with how the games have gone so far for Team Spirit Hardrix, I'm not too surprised. But we are seeing, though, and this is a big surprise to me, Eren is still in the conversation for Zeus. Clearly one of the new bloods in this group that has been completely impressing us. So Zeus, again, I'm happy to see in the next year. So how is Zeus going to perform? Because this, as their first global event, is truly impressive.
I love it. I love it. 8th place right now. I mean, you got to be happy with that for sure. Good luck in the survival stage. I will say that, you know, and speaking of survival stage, Jason, we got to talk about those teams at the bottom, right? We got to talk about those teams that are going to be able to try and just get it in. Honestly, when it comes to Aura, 20-point difference between them and Inko. Like, what do you think? Like, chicken dinner in this next game? If they don't get it, it's over?
No, I don't think next game need a chicken dinner. I think you just need to have some consistent points coming in. enough to obviously catch up to Inco and surpass them. The problem is that goalpost is going to continue to move whenever Inco does well, or then of course you have to worry about BTR and then loops. It's going to be, it's tough no matter what, but I don't think they need to win a game necessarily. They just need to have some solid matches. Obviously, every time they have a bad match from there on, or from now on, means it's going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah. How many points do you think you want to see from Hora this next game in order to make it?
I mean, there's 3 matches left, 20 points. I don't know. I want to see like anywhere between 7 to 10.
7 to 10.
I was going to say 7-8 minimum.
Minimum this game. And that's if Inco just does nothing, you know? So
well, it's not just Inco, right? Because it's Inco, BTR, and Loops. So if one of those 3 teams does nothing, then it makes it a lot easier for you. And we'll find out exactly what's going to happen in just a few. But I got to remind you guys once again about the phone. You guys might be looking, what are they using? What's this device? Well, if you think back to PMWC or maybe a PMSL in your region, you know it's the Infinix GT20 Pro. Of course, Max, after I grilled him on day 1, has that right next to him every single time with its 120 FPS. That FPS couldn't save you, though, when it came to our first match on it.
What the hell did I do to you?
Bad luck, dude.
Okay, I try, but
I remember
there's no bots in Ultimate Royale. There's no bots in Ultimate Royale, man. They're too good in that mode. I'm struggling. Okay.
So you only did well against bots, is what you're saying?
Yes.
If it makes you feel any better, bots still destroy me. So I mean, you're still better than me either way, Max. And well, we got to play a 4-man squad, and was it Hot Jukes put up like 10, 12 eliminations? It was crazy. If not more than that.
Something like that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta
Bro,
go.
And you were on the floor. You were like laying down on the floor and you pulled that off. Dude. And you were right next to Seven, and Seven must have eaten something a little bit risky that night because it was not pleasant to be around him.
I got smoked, you know?
Quite literally.
But I still performed, baby. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta pre-fire through the smoke and make it happen here, man. This is crazy. Alpha 7 is on the climb indeed, man. This is gonna get crazy this last 3 matches because there are so many teams that can clutch it up. Now, you said 8 to 10 points from Hora, right? I'm gonna ask you this, Max. Vampire, how many points do you need to see from them if they want to make it the top 3?
Right now, with their current position in the rankings, so
In
just as
this
context, Vampire have 146.
They need.
The thing is, with how the teams are playing, I don't think they're going to slow down. I need to see
a win almost. Like they're 23 points behind the bubble.
I need to see 10 points, at least a top 3 with a few eliminations right now for Vampire. And we mentioned it at the start of the day, right, Jason, about this team, is that they go for the win, or they get these really bad results. They can't afford a bad result. They get one bad result. I think the top teams are just going to start creating such a big gap. The Vampire will just have to be okay with making it to survival stage. Right now, we need to see a big match to wrap up Erangel, our last Erangel of Group Yellow. So Vampire, one bad game is not going to cut it. We need to see some points coming on the board.
Real talk.
I'm going to agree with you,
Vampire.
Jason. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh no. We can bench my point because I hear you're agreeing with me, and I love to hear that.
I am agreeing with you, dude. I think that Vampire need to win this game. I mean, because these other teams above them have too much pop-off ability. I mean, they'll pull up 25 points like we just saw Alpha 7 do, and I think any of those squads right below them can still make that happen. So for Vampire, yeah, chicken dinner this game. I think if you want to feel even close to being comfortable to make it a top 3.
So chicken dinner do they go for? Or is it time for them to be like, okay, we just have to hot drop one of the teams in top 3. Hot drop Major Pride. Keep that goalpost within reach of you, because the amount of points they need is kind of insane. What was it, like 23 I said before? Yeah, 23 points. Hot drop them. Try to stop their momentum, because as you said, Max, they're going to consistently get eliminations here in these next matches that you almost have to if you want to catch Major Pride.
Jason, why did you bring up hot drops? You know how that makes that Jukes act up? Like, he loves them hot drops. Every time he's talking about, I want to see the hot drops. And technically, you could do it.
Hot drop for a reason, I like. Hot dropping and Picado for no reason, yes. I hate. Get that out of here. But we're going to find out as we're heading into our final Erangel of Group Yellow. Blank and John, dive us in.
Oh, we've got the goggles on. We're ready to dive straight on in for the final time over Erangel for Group Yellow. It has been a journey with these teams, but it's not over yet. We're going to go from Stalba down to Sosnovka, and this time around, the plane path again goes a little bit further out to the east than we've seen at the starting half of Group Yellow.
Major Pride is actually a big deal for them on this one, because I certainly think this is a game where they need to regroup early on this drop. There's absolutely going to be a lot of teams that want to drop in their area, that want to pick up some of the positions they're in, steal some of the vehicles. And I think you just have to sacrifice that to the fact of maintaining 3 players. It's not going to be ideal otherwise. BTR heading over towards Rozok and Mirren Sejong heading over towards Crates. It's a long journey for them with this kind of playing path. And Muerte again heading towards Severny, giving up on that Nova Rep Moya drop now. They are split in half.
Okay. Could be a tricky one. See if they can pull back together in the end. MSJ, BTR close by. Very dangerous stuff. Genforce is already in a vehicle. You can see that. It might be another military circle. Oh, blank. This is a treat. We're going to be going all the way down south, so expect fast rotates. Major Pride already landing on that military base close to Harame, bro. Got Muerte there as well. Expect hovercrafts. Expect maybe another Sky Tape coming through from Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough to him. This is quite far down towards Sosnovka. So, yeah, like you say, likely a Sosnovka position. For Muerte, they've got all the map covered. They've got north and south. But for Tresty as well as Pusher, yeah, getting down towards the point is going to be a necessity. At least there will be a place to call home when they do reach landfall on Sosnovka. Team Spirit making that crossing down towards that south side, likely going to be coming through. Again, this does have a little bit on the northern side of the circle in terms of that main island. Could head back up that way, but with so much water down towards that south side, you're thinking that this is going to be a south island. First blood for RSG. It's over
maybe
towards
a trade.
Harame, bro. Yeah, trade.
This is in a really important part of the map, Blank. This is on that Sosnovka military base already, so these crossings starting to exact a toll already, very early on. You look for these fast maneuvers. Also, DX Xavier looking to flex out of Pachinki very, very quickly. We saw them on the drop earlier on. They've moved Nadeti to scout that bridge super early. I like this from DX Xavier. They're going to know a lot more about the lay of the land. They may have heard that fighting on the far side of the bridge as well. And coming into this one, they have way more information.
Yeah, which is important. It's really important to have that information, especially cross-map, essentially, towards Sosnovka across that bridge. You need to know what's going on. If both these teams are diminished, it's unlikely that they're going to be going for a bridge hold. It's much harder to have that bridge hold come through when you are just 3 players. Twisted Minds on our screens. Over towards Milta. Yeah, 15th place. Not likely to change too much in the future, honestly. We are really just looking at horror right now between them and Inco. But even so, that 20-point gap feels like a mountain between horror and Inco. Not so much so at the top of the table. He was going fast as well.
On the back of a bike, I mean, that's a difficult strafe to catch. Unfortunately, the players rolling in behind may have been a better angle to try and go for. You've got other teammates, you've done the damage to the bike rotate. Maybe you allow some teammates behind to then pick up the pieces on that and turn your attention to the buggy. Could potentially have been changed. No way.
They're in.
But they brought a car with them.
Yeah.
Is that...
That's a new strategy.
Oh my god.
Not seen that before.
That is incredible. Team Spirit have just imported a vehicle to Sosnovka.
Portable garage, apparently. Is that allowed?
I mean, it is, right? Like, you're just putting vehicles on top of other vehicles. Like, that's...
How do you even... I don't know. You have to get... You'll have to have got a jump to go into that one. Perfectly timed it. Known to bring a nade with you to explode it off the top side. It would have been much easier to just bring a hoverboat with you, but this is the next best thing.
Oh my goodness. Max is currently going wild in our group chat as well. He thinks that they jumped off docks onto the boat. This may be something that they've practiced. You've got to remember that, Blank. This is a standard rotate for Team Spirit. They know this location like the back of their hand. This is their standard Sosnovka rotate. They are probably, and have probably been, aware of their ability to do that. The thing is, it's not really going to, like, surprise a lot of teams but it's going to give them so much more mobility, just like the hovercrafts are going to give to other teams.
Yeah. I think that's the first time we've ever seen that in PUBG Mobile esports play, though. And that's meta changing. That actually is meta changing for
That
a
is
lot of
crazy.
squads. Bringing it out now, though. I suppose, you know, they want to win it. They want to take first place in group stages. Hell, go for it. But yeah, the best thing about it is that not only does it provide you that much needed mobility when you get across, but just having one vehicle opens up so many more paths for others, because it means you can drive players along the roadside to get to vehicles that would have otherwise taken ages to approach on foot. Wow. Yeah, that actually is meta defining. I'm sorry I'm making such a big deal out of it, but it changes the game.
It absolutely does, but it's absolutely something that we'll be looking out for in the future. Our team's going to invest into that as a strategy, bringing vehicles with them. I mean, with the hovercraft in, it's a little bit less meta changing than it would have been a few months ago. But even with the hovercraft, yeah, you're right. I mean, the land speed that you can get, they'll be so much more familiar with these vehicles.
Hovercraft is slow.
Exactly, and whilst it's protected, it is, you're right, so slow. So
it does not get up hillsides very well either. So the hovercraft is a really good approach to approach land and get towards a compound, but it's not good for rotating. It's not good for crashing. If anything, that play is actually so much nicer. I mean, the hovercraft does open up more possibilities, and it's really good for teams who want to get across the water without being impeded by a team fire that just leaves you out in the ocean to get soaked and then sprayed with bullets. Yeah, that is... They all have vehicles now. Okay, cool.
That's great. That is so great for team spirit. Goodness me. It may rely on specific boat spawns as well, which is perhaps why we haven't seen them do it up until now. We'll have to look back at what was going on. Maybe 7, if you're listening, you might be able to grab Kitsune or one of the players from Team Spirit, because we have to know more about this. This is absolutely an incredible development that we're seeing here in Group Yellow. If it wasn't already enough incredible developments. A north shift on this circle. Alpha 7 have been adding points to their tally. In the meantime, Zeus will be the casualties here, losing 2 of their players, and Alpha 7 are going to pick up 3 elims.
Circle does move down towards Sosnovka, but over towards that northern side of the edge of it, which keeps actually Team Spirit very central right here. DRX really do want a good game after this one. They have fallen off a little bit. I think that their play has just they've not been able to muster as much strength as they had today. And 159 points dropping out underneath. Yeah, both our South Korean representatives have left now that top 3. Alpha 7 though, taking shots as the last players from Zeus make their final stand on the cliffs.
Trying to get away from this one. I mean, Alpha 7, they may have options. We've seen them take to the skies before. That might be a little bit harder here. Zeus will entrench them in this one.
More now being out in the blue. It's a bit awkward. I think Zeus understands that kind of game over at this point, right, for them. There's not much more they can do. But what they can grab is more elims. Nomi gets knocked by vampires and flushed. Damn it, Nomi. Come on, bro. Not like this. Not after a play like that. They had such a good spot. I don't think there was a necessity for a rotate towards the forests. Just play these houses.
Yeah, those beachside compounds, I mean, they're so powerful with these northern shifts as well. But they have cut down their potential somewhat. But again, they may have done enough. Alpha 7, oh, they've lost 1. Losing 2 as well. That is nasty. Zeus, keep them locked in. Drag them down to the depths on the Milta Peninsula. Darkin and Eren as we've sung their praises so many times for Zeus. This is a team that has made such an impact in their first season as a team, as pro players as well. This is such a great result. And to take on Alpha 7 as well, to be able to have that in the back pocket, you've got to love it.
Yeah, Revo goes down to the blue. And we'll just be one last player there in Carrillo off in the distance. Yeah, really strong two players here. We have seen circles end on this location. And in fact, Zeus do currently control the strongest spot in this area. It's really hard for Alpha 7 to do too much because it's just all open ground here. And it's just the crags over towards the cliff face that it gives you that potential. Look, man, it's so frustrating as well with that circle heads up towards that north side. Someone's going to need to... Someone's going to talk to Nomi about these maneuvers.
Goodness me. They are slap bang in the best of it. The northern side of the island, well, the mainland rather, over on the far side is still in, but it's impossible that it goes back over there, which means that teams up there can survive a little bit longer, but they're only going to get to stage 3, and in general, you do not earn enough points to make that worth it. You've got to try and find your way around. The team in the most important position right now, Blank, is Mirin Sejong. They have DRX across the bridge, and they have to make this crossing. 4th place, 5th place, both of our South Korean teams currently out in the cold.
Yeah, and likely to face off against one another as well, which is the sad thing about this. With DRX holding West Bridge. For Mirin Sejong, they can play the water. Try head underneath bridge itself. But likely we'll have to fight against DRX at some point. There is that hillside over towards the western edge that kind of cut off a lot of the sightlines from RSG. Major Pride outside the circle will need to move in. And Carrillo's making a mad dash, probably for Shark Fin on the south side of Farm. He can play right on the edge of it and just live there for a while. They got 3 elims. The longer they can get into this game, the better. And this is an uncomfortable circle for everyone with the amount of water that's still in. And about 40% is water here. So it cuts out a huge amount of landmass, even just coming to stage 3. We're looking more stage 5.
Major Pride trying to move up from the southwest edge. RSG up to their northwest side. Harame Bro sit ahead of them. And if there's one thing we know about those guys, it's that they love to make it tough for the teams at the top. And in Major Pride go. They will move up. They're looking for this fight. And they'll need to take it as well. RSG being a third party on this engagement could make things difficult too.
Yeah, I think for Major Pride, right now they are circumventing a lot of problems over on this south side and managing to get into somewhat a decent position. Like you said, though, it's Harame Bro that will be the difficulty to come across. Temuerte with their really weird maneuver north and south. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. You get to match 4. That's where you start to see some weird things from the bottom 5 teams who just know that their run's done at this point.
Elementrix lose 1. It's Harame Bro. Oh no. Major Pride on that bubble right now. 170 points because they've got 1 elimination already. Pushing in from that south edge. If they can hold on as 3, the circle again, Blank, keeps a lot of the water in. And once more on the east side, Team Spirit would love to have 4 players alive. Vampire, though, look at that spot. It looks pretty tasty.
Yeah, it's incredibly good. Major Pride tried to get over towards DXA. They make a mad push over towards the forest. It's fair enough. This is one of the few locations where you can try and take an isolated fight. But it is done for here. 1 player left alive for Major Pride. Mirin Sejong took a long time to cross here. Seiwu currently trying to cut out loops. 1 knock should do the trick, but in the meantime, his teammates are falling to RSG. You can understand why Mirin Sejong went for this play. They wanted to wait as long as possible.
Yo!
Seiwu is unreal. I mean, Seiwu's still doing some incredible work over towards loops. Nino has to send wide here.
He's just
played get some points.
He's just knocked 3 players of loops. He's got the rundown. The other 2 are on the bridge. They bleed out. All they need to do is live. Jae-Suk needs... I don't know where he's gone. He's somewhere else. But RSG going to pick up Seiwu. So if Jae-Suk can live, can outlast... Oh, Jae-Suk's on the far side. He's still on the other side of the bridge. He has not crossed yet. if he just stays alive and waits for those bleed outs, those points could be so important for them.
He runs down Neil Zarda as he gets across. This is a game and a half. Kudia in the water, trying to wait this one through. Swimming with Zeus, who took them down earlier. AZ out. That's major pride in third place going down. This is a good opportunity for both Mirin Sejong and DRX to close that gap. For Mirin Sejong, a little less likely. DRX, on the other hand, have a great opportunity to sweep across that beachhead.
I think the team with the biggest opportunity here, given their position, is Vampire. They are slap in the middle of this central area of teams. Given that the circle has a lot of water in, it's very likely to push back down south. If they can hold off the approach from the beach, which is very likely going to be assisted by DRX out on that west. To be fair, DRX probably equally in a position to make it work, and with Vampire on 3 players, maybe that's diminished, but still, Vampire so pivotal here.
With a circle like this, being 3 players, I wouldn't call it that much of a disadvantage. DX Xavier on 4, DRX on 4, but again, DX Xavier is likely going to have a strong game here, but anyone else on the outside, you're going to take a lot of casualties around this area. There's going to be so many teams with 2 to 3 players coming into this one, so even if you are 3 players, it's not the worst thing in the world. I will say for Team Spirit, it's somewhat disappointing because I think this is a game where they could have absolutely been in with a chance at 4. And in fact, taking that vehicle across somewhat dooms Nomi because you gave him a vehicle to go make those mistakes in. But like I'm going to keep saying it, is that Nomi is a trade-off player. You trade off the moments where he completely carries the team for the times where sometimes, you know, he makes a couple of mistakes. They do even trade out here. Robs goes very low and there's some help from the sidelines, and DX Xavier. Kitsune does drop down. Another nade through the side will take down Robs. And that should be a safe res onto Kitsune. And the first team to try and fight off against Team Spirit is rebuffed.
Freak is still up in the hills and can't really have an impact here. There's off angles coming through. So Kitsune, I mean, oh my god.
Get the hovercraft out, boys.
Don't care about whatever I just said. Let's talk about this circle right now.
Yeah, get the
The
hovercraft
north
out.
side is still in this next circle, Blank. That means that Inko and Aura could still be in this one. Yeah, actually, you could hop in the hovercraft, just sit.
Yeah. This is the most water we've ever seen during Group Stage Yellow in Stage 5, and also in a fair few tournaments this year. This is probably one of the most savage circles I've seen all year long. I'm confident saying that.
The wildest thing, Blank, is that the northern shore is within render distance of this south shore, which means you are not safe taking a coastal position once this fight on the north side concludes.
And let's go up top side. Surprised Malik survives that. Basically did a header on the nade. Knocked it away like Ronaldo. I think a lot of teams are just wondering what to do next. Push up, moves up, and Eugene will be down. Stumwete out. I mean, they made a wild play. I didn't expect them to get too far. They try and crash over towards DX Xavier. And DX Xavier's spot, although not supported by a compound, it is really strong. I think the most horrible thing about that position is you need to be so on the money, just like that grenade, in terms of scouting, in terms of listening for the opposition. These are some great nades from Inko, actually.
I mean, they're just, bouncing them nicely around these crags, and Aura suffering in the midst of it all. 100 points on the cards for Inko, and they want to add plenty more. A drop down from Sky. He wants to change the tune here. Nenebeche goes down first. The off angle, the long range spot for Inactive there, might be able to spot this presence, but won't be able to deal with it just yet. His teammates actually not doing terribly, given the number of nades that Inko have put up to the top rope here. And the res might be able to come through.
J-Suck is currently just battling versus RSG. And winning, by the way.
Yo. 4 elims for MSJ.
I mean, they were stolen by DRX, but yeah, RSG is out. Well played to Marin Sejong there. Fantastic stuff.
Wow. Wow. You know what I would love to see, Blank? We've seen vehicle compounds on land. Have we ever seen hovercraft vehicle compounds in the sea where you put a boat behind it and use that to step up and shoot?
No, I don't think so. Kitsune's down and out, so Team Spirit down to 2 players. Not a whole lot found in this game, and realistically for Team Spirit, they need to play this game out for placements now. In terms of top 5, only 1 elim, it's not looking great. Classic Federalis, last player alive here for Harame Bro. Very potent player indeed. That should tag onto effect, so they have an idea of where he's playing. Where does this go? Does it go to the beachhead?
Go up. Go north. Come on. Keep Inco it. It's impossible. It does. It does go to the beachhead. 25% of this circle is land. 75 is water. It's time to get your swimming trunks out. Jason threw it to us. He knew at the start of this match. He said, Blank and John, let's dive in. Let's take it all the way to the end.
We had to. It's a good thing we did have our goggles on, because we're going to need them to be able to see going forward. It's some nice nades been thrown by Team Spirit, but no knocks found is somewhat of a shocker here. I did enjoy that Zeus were looking to get onto the land. Don't run back into it. Good switch around there from Matic. They have his location though, so he has to move out from behind the tree upwards. Quick reposition. That's not on target, I don't think. They're too far. Federalis is behind them. Oh, come on, Harame, bro. This all you're going to do is backstab all game.
All tournament, seemingly. Federalis is such a troublemaker. Get him on the naughty step.
They don't know he's here still. They think the nades are coming from DXavier in front of them.
Oh, he's cooking. He's still cooking it. He's still cooking it. Oh, he doesn't know. Effect. No, please. Not like this. Another one, and he steps up, and down go Team Spirit. Goodness me, what a way to close out their match. The top 3 are all out. Goodness, and Vampire could still push on up. DRX are getting to the headland. Federalis fighting off against DXavier. Blank still. The Northern Shore is within render distance here. DRX can trade across to the north side to Inco, and you're seeing that happen now. They're on broadside. It is open season across the open water.
Yeah, for DRX, this is a really important game for them. For Vampires, there is this good chance for them to get in towards the top 3. But for DRX, they are just hanging on for dear life right now. They want to get more points. That's a fantastic nade to open things up and also bottlenecks the team underneath them, trying to close the gap. In comes the hovercraft for the crash. I said it wasn't amazing at it. It is slow, but it gets the job done.
In they go. They're going to send Schweppes out. Away and off into the distance. Try and play the beach. The Northern Shore has now not been a threat anymore, given the blue zone has enveloped it. Inco have taken to the water. DRX now moving up to the beach. They know this too. That's opened up so many rotational options. Vampire are down. They won't catch this time. But DRX now have the inside track, and it is all to play for a South Korean top 3 position.
DRX should be aware of Inco. On that north side, they were taking shots over towards them earlier. Yeah, they are now spotting out the players in the water who keep popping back up for a little bit of air. Vitality extremely low, might even go down to just the oxygen running out on that side of things. Vitality gets stolen by DXavier. Frustrating turn of events there for DRX. I think Inco now know that they can't really play it up, so with DRX wounding them, they can set focus back over towards DXavier. Zoom in the goggles. Find out where they're playing.
Normally when you go to the beach, Blank, it's for a nice relaxing holiday. But this time around, it is fraught with danger. DRX looking to get the bucket and spade out, entrench on that beachfront. Inco looking to try and re-emerge. Monsters from the deep. The circle, I mean, this is the first, I don't even want to say kind circle of this lobby, because it's still absolutely rotten. But goodness me, it's just a little bit of a relief to not go all the way out to sea.
It's an insane way to end our last Erangel of Group Yellow. But I can't say I'm not excited about it. It's been such a fun one. Still looking for those shots in the water. DXavier doesn't want to get too involved here. I think both these teams realize we'd like to get rid of the backstab potential from Inco before we make that push over towards one another. Wancho goes down to the drown. And it's just inactive out in the distance. Still 3rd place for sitting on a cliff. You got to be happy with that one.
Oh, you'll take it, right? That's, what is that, 8 points or so? And for Inco, who are on the bubble, just keeping those churning is absolutely excellent news, right? To stay on that survival stage, to be able to keep yourself in the mix. But we must turn our attention to DRX as they want to re-emerge into the top 3. Try and move the opposition aside. Try and get Major Pride out of there. At the start of this game, they were on 159. They were 10 points behind Major Pride. Major Pride didn't do super hot this game. They were on 170. So with a good game here, they do find that jump. 7 elims found.
Be a 20-pointer if they're able to take the chicken dinner, which absolutely should get them back into the top 3 again. On the end of our last Iron Goal. Still 2 Miramars to go, but DRX aren't too bad at those maps either. Xavier takes some shots, bit of damage over towards Hyunbin, but it is that man advantage, which is the case, but that man advantage just disappeared.
Oh, but it's traded. Look at that. They do manage to find it, Kaiksei, with a crucial pick-off here. This is the first time as well we're seeing hovercrafts used as cover in final circles, Blank. They do provide a really beefy hold for you. A really decent cover, but Hyunbin can stay out from behind it. It's not going to protect you from that. You just glob it up and over. And DX Xavier, with just Parajin, may have found an opening. Kaiksei is split. You got QZ on the off angle. Hyunbin going down, and they need to find the res. They've spotted Parajin. They know he's there. The bounce on the nade doesn't get over the hovercraft this time around, as Parajin can't float it over towards QZ. He's allowed to break wide, but the reses have come through. Hits the deck, and he hits the dirt as well. It's DRX to move on up. 3rd place is theirs, and they are in the top 3 with 2 matches to play.
Yeah, really good game from DRX. Great sweep from that western side. I said it earlier that they had a lot of room to play in from that area. It was a fantastic double nade row towards Vampires, which meant that there wasn't really any room for them to take an awkward fight with Vampires and maybe go down 2 or 1 players there, which might have changed how that end game went between them and DX Xavier. But what a wild match that was from the very beginning to the very end. And we need our boys on the desk to take us through it.
Where do we really start here? I told you on the throw. I hope you got your swim trunks on, because we're taking a dive in. I just didn't really know how right I was going to be. I don't know where you want to start, Max and Hot Jukes. Obviously, DRX keeping the hopes alive to break through top 3. Team Spirit busting out some comp play strats here.
We have to start from the start, Jukes, here.
We have
You can put a car in a boat now?
What?
You can do that? I literally never
ferries
saw
in
that.
PUBG Mobile?
I never saw that ever. And I even think they put some bikes under the boat so they could get a bit more of a better angle to nade it to get the car out of it. So what Blank said about the hovercraft is true, which is a little bit slow, especially going uphill. You don't have that issue if you have a car right after your boatation. It literally fixes the main issue of the hovercraft. So, like, fantastic play.
I mean, what else can you say? I mean, like, that looks like something that like a YouTuber would make a video on. You know what I'm saying? Like, just for like a meme, you know? But no, these guys do it on the biggest tournament, right, of the year. Wow. I mean, just beautifully done. And then DRX, dude, clutching it up right when they needed to. This is gonna be absolute pandemonium in Miramar. Oh, because there's so many teams. Yeah, it is wild because so many teams could take that top 3 spot.
Any team. Yeah, well, yeah. Any team can really... Well, not any team. There's quite a few teams. There's a couple teams who could make it top 3. It's just about who's going to do it in the last 2 matches of the day. I actually just want to... Can we just get overalls? Like, just show me overalls, man. I want to see how close it's going to be at the top. Yeah, please, more of that. As you can see, a lot of limbs for DRX and a win nonetheless. Like, this is a huge jump for them in the leaderboards. DX Xavier, we talked about, like, if they wouldn't have a chance, they were, like, 60 points behind the bubble. That means they had to have won this game with a lot of eliminations, and they have to average, what was it, Jukes? Like 20 points per game, pretty much, which is basically a win every time. So it's looking like DX Xavier, they might not have a chance anymore.
Yeah, man, it was so crazy because I was like, there was 3 teams that I wanted to see like perform good to kind of make this like a crazy race towards the end, and it was DRX, Vampire, and DX Xavier. DX Xavier make it to that end game, Max, but yeah, weren't able to make that chicken dinner, and it's so tough because it hurts to see great performances here at the end, but just get outshined by other teams.
It really sucks because Xavier this game really showed good rotations, good sweeping of the edge, and showed that, yes, we can in fact reach the late game as a 3-man squad, or even better, a 4-man, but here in this case it was a 3-man squad compared to day 2, day 3, pretty much always down to a solo. But when you have backup around para-para-jin, you're going to be fine. You'll be okay. So yeah, Xavier good show, but as you said, the point average they need to get for the next 2 matches here seems unrealistic, to be completely honest, with how Xavier have been inconsistent throughout the last 2 to 3 days. So I would love to see it happen, but realistically, I think they need to start thinking about where are we dropping in survival stage.
Well, if we're going to talk about one South Korean team with DRX, we got to talk about the other one. Miran Sejong on the West Bridge as well, taking too long to rotate across. They get caught up by loops, and then it was just Jaesuk just trying to survive.
Yeah.
And MSJ, man, they are really hitting the struggle bus today, which is such a shame considering the performance they put on across 3 days of play.
It really doesn't work out great for them, Hodrix, because this center rush is not working. The delayed edge is not working now. So what do you do if you're really Miran Sejong, except struggle in your next 2 matches on Miramar, which really have not been their standout map so far. It's been a wrangle. The 3 wrangles are done for the day. So what next for Miran Sejong? To be honest, I'm not sure, but they must be feeling a bit stressed out after these next 2 matches.
Hey, Xavier. All right, okay, 18 points is close to the 20-point average, you know?
Right.
You know, $20, you know, gets you a lot. If they can somehow pull it off. Harami, bro, trying to catch up to the likes of where Inko is, but I feel like with Inko winning out in that fight towards the north side of the zone, the south side of the mainland, up against Hora, I feel like that almost solidifies that Inko's going to make it through and Hora can't catch.
It's over. It's over for Hora at this point. Yeah, there's just no shot. They would just need a ridiculous game.
They need a big win.
Actually, they didn't win both. They need to win the next 2 games, I think, in order to feel even slightly like they have a chance here. But yeah, what stands out to you, Max?
Major pride here. Like, only the 1 point this game. We didn't see them do anything this match at all, except for that 1 elimination early game. That was literally in the first 2 to 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So very, very quick engagement and very quick exit of this game when they were in top 3. So that's great for DRX. That opens up a spot for them to jump up in the top 3, possibly, as our MVP is going to be here with our 5 eliminations. So it's cool to see some individual players. We had Hoxie, and this time around we have 6A, which I'm sorry I butchered his name, but he's MVP. Good job.
MVP! Oh, man, dude. Right on time, too. Right on time. This is getting wild, folks. I mean, oh, boy. Miramar's coming up next. All right? 2 of them. And you're right. MSJ, they threw in their best map. Right? So what do you do in this state? Okay, here's the overalls. This is what I wanted to see right here. DRX in 2nd place. Where's Xavier? 154 points. That is, what, 22 away from Alpha 7? So it's still possible. But yeah, it's pretty much back-to-back wins at this point, right, Jason?
I mean, 22 points. If you're... this is where I asked before, right? If you're Vampire, if you're now Xavier, do you hot drop one of these teams in top 3 to try to take out their chance? Because you have to catch up to them.
You have to now.
You can't just sit there and hope that, oh, you know, maybe someone will take out Alpha 7. Oh, maybe someone will take out DRX. No, I feel like the way they've been playing is just survive to the late game. And that's what we always talk about is like, how can teams adapt their strategies based off of where they currently are on the leaderboard? And I feel like if you are any of these teams in top 3 right now, it's just survive. You don't need to get any early skirmishes now. You just need to keep holding on, just get a couple of points here or there, and you're going to maintain your spot.
I think that when we're looking back at PMWC Hot Troops, the reason why Reject were a bit scared of hot dropping Alpha 7 for the win is because they could lose possibly 2nd place. Here, literally, the worst that could happen is you go through survival stage. Right? That is literally the worst case scenario. You're not losing like any prize or anything like that. Like, you're just losing your spot for finals, but you need to give it a try. And right now, hot dropping in any global tournament, this would be the best time to do it. Maybe not this game, but the last match, if you are in contention, is definitely the right time to do it.
Yeah, but I'll say something from personal experience. I talked to Regioso and I looked at his eyes, man, and he had nothing but regret. He told me we should have done it. And if I could go back in time, I would have hot dropped Alpha 7. So I don't want to see that same mistake here from these squads. I mean, it's all or nothing, right? You got to go for that grand finals ticket because this survival stage is going to be just too dangerous at this point. I mean, we're pretty sure Vampire is going to be in that survival stage unless they win these next 2 games. But yeah, Xavier, Vampire, I do think it's hot drop time. I don't think the last one was. I didn't really get to talk about it, but I think the last one was just putting points on the board. Xavier did that, right? But at this point, you have to stop Alpha 7.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans! The 2024 PMGC is kicking off with Group Yellow on October 31st. In the first week of the 2024 PMGC Group Stage, 16 teams in Group Yellow will battle to secure a spot in the top 3, guaranteeing a place in the Grand Finals in London. Meanwhile, those who place 4th through 11th will move on to the survival stage, while those finishing 12th through 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters and fans, this lineup includes fierce competitors. Alpha 7 Esports, Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha 7 Esports, Bigatron Knights, and Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
And rest on their throne, ladies and gentlemen, PMGC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
Alpha 7 Esports is currently ranked number 1 in the power rankings. They've recently proven themselves to be one of the best by becoming the grand champions of the 2024 PMWC. But after only finishing 3rd in the last 2 PMGCs, can they defend their position as the number 1 kings in the power rankings? Bigatron Knights were the first ever PUBG Mobile Global Champions, bringing pride and joy to Indonesia. But despite qualifying for PMGC 5 times in a row, they haven't reached the PMGC Grand Finals since 2020. On top of that, Zuxi will be competing without his twin brother Luxi this time. Can Bigatron Knights make a comeback this year? Twisted Minds is making their PMGC debut. Their roster is joined by Lord, a 4-time PMGC participant, as well as Coops, the MVP of both EMEA and America's regional tournaments. Since 2021, no other Middle Eastern team has managed to reach the Grand Finals since Stigma Galaxy. Could Twisted Minds become the second ever Middle Eastern team to do so? Nepal's rising star, Aura Esports, have only been founded a year ago, but they have been steadily improving, from reaching 14th in the PMGO preliminary stage, 13th in the PMSL CSA Spring, 6th in the PMSL CSA Fall, to being 1st in the 2024 PUBG Mobile Campus Clutch Nepal. However, they've been thrown into the Group of Death. Will they survive? Will we see their biggest breakthrough yet? With so many hungry teams in the group, can anyone take down the reigning champion of Alpha 7, or will an underdog surprise us with a breakout performance? Tune in to the PUBG Mobile Esports channels and find out in the first week of the 2024 PMGC Group Stage, from October 31st until November 3rd at 10:25 UTC+0. Who will be the top 3 teams advancing to the Grand Finals? This is a showdown you don't want to miss.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Esports. There will be 8 teams representing the Americas region in the 2024 PMGC. The teams that qualified through PMGC points are Alpha 7 Esports, Team Kesso, and Inco Gaming. The teams that qualified through PMSL rankings are Influence Rage, Team Liquid, Loops Esports, Furia, and The Vicious. So today, let's take a closer look at 4 teams from the Americas region. First, let's talk about Alpha 7 Esports, the most star-studded and impactful team in Brazil, who claimed the top spot in the power rankings with 939.29 power points. Alpha 7 Esports won the 2024 PUBG Mobile World Cup and are the current PMSL Americas Fall Champions. This was an important milestone not only for Alpha 7, but also for the Americas region as a whole. The team's performance truly stands out amongst their peers in PUBG Mobile Esports, and yet they still have untapped potential. They don't rely on one star player, but have arguably the best players in every single role. Revo and Mafioso are the most consistent players in the PUBG Mobile scene, always being in the conversation when it comes to becoming the MVP. While Carrillo is an exceptional IGL, who thanks to his rotations, sets up his team for success at every level. And on top of that, every player on the team was nominated for the Best Mobile Gaming Athlete in PEB, which is the best esports awards over in Brazil. We are sure that Alpha 7 Esports will continue to write new glorious chapters in their storied history. Now, let's move on to Team Kesso, 33rd in power rankings with 127.27 points. Let's focus on their star player, Colgoat, a Mexican entry fragger with a long career playing in Latin American teams such as GKS, Ventru, and Royals of War. Throughout his career, he has maintained his humble and passionate personality, and his father has been his most passionate supporter. He was the first America's MVP from LATAM in PUBG Mobile Esports history, and before he joined, Team Kesso got 17th place in the league stage, the closest they had been to the World Finals in 2023 PMGC. This year though, as Colgoat's first time in PMGC, the sky is the limit. Although he only joined a few months prior, the team showed a huge boost in confidence to allow them to create new strategies based on aggressive plays and by holding dominant positions. In this year's PMGC, we believe that Colgoat can lead his team to a new level. Inco Gaming, currently ranked 40th in the global power rankings with 111.82 points, has long been a formidable force in the Americas region. Their breakthrough came in 2022 when they clinched the championship title in the PMPL Brazil Fall, marking their place as a rising contender. But it wasn't an easy road to the top, especially for Nenebete, the team's standout leader. His early career was marked by quiet determination, steadily working his way towards the international stage. In 2022, Nenebete earned his first PMGC qualification, leading his team to an impressive 7th place finish. This moment ignited his journey to greater achievements, where he continued to shine in global events, guiding Inco Gaming to well-deserved recognition. Despite their regional success, Inco faced many challenges on the world stage, placing 28th in the 2024 PMWC and 19th in the 2023 PMGC. Yet, this team, under Nenebete's leadership, remains undeterred, hungry for redemption, and poised to make an even stronger mark in future competitions. The last team on our list is Team Liquid, 6th in power rankings with 560.72 points. And at the heart of this squad is Mythic, a standout player who joined Team Liquid earlier this year and has since reshaped their trajectory. Although they didn't qualify for the finals in the 2024 PMGO, Mythic quickly adjusted, leading the team to reach the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring, and their recent form continues to improve. Mythic started his professional career back in 2021, and from there he improved year over year, until winning his first ever MVP title in 2023 PMPL Brazil Fall. It has been awesome to see the change Mythic has brought by joining Team Liquid, and we are excited to see what they can bring for this year's PMGC. We hope all the teams from the Americas region will showcase their skills and bring us some unforgettable moments in the 2024 PMGC. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Esports. At the 2024 PMGC, there are 9 teams representing the CSA region. Teams qualifying through PMGC points are 4 Miracle Vibes, DRS Gaming, ASI8 Esports, and Falcons Force. Teams qualifying through PMSL rankings are Star Wars Esports, Major Pride, Aura Esports, De Muerte, and Incilio. Today, let's take a deeper look at 5 of these teams from the CSA region. First, let's talk about 4 Miracle Vibes, who hold 4th place in the power rankings with 605.69 power points. They are a powerhouse in the CSA region for PUBG Mobile Esports, and today we spotlight Doc, the heart and soul of 4MV. Doc began his journey with Equinox 922 Esports, leading his squad to victory in the PMCO Wildcard 2022 South Asia. His exceptional skills as an in-game leader and fragger quickly caught the eye of the esports community. In 2023, Doc brought his squad to 4 Miracle Vibes, leading them to 2nd place in the PMGC group stage and 4th place in the Grand Finals. But this was just the beginning of their rise to glory. 2024 was a landmark year for Doc and 4 Miracle Vibes. They dominated the PMSL CSA, winning back-to-back trophies. Doc's outstanding performance earned him the MVP title for both seasons, solidifying his reputation as a top-tier player. You could say this is the golden era of 4 Miracle Vibes. Major Pride, 20th place in power rankings with 306.36 power points, isn't just playing the game, they reign in it. Follow us as we dive into the story of this remarkable squad and their standout player, Becca. Becca hails from a small town in western Kazakhstan. Despite a language barrier, he discovered PUBG Mobile during his school years and fell in love with the game. His dedication led him to spend countless hours honing his skills, driven by a dream to become the best. As the core player and fragger of Major Pride, Becca has been instrumental in shaping the team's aggressive playstyle. His skill and ability to pressure opponents have made Major Pride a formidable force, establishing him as one of Kazakhstan's top players. Major Pride faced their toughest times during PMSL Spring, where team chemistry issues led to their worst performance. But every setback is just a setup for a comeback. Now with a new roster, Becca leads the team into his 2nd PMGC with the same unwavering goals. Major Pride is ready for a new journey. Their slogan, "We don't play the game, we reign in it," reflects their dominance and ambition. Let's turn to Falcons Force. Ranked 28th in the power rankings with 146.5 power points, they have risen as a new dominant force in the CSA region of PUBG Mobile. Today, we trace the path of this powerful team and their quest for greatness. Despite their brief history, Falcons Force secured 2nd place in the PMSL CSA Fall 2024. They built a young team around top earlier this year. Despite facing challenges, Falcons Force has consistently demonstrated resilience and a commitment to winning. Let's focus on their core player, Top,
who has emerged as a star player in the CSA region. His ability to build pressure and maintain rhythm has significantly improved the Falcons' performance. He had a dominant performance at PMGC 2023, claiming both the MVP and Gunslinger awards for PMGC 2022. In tough moments, Top draws strength from his mother's words. "The time will come, my child will become a champion." These words have brought him calm and renewed determination. Top vowed to give his all, never giving up on his goals and dreams. He leads the team forward with a determination to become a champion, step by step. Could this be the year for that final step? DRS Gaming, known as the Ghost of the Mountains, embodies unity with one spirit and one dream. Today, we uncover the journey of this tenacious team, led by their star player, Killer YT. Born as Shahas Bandari in Nepal, Killer YT's passion for gaming saw him play for teams like PN Crew, Vibes Esports, Wises Club, and T2K Esports before finding his home at DRS Gaming. As the key player and fragger of DRS Gaming, Killer YT has helped shape the team's oppressive playstyle. His skill and pressure on opponents have made DRS Gaming a formidable force. Despite the team's struggles at PMGC 2023, Killer YT's passion and talent continue to drive the team forward. Formed just 2 weeks before PMSL Spring, DRS quickly made a name for themselves. However, their performance at PMGC 2023 fell short of expectations, but every setback lays the foundation for an even greater comeback. DRS Gaming's best period came during the 2022 PMGC, where they secured second place in the finals. This success was a result of hard work, strong synergy, and an unwavering commitment to winning. The team's chemistry was at its peak, and their dedication was unmatched. Now, with a new team and the same unwavering goals, DRS Gaming is ready for a new journey. Hailing from the country of the mountains, they call themselves the Ghost of the Mountains. With a winning spirit to conquer the battlegrounds and the dream to lift the trophy, their slogan, "One Spirit, One Dream." DRS Gaming's journey is a testament to their resilience and determination. With a new roster and renewed vigor, they are set to conquer new heights. Welcome to ASIA Esports. Today, we explore the journey of this resilient team.
A real struggle of an angle on our previous match that we watched, but Miramar coming up in just under a minute and a half. For Major Pride, still trying to get back into that top three. They dominated towards those first 2 days, but fell out of favor with the game, and now need to really put things back on board because they are so close to getting back in. DRX, a really strong team. 20 points on that last match sees them with an ability to get South Korea that representative. They had two, now they're just down to one.
Mirin Sejong, I mean, it's not out of the question that they could jump back up. But is DRX really in the driving seat for the region now? We've still got some more chances as well in the other groups, but all eyes on Group Yellow right now. DRX, definitely the team currently in the lead for them. But DXavier, there's an outside chance for these guys, right? They are close enough to have big games, to come back into this one storming and take a spot from one of the three teams currently reigning at the top, sitting with Team Spirit, with Alpha 7, with DRX as well now.
Some of the most amazing games I've ever witnessed from DXavier have been on Miramars, where they're able to control huge amount of space. I think every single player is confident in one another to be holding solo angles. This is it. 5th game of the day, before we head into our last and crown the victors of Group Yellow, send a bunch of teams through to survival stage, and say farewell to 5.
It's time to go over Miramar this time around. Match 23 of our 24 game set here for Group Yellow. And we are gonna hold up in this plane until we find our drop spots. Will we see hot drops changing things up, Blank? Are we going to see an adaptation into this one when it comes down to the final moments here?
Playing path not too bad for a lot of teams, from the southeast up towards the northwest, fairly central on the map as well. Not denying a lot of teams that position to get over towards where they'd like to play on the map. Team Spirit out nice and early over towards Chumasera, most likely. With RSG, Mirin Sejong over towards Impala, Puerto Paraiso way. DRX is out early, playing alongside their brethren in Puerto Paraiso.
Pride on that south side, looking like they may be uncontested on their position. Team Spirit breaking out towards Chumasera. Doesn't look like anyone's heading out their way. MSJ as well. Currently alone. So all of our teams towards the top that we've seen drop out early, looking fairly separated and isolated. RSG may be causing trouble for Major Pride on that north side. Vampire as well on that chase. DX Xavier could be close by to BTR on a split. We'll see if they're going to make that one work. But it looks like at least Zuxi, he's on the moped. He's getting out of there.
Yeah, back to position. Inco in Picardo took control of that early. I think a lot of teams were like, this team has something of a death wish that we don't really want to be involved with. And it's one way to take control of a compound. I think in PMGC, you have to be a little bit bold to claim spots like that. Circle towards that northeast side around the truck stop in Generales. Talk about this position having a lot of dead area, which does always make it a little bit more difficult to rotate in towards. And with the actual plane path splitting a lot of our teams off towards the western side of the map, it will be hard to find those little angles of approaches. Though we saw on the map earlier where a lot of our teams have spread out. This is still a large map, so there should still be gaps for teams to make it through. It will require some pretty dedicated scouting to make happen.
Muerte escaping the shots from loops. Will hit the ground, hopefully running. Major Pride. This is a team that has had their ups and downs so far today. It has not been standout, but they have had enough of these late game appearances to keep things ticking over, to keep the meter running. They're still 6 points behind Alpha 7, though, and it is still so close at the top. The average bubble for third place you needed to beat was 167 points. So if you got 177 points. So if you're able to get over that mark, you're over the expected bubble. And right now, Alpha 7, 1 point shy of it. Everybody else hovering around it as well.
There was a ton of mishaps at the start of the day for our top 5 squads as well, going out very early into the match. And there was a point sponge going on, but that has slowly slipped away a little bit now, with now 7th place being more of a contender for those top positions, and the drop down being from 7th to 9th at 152 to 109. So no real chance that anyone underneath 7th place realistically finding themselves that miracle run. For Vampires, it would basically have to be 2 insane games back to back. Similarly for DX Xavier. But Vampires are in a very central spot right now around Minas Generales, so this might be the start that they need. And we have seen the likes of 30-point games on Miramar. You can set yourself up well. You can get a ton of eliminations on this map because you can isolate a lot of positions early on into the mid game where you're just fighting against one team. The third parties aren't as prevalent as they are over in Narangal, as well as Sandhawk, where the fights are much tighter together.
Currently, Vampire sit 24 points behind that bubble position in third place. So definitely, you're right. You need to have exemplary performance here to move on forwards. But Team Spirit is the only team that I would say is looking okay to maybe make it directly to the finals blank for the first time in a long time. Will Team Spirit be able to keep this pace up? Because as I said earlier today, when it comes to Team Spirit, never say it's over until it is over. We've still got 2 more maps to play out, and stranger things have happened.
Got to wait for that bell to ring, basically, for Team Spirit. 186 points is good, but with quite a few teams underneath him, you look at Major Pride 170, Mirin Sejong 164. There's an opportunity for them to definitely lose the first place position. Getting knocked out from the top 3 will be difficult, but there are times where, look, there is 2 games remaining, so potential at 2 teams to get big points. So if it to happen, you would essentially need Major Pride and Mirin Sejong to fly up the leaderboard, or DRX and Alpha 7 just can keep on doing well, which definitely could happen. But it does also mean that these 2 games need to have split points, right? So it's a case where DRX need to do well and Major Pride need to do well at the same time. Mirin Sejong need to get 10 points. Alpha 7 need to get 10 points. It can't be for Team Spirit, it's going to be very difficult to knock them out of the top 3 if it's just 2 teams that get the majority of the points out of these 2 matches. So we will need 2 teams to do very well both times. But there's also a case where Team Spirit just put up no points whatsoever, and Major Pride, just off of some steady points earnings, can climb up to that spot and knock them out, with DRX and Alpha 7 doing well. A lot can happen. And realistically, there's so many scenarios here because it is so close at the end of the day that it's difficult to even predict.
So many moving parts in the machine that is Group Yellow. Some of these gears have been grinding, others whirring to perfection. You just got to get in the groove and hope for the best here. MSJ 164, they reached some heights that I don't think anyone really expected coming into this week, Blank, but they have definitely made a name for themselves. And even if they don't make it, even if they fall short of that 3rd place, that is a team to be worried about moving to survival stage, and definitely will be a team I'm considering to make it out of that last chance bracket.
I think most of my focus at the moment actually is over towards Maroon Sejong. I think with the performance they've had, it would be a real shame for them to not head in towards that top 3. But I am really pleased with our current top 3. I mean, DRX, Team Spirit, as well as Alpha 7. This fight isn't incredibly important, but it's nice to see RSG as well as Harame Bro getting a taste of their own medicine.
Harame Bro draw first blood, though. RSG. 1 nade, 1 up, 1 down. Either way, she said not going to connect with that. In through the back here, Federalis around the door frame. Gets 2-3 rounds in, but the shotgun blasts him back and Federalis falls. Rig, and now up and into the breach for Harame Bro to try and keep things going. Who's this? It's Major Pride. They're looking at third party this. Look at this flex out coming through. Zeus as well from the other side of things, trying to crunch on in. Inco and Team Spirit moving in the area, but a long distance away. Maybe Major Pride could extract some value here, steal some of the points that they've had taken from them in turn.
Which would be nice. I mean, it's something that they've dealt with a long time now.
There it is.
Major Pride does get 1 off the back of it, but the real difficulty is the fact that Zeus is also moving over towards this location. Right now, Major Pride is in a fairly open spot. They realize that now is the time to bounce. Let's get out of here. We found 1 point. We've caused that team a bit of damage. They're going to struggle to get in towards that late game. So let's just head up towards the circle, because it did move quite far away. It headed up towards that northern side. Roundabout Minas del Valle, as well as Al Azahar, which has this awkward crossing on the south side, whereas the high ground on the north that's cut up by the road. Alpha 7, though, versus Dumwerte, losing McGrellin.
Foopspan's still looking healthy as well. Alpha 7 kind of trapped in here. They were on the northwest side. They were looking okay, but Dumwerte have other ideas. The team right at the bottom of the tables, again, having an impact, but Foopspan finally overwhelmed as Alpha 7 find their feet, find their courage, and roll on forwards. It's not over yet. Still more players to go. Dumwerte, they're playing split, but each one of them, a deadly thorn, can trip you up if you let it. Alpha 7 maintain their cool. McGrellin going down, however, for Alpha 7 has got to be a blow to the morale.
Yeah, massively, considering that McGrellin actually is their top player throughout the entirety of Group Yellow, which I don't think a lot of people predicted happening. He has been, like I said, on day 2, such a great addition to the team. They're so happy to have him. Finally, Alpha 7 can start playing with a consistent roster and keep finding very good results. And I really do hope this team just maintains that stable roster now, because he is fantastic. Added a new lease of life to Alpha 7, something they desperately needed. Because Revo did a lot of damage, and Carrillo's just this great backstop alongside with Mafioso has that clutch potential, but Revo just couldn't consistently keep being the guy that made all the plays in the front lines. They needed someone else in there. McGrellin fills that role perfectly. Vampire, though, getting taken down by none other than Major Pride.
Schweppes and Stoned both down. Major Pride, they've taken a little bit of damage, but nothing more. AZ not going to go in just yet, but they're repositioning. They're gearing up for this push. Stoned needs to crawl back. Nuzi, you cannot stay out here. There's too many open angles. Evo Station up on your south side. Schweppes is a goner. No two ways about it. And Vampire looking to keep 3 of themselves alive. A nice nade over towards Elementrix. Doesn't quite go the distance, but slows him down a little bit. The res coming through now for Vampire. They need to get this healing done fast as well to be able to have a chance in this fight. No one's third-partying, not for the next 10 seconds at least. And they need to use this time wisely. Schweppes still yet to get flushed away. On the south side, Major Pride look to push away more of the competition. A nade out, not connecting.
Towards the west here, a real difficult push. Alpha 7 though, very happy with this. Get themselves a position on the northern side of that road. But again, as I was saying at the start of the game, a lot of dead area around this position, especially around water treatment. This is very much a third-party spot on the map for Major Pride as well as Vampires. The ridge side over towards the north there requires Major Pride to essentially play as a 3-man. They can't let anyone get too far up behind them, so they need a backstop there. And with Zeus flowing in over on the southeast, I'm getting worried for Major Pride and the amount of time it's taking to clean up this fight between them and Vampire.
Muerte go down once more. Blank Alpha 7 are in a great spot with this shift as well. They have a central compound. It's nice and covered off. Vampire 1-for-1 on the trade as Major Pride leave one on the high ground. AZ lit up. A corridor spotted. And Tony K will not waste any time. Newsy is healed up. He's back in the action. Swepsh is still down across the way. He can feed a little bit of info over if the scouting's good. I think they may... Did they get him back up? Because he's still looking fairly healthy on that bleed out bar. Up on the top rope, it is Zeus now mounting the curb. Tony K nade over towards them. Becca falling back. Evo Station to Elementrix as well. And with Zeus's appearance here, Vampire may have been thrown a lifeline.
Yeah, they're looking to get a reset here, at least get one player back up in their feet for Major Pride. The mistake comes with the fact that this fight just takes way too long to conclude. Newsy gets flushed out. That's by Aaron. Schweppes as well. And another shot over towards AZ, finished them off. So a lot of points stolen away from Vampires there after they fought so hard to keep themselves in contention in this fight. But for Major Pride, it's a real dastardly scenario.
Zeus once more stepping up to play with the big boys as Major Pride and Vampire cower beneath the ire of Zeus. The thunder rumbles and the lightnings to follow. Major Pride holding us 3. Evo Station down first, and it's Eren to draw blood. Run them through as they rampage on in, but Major Pride have more to say about it. A conversation now as Rita rolls in through the doorway.
Fight's not done quite yet for Vampire. Still 2 players up on the other side of the warehouses. Rita looks to go top side. Only 2 players right now for Zeus. Major Pride takes a nasty knot on the nade. Darking crawling down the outside, and Vampires decided they want to get involved.
They are back in the fight here, but the crossing is covered. Eren is still there, losing a player for Zeus, but it's a 1v1 now as Tony K extracts value for Vampires. A Molotov to the backlines. Will Zeus find the res? BTR scouting this. They're moving in on the south side of the map. Could potentially third party. A south shift Team Spirit's way as we keep on going with this fight as Vampire want to cling to this one desperately.
Any points they can get, as far as they can go here. 152 points. I mean, the best thing about it is that Major Pride goes out early. The worst thing is that Alpha 7 is likely to get more points out of this game, even as 3 players over on this northern compound. They were really thrown a lifeline here. They'll be tugging on that one as much as they can to pull themselves back into a position where it doesn't feel unlikely that they will be dropped out from the top 3. Eren finishes up, and that's 8 eliminations now for Zeus, despite dropping down to 1 player. And I think Major Pride's biggest mistake here is even attempting to try and take this fight in the first place. I think it's a really awkward area when a lot of things can go wrong. There's so many angles to deal with. Unless you can clear it up quickly, the fact of the matter was with the circle hadn't really confirmed over towards this location. I think you're better off setting off towards that western side, because this is one of the worst positions when it comes to third parties. As soon as the fight starts to go wrong, the call shouldn't have been to drop the 4th player off the ridge and come join him in the fight. It should have been to drop back to the anchor of the 4th player on the ridge and leave. It was a bad maneuver from Major Pride. It's simple as that.
Very unfortunate, but let's talk about the circle a little bit here, Blank, because right now Vietnamese fans are happy. DX Xavier in the middle of this one. And with a chance to jump up with Vampire out the way, with Major Pride out the way, MSJ, they're out on the outskirts. Definitely a team that can make it work for themselves. But there is opportunities just presenting themselves so frequently now for DXavier to see if they can find it. Zeus will go down 8 limbs. That is a good result yet again. And once more, I will sing their praises. This is an impressive first showing for them. BTR find the last player on RSG as well. And that will be the death of them. BTR getting some healing on. And we'll get on their way on the south side.
Zuxi just placing his hand on the dagger from RSG and sheathing it for him. I think that the days of backstabs will shortly come to an end. Both Harame Bro and RSG likely to fall out in that bottom 5 and not progress further into PMGC. Which honestly I think some of the top teams will be quite happy with, considering the amount of games that they've been able to ruin.
Absolutely. They'll continue to have a go over towards Inco as well on the northwest side for Harame Bro anyway. They've got 2 players alive. That's enough to cause problems. Especially on the west side of Alpha 7. And DRX close by. Oh, it's always them. Inco might be able to handle the pressure though, as range goes down. Inactive as well. Looking to keep that angle under control. And yeah, a really difficult approach here. I don't think that Harame Bro can get across this one.
It's massively unlikely. I mean, they're ticking down to the blue as well. Stage 4, almost stage 5 is going to really start to hurt soon, and options are going to get super limited for Harame Bro. They're just doing their best to just extract points, essentially, from the lobby. This next circle to pop with Team Spirit down towards that southwest side. DXavier looking to control from that central high ground. And the circle pops back towards the north, so towards Horror. And Bro Harame just remaining a problematic opponent for Inco.
DXavier in the middle. The pieces are falling into place, but they've got to solve the puzzle to make their way up towards the top. Inco, they're behind Alpha 7. Familiar with this team. They've been playing against them in Americas. But it looks like that familiarity is going to lead to caution, and probably rightly so. Divert south of Alpha 7. Get away from it. MSJ. They've been slowly encroaching from the northeast side, and we haven't seen too much from them today. Is Miramar where they will make their final stand, their final bid towards the top of the tables?
Moon Sejong, as for eastern side, not a horrendous spot to be playing in. They can play down towards that high ground that sits outside from Horror. Good spot actually for both Horror and DXavier, because both those positions sort of support one another. From the high ground that Horror plays, and then DXavier essentially plays the front man for that team. So it's a position that works hand in hand with one another.
DRX peppering shots. South Korean infighting here across the way as both teams vie for position to approach Aura's compound. And this is going to make it tough. Both teams powerful in their holds. Hoxie on the forefront. Right now, MSJ are closer to it. They have a little bit better of a position in my estimation. But DRX, this is a team that can fight with their backs to the wall. We've seen it before.
They're a scary team, especially when it comes down to the wire. BTR down towards that south side, 10th place. They do not want to drop into 11th and give opportunity to be knocked out here. I think they're fairly safe right now. Horror is actually an issue, to be honest. With the 2 elims they have and the incredibly strong position, this would be... now I'm thinking about it, this would be a crazy game from Horror if they're able to continue to extract points out from this spot on that north side. It's actually very much doable to get a 20-point game out of this.
You have to get rid of Loops, get rid of BTR, and both of them right on the edge. Definitely, you're right. I mean, this is doable. Maybe something completely unexpected, and I guess the Nepalese are pretty happy, along with the Vietnamese this time around, with DXavier in the middle and Aura on the northeast side.
A lot of people had high expectations for Aura. I think they were saying this is a very good team. Nepal usually fields very good squads that do come in quite unexpectedly into PMGC. Haven't quite performed up to task though, as I think a lot of people expected them. But yeah, this is a strong spot for them. You need a little bit of influence, but again, here we go. So for DXavier, Horror, as well as Team Spirit, you kind of have this staging that goes down from the highest ground to the lowest ground, Team Spirit. But those three teams, in my mind, are at least in the top 4 going forward.
MSJ losing a player to a knock here, trying to move forwards, but BTR from the south side get the shot, and it's Hoxie to fall. A really important player on the MSJ roster. Miran Sejong will be sad to lose that one, especially at such an important time here, but can they play on with 3? Can they make it work? Because historically, their weakness has been a lack of the ability to go for a 2-2 split. And with only 3 players, again, it's mathematically just not possible. Seiwoo steps up, puts some lead down range, but doesn't find a knock.
So they're going to roll out on this one as well, getting further into the circle. It's unfortunate that Hoxie has to be the playmaker so many times, though, for them. Because not only is he scouting, he's also making these clutch plays. So if he goes down on the scout, you lose a real critical player for yourself. Team Spirit doing damage over towards BTR as they try and make their way in. They are directly opposed to them on the eastern side. Twisted Minds finding so much damage over towards Miran Sejong. Down to 1 player. It might be survival stage for this team, unfortunately. And DRX will have to wave that flag for them in the Grand Finals if they don't make it.
A bit of a test here. Well, I say a bit, a massive test for Ora to hold out DRX, and a skill check for DRX in return as well. Prove to us, prove to the lobby that you can take these compounds. They negotiate, they navigate that north side and come out looking really, really good on the better end of that deal. But now they have to approach and play that CQB. They can't finagle their way through this. You've just got to punch and swing for the hills. Let's see what they can do on that north side. Meanwhile, on the south and then on the west, there's fighting breaking out. Loops under pressure, trying to defend their spot now with Ora in a decent position. You got to remember that every point matters, even at the bottom of these tables, even into the final 2 matches.
It makes me laugh that Inco put so much pressure over towards Loops, and they've just left Nenebete to essentially 1v3 versus Alpha 7.
Well, it might work.
He's doing it. Oh, why did you put away the DPS, man? God.
They will find it, but in come the rest of Inco to roll on over. Alpha 7 in danger here. Pressure from Juancho as he steps up first. Around the side, it's inactive, and the shotgun shell's going to ring on out. It's the Americas biting back for Inco. They go over the top, but they're not connecting here with the DBS. There's the flush, looking for the Renock as well. Revo still healthy, but spotted, and another one seen. It's Alpha 7 to fall. DRX could move on past, and DXavier as well, with an outside chance.
DXavier, yeah, from this position, it's unbelievably good. Hilarious, to be honest. Then I say, just go deal with the best Brazilian team in the world. It'll be fine. You'll be all right. And he does as he's told. Makes it work. And Inco gets themselves up to 5 eliminations to the back of it. They do sacrifice Nenebete because he puts his DBS away thinking the job's done. It's not. And the circle locates itself directly on top of DXavier. This is their big moment they have been waiting for. Now is the time not to mess this up.
Unfortunately, Blank, they've not got any eliminations so far, though, which means that their point scoring capability severely diminished. Sure, they might be able to find a chicken dinner from this spot. It's a powerful area. They are in a great, advantageous position, but the value of a chicken dinner, 10 points. If they can get 5-6 eliminations, that's a 16-point jump. With Alpha 7 out on 179, I believe, might be 170, might be 180, given how many points that they've been able to earn from placements here. But DXavier have a massive gap to cross. They need 26, 27, 28 points to close it. However, this is a good start. Taking down a player from Team Spirit and being able to get a gap-closing game will put themselves in a position to win in the final.
This is what they need desperately this moment for Team Spirit. It's likely going to have to be a wrap over towards this western side, which is why they have been trying to do so much damage towards these teams. If Effect was maybe able to hit that shot up a little bit sooner, might have been a different story. But yeah, they have to play this ridge side over towards the west. It was either that or the east, which is why they got rid of both these sides. They were doing damage over towards Loops and towards BTR. They noticed that a full 4-man squad had rocked up over towards BTR's location. That is an awesome shot from Nomi. That is what you wanted to see. It's going to be the full rollout from this squad now.
They'll be able to sweep up the western side and give themselves an opening. Effect has taken out the buggy, and shots from Twisted Minds over towards DX Xavier in their stronghold position. Effect, is that a re-knock or a flush? I'm not too sure. I think, yeah, no, they've lost a player fully. However, in the meantime, Inco are losing players left and right. Team Spirit force it to just inactive a 3-player approach from the western edge.
Yeah, it's what they needed. They need to make that full push. Sure, they're going to lose a player off the back of it. Effect was sort of late to the party. But well played to them. I know it's just one player, and they can comfortably play this western side. For them, it's about placements and getting a couple of eliminations. If that tags just a little bit of damage, it does. They have the location on lock. Parajin finds a knock over towards one of their players. They are so hungry for this final player in Inco, so they can move further up, play alongside with DRX, who are currently waiting for them. DX Xavier is struggling to even make these peaks, though, at this point in time.
They're in a good position, but they're not really finding the value just yet. Aura doing well. They've been holding the south side of this compound for a while, Blank, and DRX moved out to the west, trying to play that macro game. But Aura wrestled them back into the ring, and it looks like they want this scrap to go their way. So as though lighten it up from the backlines. Sorry, QZ actually the player to light them up from the backlines here, as the nades can come on through. The damage comes in, but what is that? Is that nade from the back as well? It's going all the way over the top, and Mr. Borro for Aura will keep them going. 5 points found, but on the north side, they've got a deadly march ahead of them.
Team Spirit in nade range of DX Xavier, but lacking nades at the moment. That is the biggest difficulty for them right now. I think it would be very hard to take this game away from DX Xavier, but Team Spirit's done a great job, and exactly what they need to do is just to stay alive in this match, get a top 5 finish, which sees them so safe towards the first place position. It's looking more and more likely that Team Spirit is going to be undeniable into the Grand Finals.
Spray down Freak, finds one on Lamborghini, lands the headshot at the end. Team Spirit might find this to be go time. Peek over the top of the ridge, get these knocks. A flush over to Lamborghini, goes over to Twisted Minds, who are causing trouble from the south side. They've been pushing up and actually in a decent spot as well to make their way through. 2 players in the center now for DX Xavier, 3 players from Team Spirit bearing down upon them for the ridgeline. But a resurgence for Team Twisted Minds on that south edge as well could make things difficult.
Team Spirit double it back. You can see that the utility is just lacking on a lot of our squads. Horror with 6 nades for Twisted Minds 2. Picking up 1 player there from Horror is great news. 8 eliminations now for the boys on Team Spirit. It's a fantastic Miramar. Honestly, if Team Spirit can win this game, that's it. It's done. They're in, and they don't even have to worry about the final match.
DX Xavier losing 1, losing 2. Twisted Minds advance. Team Spirit, they've taken a knock in response, but is there going to be enough time to pick themselves back up? It looks like there might be. Twisted Minds, however, now in control. 4 players on the middle. Team Spirit looking for the res. It does come through. Matic needs to heal. He needs to heal now. Twisted Minds have nades, however, and that's going to make it hard. Gets that first aid off at a crucial time, and now Team Spirit with 3 players have a chance, but they're being lit up, and it's Freak to find the first. Finds the second as well. Nomi's the last up on the menu, and Team Twisted Minds take on Team Spirit. What a way to close down that Miramar. Oh my goodness me, from the bottom of the tables, how many points were Twisted Minds on before this match? Because that might change things a little bit.
Pretty sure they got a huge amount of eliminations that match as well. I think they're around about that 60-70 point mark, which sets themselves up for maybe survival. Last Miramar of the day. Very unlikely, though, with the way this team's played, but finally a chicken dinner on the board right at the end of the group stage. And this is what I'm talking about. They get a second place. They're happy with it. They're still clapping. They're high-fiving because that was a good result for them. That's what they need. And this is a team that can take pride in games that don't always necessarily end in a chicken dinner.
No, definitely not. They've done a lot of work so far. The heavy lifting is out of the way, but it is just the consistency that needs to remain. Twisted Minds take the chicken dinner, but all eyes are on that 3rd place bubble.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, man, they did do a roster swap as well. If we didn't notice, Dorn coming out, we had Freak come in, and maybe that's exactly what they needed to do. It's just unfortunately might be too late for them. But we'll get a look at our overalls in a little bit of time here. But Team Spirit, with the 10 eliminations they got and the second place finish, that should be it. That should be them done and dusted. Yep. They're going to be making it into the Grand Finals, which is insanely good for them.
Yeah. Team Spirit were looking so good on their sweep over to the northwestern side too. So double-digit games, man. They've been getting a bunch of those throughout the last 2 days. So Team Spirit are looking so deadly here, and they're going to look pretty comfortable, Hot Jukes, in the first place. So they can maybe cause a bit of issues around the battlegrounds.
Yes, sir, they can, because we just heard from Seven a little bit earlier saying that Team Spirit, they would be willing to make life harder for some of the other squads that are going to try to get into the top 3, especially if they're going to have a lead going into the last match. And guess what? They have a lead going into the last match. So I'm really interested to see if Team Spirit's going to hot drop certain squads or just maybe camp some rotations. Jason, who do you think they would be even going after?
I don't know who looked at him wrong in the day, like
right?
I don't know.
Someone stole the last
maybe
biscuit from
Alpha
Kitsune.
7. I think would be interesting if they would have like hot drop Alpha 7 and keep them out somehow, because that gives Major Pride a chance to catch up. Mirren Sejong, maybe D Xavier as well, if the points are possibly there. But also, I don't necessarily want to count Twisted Minds out just yet either because of that match. We'll see our overalls in a little bit of time. I did take a quick sneak peek at it on my side, but I don't want to spoil it. But let me just tell you, there is a world right now where Twisted Minds do somehow make it top 11, and that world doesn't seem to be too far away either with what I'm seeing on the overalls.
They need a win, I think, is going to be. We'll see exactly what the point difference is afterwards going on the leaderboards, but I mean, that was a confident win, I have to say. I feel like we are slowly but surely seeing better plays from them right now. Maybe, as you said, Jason, having Dorian swapped out for Freak was the best approach, and it worked out great with this win, but that would be a comeback and a half. And imagine they go the entire way to barely qualifying to survival to making it to finals. That would be wild. I don't expect it to happen, but
unless you're Dorn, unless you're Dorn, then it's like, well, I guess I need to look for a new team. You know what I mean? Like, if they put in like Freak over him and then they start doing well, it's like, ah, crap. But the fact is, there was a lot of opportunities this game for a lot of teams who needed points. Thinking about DRX versus Hora sitting in those warehouses. I mean, they were a team on the cusp. They needed to start having like a decent game here. They sat back. They eventually did push DRX, I think, get the better of them, but not without their own casualties, which then obviously amounted to them being knocked out.
You can feel, Juice, right, that they were under pressure that game and they were a little bit stressed and then second-guessing themselves because they were peaking angles against DRX when they were literally 1 HP for most of them. So they were just trying to force the fight. They were so desperate, but when you're 1 HP, one bullet is going to make it count, especially at this point. Look at that. They get peeked over the ridge and there was easy knocks. Luckily enough, though, they do have that one nade to wrap it up, but they definitely are feeling the pressure of this game.
Yeah, I think they did exactly what you said, Max. I think they just played a little too scared, you know, and it's unfortunate because they were in a good spot. I think they would have played a little bit more aggressive. They could have actually made something happen, but it's really unfortunate. Big up on Twisted Minds, though. When it comes to it, I just think that Coop said, I'll do it myself. Because this dude, I mean, he had almost all the eliminations by himself in this one.
Well, so for him in particular, he's always been a phenomenal player, like mechanically, individually, but we've not ever seen him find a team. I can't remember which one of you two said this, where he found a team that can truly unlock his potential and put his potential to work. And I mean, we see right there, right? 8 eliminations himself out of the 12 they had total. Like, that's insane to be able to pull off.
Yeah, I think when you look at Coop's Enigma Galaxy 2, he was one of the top fraggers of the team, if not the single top fragger of the team. So he's just still looking to try and find a spot where he's feeling comfortable. But Twisted Minds, unfortunately, with the kind of results they've gotten, it doesn't seem like it is quite gelling yet. Because it's not a lot of time, especially right after your season to prepare for PMGC. So they quite having a little bit of a rough time. But on the second page, one team we have to bring up here, Hot Jukes. Mirren Sejong, unfortunately, they could have made it in top 3, but this game might just be pushing them out of top 3 for the rest of this group. So this game is a big L for Mirren Sejong.
It's unbelievable, man. These guys performed so well. I thought they were going to be a lock, right? I thought they were going to be a lock for these finals, but just faltering right at the end. And now I know for a fact they're going to have a big hill to climb. Damn, look at those numbers. Those are real good. You know, but besides talking about this, there's something I got to talk about. One team in particular. And that's D Xavier on that last one, Max, man, right? I mean, some people would call center position, right, with cover a blessing. But I think for them, it was a curse, this one.
It really was, because unfortunately, sure, you get to the late game, you get top 3 scenario, but one thing that was lacking heavily for Xavier was eliminations. And unfortunately, when you're central position like that, if you start sweeping teams on the edge, you lose your central position to maybe go for the late game, and you offer teams an opportunity to third party on the edge. And Xavier had to make a decision here, and they tried to play it passive, but the lack of elims alone is going to push them lower, and they're still in 6th position.
Oh boy. Here we go, folks. One more match left to go. And Xavier, yeah, I mean, they had 19. The position, but weren't able to get the eliminations. 19 points. That's too much. It's just not going to happen.
Remember, 19 points, that's just a tie. They lose the tiebreaker with Chicken Dinners 3-1. So they need 20 points in Alpha 7 to get 0. Major Pride, they need 7 points to be able to pass Alpha 7 to be able to lock it down as well. I mean, there's still like a lot of teams in contention. I think Vampire we can maybe put out of it. We can maybe say it's between 6th place and up. But even then, it still technically could be possible for Vampire.
It could.
I want to bring up a prospect here, which is, talked about Team Spirit earlier, Jukes, right? What Seven said, that they might want to try and ruin it for some teams that are currently competing for top 3. Imagine Team Spirit and Xavier both hot drop Alpha 7. Like, wait, we're trying to get in top 3 right now. What are you doing, Team Spirit?
It would be a good strategy, right? Because, I mean, Team Spirit, they don't want to deal with Alpha 7 in the finals, that's for sure. And then Xavier, I mean, they have to take out Alpha 7 if they even want a shot at this thing. I think if Xavier don't, go to El Pozo, if it's in the playing path, then they're giving this game up 100%.
I think if there's any team you want to get rid of when it comes to the Grand Finals, it's Alpha 7. After PMWC, they are the main threat for the trophy for you. That is the team you want to get rid of ASAP. Though, for teams that are trying to make it to the survival stage, BTR able to jump up a little bit higher, but it's still close, man. Horror could make it, but with how scared they were playing the last game, we need to see elims here.
Twisted Minds can make it. 15 points.
Oh, you're 90.
They win this next game. They're through. They're gonna pass one of these teams for sure. Even if they just do decent, with a decent amount of eliminations, they could pass one of these teams. Like this is what we live for, right? We love these close matches.
Yes.
We love where anything can really happen in that final match. We hate to know who our teams going through are guaranteed going to the final match of the group stage. And honestly, I would not want to be one of these teams. Like the pressure definitely to be made into diamonds here, and you can just see the focus on the team at BTR as well, knowing what they need to do. Stay alive, try to get some points, and don't go out early.
Yep, that's going to be the play. And the thing is that the last game of the day of a group like this is always going to be so unpredictable. But let's hear from Seven first.
Welcome back to the last quick report with the 7WG of Group Yellow. I got a chance to talk with Twisted Minds, and the reason why they decided to sit out Dorian is because they wanted to let Robs play. The person that was IGLing that last match was none other than Coops, the person that was able to get 8 eliminations. Can they actually catch up to 11th place because they're truly 15 points away?
Did we just find Coops' new role in his team? We talk about in-game leaders need to be able to frag out, and Coops can frag out, and we clearly saw he can in-game lead. I don't know, man. I'm starting to believe. I don't know about you two.
You got the IGL trifecta. You got Coops now. You got Doc on that side also, and you're going to be having also. And okay, IGL's Fragger's becoming IGL. Carrillo. Is it like? Okay, he's not a trifecta anymore.
A quadfecta.
Is that a thing? I'm not sure.
I'm sure John will correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, guys? Like the big thing, the reason why I think it's possible is because, there's always the last game shenanigans, right? You got teams at the bottom that know that they're not going to make it. I'm talking about De Muerte. I'm talking about RSG, right? So sometimes these squads, either two things happen. They go crazy because they got nothing to lose, right? Or they just kind of push willy-nilly and get taken out. So like it's possible for Twisted Minds to get some points, but I think they need to get active very, very early because we've seen so many times, Max, right? In the last game of a group like this, like half the lobby's gone in like circle 3, right?
Yeah. because you're going to have hot drops happening possibly. You're going to have teams playing hyper passive. They're just going to get bullied around the map. I'm not sure. We have so many teams that we really have to be paying attention to going into this last game. This is why I'm happy Jukes were on the desk, because John and Blank, they're going to have so much to look towards in this game.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, one team gets eliminated, it could change the whole really landscape of the leaderboards, how things are going to be looking to qualify in survival stage and of course to qualify into the grand finals. This is going to be the last game here of Group Yellow, and it's down to the wire for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen here. We're about 20 seconds out. Hop drops, they're possible. Upsets, very possible. It's just about to see who can rise up and flare up at the right time. Gentlemen, yes or no? Are we going to see Twisted Minds qualify right here in this last game?
No.
No.
Oh, come on. I'm trying to build it up and you guys are shutting it down. But you know what? I got my boy Coops. He's going to shut both of you down as we head into the last match of Group Yellow. John and Blink, enjoy.
This lobby has been an inferno. So many teams flaring up left and right, taking it toe to toe time and time again. And we have one more map to play to decide who our top 3 are. Will Alpha 7 feel the ire of a hot drop potentially coming through from Team Spirit? That seems to be maybe something they were talking about. Do Alpha 7 adapt in the face of that as well? Everything to play for, and nothing can be wasted here.
There is potential for Team Spirit to go for that. I think that they are just going to secure what they've got here down towards that south side into Macera. For Alpha 7, on the other hand, they're just going to look to keep those points consistent. Some of these games have felt a little bit lackluster from them. Twisted Minds, 15 points away. We all know what a good bit of momentum can do for a team. And honestly, for them, coming off the back of that win, straight back onto the same map, we know this is a strong squad. Maybe it was confidence they were lacking. They kept getting knocked down, and suddenly there's an opening for them. When you see that light at the end of the tunnel, you start running towards it.
Major Pride on the south side, they are currently 6 points behind Alpha 7. They're close by to Team Spirit. This could be dangerous for them. Team Spirit opt to try and run them down. The question for me is, who does Team Spirit want to face least? Guaranteed in those finals, right? Do you try and stop Alpha 7 in their tracks? Do you try and stop Major Pride in their tracks? Force them to go into a much tougher scenario in those survival stages. Give themselves that chance. But we are going to see a hot drop. Unfortunately, it's not from one of the teams in a lot of context.
It's important.
No, it's for Loops.
It's important.
It's for Loops.
It's important. This is the 11th place team. They get taken down early. All of a sudden, that bubble becomes so much easier to find. Unfortunately for those teams underneath, Loops seems to be dominating already in this fight. 2 eliminations above, making that gap even harder to close for Horror, for Twisted Minds.
Rafinha's got the bag on his head there. But he needs to keep his eyes peeled as RSG. I mean, we've seen what a bother this team can be. Them and Harame Bro have been the ones to spoil so much, but Loops not letting it happen to them today. Hacienda will be theirs for the taking. 4 points and a crucial pickup for Loops.
Cheers all around for the team. They're so happy about that one, and I would be as well. I mean, that might have just ruined your tournament life right there. But they sit themselves now ahead of BTR on 106. So the lifeline now for those teams in 12th and 13th is BTR going out early. That is the only way they can make that jump up. It's still quite a few points required for them. For Twisted Minds, it is 17 points needed on top of them. I think they do win the tiebreaker. I'm thinking back. I don't think we have had a BTR win just yet. Let's have a little look through. 1 win for BTR. Okay, so they wouldn't win the tiebreaker on that one. It'd be down to the placement points and elim, so we'd have to find out at the end of the day. And we check out the leaderboards. If it did happen in the first place, still got to get there.
I mean, with Aura, they've had a chicken dinner as well. I think that was back in day 2. And Twisted Minds now have also had that 1 chicken dinner. So it is, it would be down to placement points next on that tiebreaker. It would be so down to the wire, though, if they can make that jump up. Very much all to play for. And it's still so tense towards the top 3 as well, with Alpha 7 teetering on the edge here. Right now, they are 6 points in the lead, but that is not a safe feeling.
Not at all. 173 to 179. And again, Major Pride is not a bad team whatsoever. They just made a bit of a mistake that last match. I think it was more terrain understanding based more than anything. They make the right choice at the start to leave the play up on the ridge side, but the follow-up, which was to go all in on that fight, was not the right decision, especially when they had information on the team down towards their south. So yeah, for Major Pride, I think just getting caught up in the pressure here, desperately trying to earn those points to clamber up over Alpha 7 into third place.
Alpha 7 on the rotate. A normal day on Miramar, you'd think, but there's so much riding on this ride out. For Alpha 7 to defend a spot, a direct qualification, it's a team that we absolutely expected to be in this top 3 flank, but it's still yet to be convincing. The PMWC champions right now under threat, in danger of having to play through those survival stages.
Which everyone knows you really don't want to have to go there, because as much as you can be one of the greatest teams in the world, and Alpha 7 certainly meets that metric, a lot can go wrong, and quickly. We look here, Coops is already down for Twisted Minds, and Rob's going with the savior play. As Seven was saying, Coops was IGLing that match and also fragging out. It takes a spectacular and unique individual to be able to make that kind of play and perform that role adequately. So for Coops, it is a big accolade for him on his shoulders, but they don't want to lose him early. He's so important to the game plan, where it's felt so doom and gloom this entire time. Pretty miserable, to be honest with you. Twisted Minds have been given a chance here. The door's been unlocked. It's for them to open it. Rob's going down. To BTR, nonetheless.
Exactly. BTR so close by to them now. The team that's looking to defend against it. If they can get rid of Twisted Minds, that would be huge for them. A massive relief. And maybe they're looking for it, but the res came through. Twisted Minds stay as 4.
Damn, it's so crazy how we've already had Loops in danger. Now we have both BTR and Twisted Minds. This is a real case for Twisted Minds to take destiny to their own hands, right? Try and fend off that squad and create a gap that they can squeeze through. They're in Sejong to fight off against Orame Bro here. Been a consistent problem.
Just constantly pestering these teams, all looking for those points, but just denied. One player goes down to a snake and you're all of a sudden completely changed. MSJ, their last chance to demonstrate strength that we've seen from them in the past. An ascension that the South Korean fans would love to see, but they've already got one hope in DRX and is looking fairly secure for DRX, although it's not out of the question that they could get pushed out. But they are there nonetheless, and happy to be so.
Obviously, they've got to go crazy in these games, essentially. Keep themselves there. And Mirror and Sejong does not strike me as a team that really wilds out in terms of eliminations. They're a team that keeps you on the back foot by just maintaining presence in the lobby the entire time. Elementrix going for a wide rotate alongside with the rest of the squad. This is over towards the eastern side. They're being overly cautious about this. You can understand why, being in 4th place, 6 points behind Alpha 7. Not willing to take any shots from the team potentially in Impala. We're heading into stage 2, 10 seconds away.
Vampire with their surround hold. They're a long shot, but again, in that conversation, the shift goes their way. This is a big south move. Gives MSJ a good slice of it. Team Spirit on that south. Vampire in the middle, in danger here. I don't know how long they can hold this position convincingly.
Yeah, Vampire's in a spot where it is playable, right? Inco just roll up on the west side of them. Twisted Minds likely going to go try and play the ridge side off towards their east. They are allowing a lot of teams to flow in past them, and this is not a game where they can play slow. They have to get those elims early on to push this through into a big game. Because it's 15 points, right? You know, third place, give you 5, so you need 10 elims on top of that. It's a struggle.
DRX looking to get out of there against Muerte to defend their spot in the top 3. Twisted Minds still over in San Martin, not being able to leave under the pressure from BTR. Out on the west side, Zeus as well, a little bit further up to Hacienda, out on that northeast edge. Aura sending in from the north edge and straight towards Alpha 7.
All right, another one of our teams is climbing. Arguably in a better position than Twisted Minds with their 2 extra points they have on side. There's a team that definitely can also make it. And the Paul fans would be super happy to see something like that happen. Loops coming off the back of an exhilarating fight in Hacienda.
You've got to
see how pleased they were.
Definitely. I mean, 4 points is life-changing for your tournament life, at least. Major Pride over the top might spot J-Suk. This could be a huge pickup if they're able to find it. Would slow MSJ down something awful. And they found the shots. They're looking to try and open up the cannons now. Can MSJ hold, move into a 2-2 split that they love to take?
J-Suk currently just holding on the outside. Not really any positions at the moment for them to split along. They're not in a position where they control a lot of the circle, so likely they'll keep playing as 4 for the time being. But yeah, versus Major Pride, this is a big problem. Alpha 7 losing Revo. Does the res come through? The res is the real important factor here. Sure, he goes down, but as long as they can maintain that 4, it's not so bad. We're already into stage 3. It feels like this game is going at a lightning pace.
Zeus is striking down members of Alpha 7. Fortunately, they do get that res. You could see the shots continuing to go on over. This is the sight lines that allowed this knock to happen in the first place for Zeus. You can see the high ground that they have. This is quite sequestered to the northwest side of this circle, though, and back over towards Graveyard, where this game may go to die. It's the Vampires thematically positioned atop it.
Yeah, awesome position for the Vampires right now. It is slightly exposed towards that south side in terms of a crash being able to come on through. Good play of it. Twisted Minds is stepping on eggshells right now. You can see it in the way they're playing. They have been so unwilling to make any rotates, and you know why, because there must be so many thoughts just battling in their minds right now of what's the correct option to go next. For Coops, there is an unbelievable amount of pressure on him to make the right decision.
Crash in the mid. Vampire open up for 2 onto Harame Bro, who make the approach. Stowed with that massive high ground there. And Tony K launching a nade. The Vampire nades today have been pretty spicy, and they will continue to do so. A flush and a knock as well, leaving just the one player going, and Tony K has got another one. Oh, beautiful! Not quite making the distance. It looked like it was there, but it was just blocked at the last second. Newsy's got one to unleash and sweeps towards the backline. Will look to find Yappy as range launches one back in response. A little short nade there from Schweppes is going to slow things down, but the bouncer from Newsy around the edge is great. No, wait a minute. That was Yappy. A self-nade for Harame Bro, and another one towards the backlines. Vampire want to put pressure on. They can't waste too much time here, but they're not going to spend any longer in this. Can they re-establish their control over their position?
So for Harame Bro and RSG, that is their last game of the day, and they will not be joining us for the remainder of PMGC. BTR holding off versus Inco. Good amount of points for them, 3, setting themselves at 109. Horror and Twisted Minds falling further and further behind here.
With those 3 extra points, they may be able to seal this one away. Vampire continue to take shots out, and it's towards Zeus this time. Aaron's there. Vicious bite back towards Tony K. And this guy has been such a powerhouse for Zeus over their season, over the course of this PMGC as well. The nade will fell him, however, and BTR looking to re-establish.
Unfortunate bounce on the pillar there for him. Rita in the back lines getting tagged up. Zeus has the potential to get their players back up on their feet because BTR is being pretty slow on this one. It's a nice nade. Now BTR will finish up. This is what I wanted to see from him, is to get a little bit more aggressive, flex out from position, and that's 5 elims for BTR, securing their spot over towards 10th and 11th place. For Horror, Twisted Minds, massive game required. I think with BTR and Loops both starting the game off with 6 and 4, it is a horrendous situation to be in, and they might have just locked out those teams underneath them.
Vampire with 4 elims now. BTR, you're right, they're just adding up that tally, playing next to that graveyard. Vampires still have oversight on towards it. But on the north side, it's going to Team Spirit. Why not? One last time.
A strong finish from them. I mean, setting themselves up in first place. You'd be so pleased as Team Spirit. And again, at this point in time, it is very unlikely. We'll put it that way. It's very unlikely them to drop out of top 3. I think they sort of know that they've done it. They're still playing out this game, just disciplined, which makes sense during a PMGC. Looking to finish out strong. But this will be the first time in a long time any of these players have not only got themselves a win from their respective PMSL or region, but then flown straight through in towards the top 3. This is a revitalized squad.
The story for Team Spirit for so long has been, are they going to keep making mistakes? Are they just about going to survive? But now the question is, how far can they go? Because this, you're right, is looking strong for them. Vampire, they're looking pretty good today as well. As Push is the first to fall to them on the approach. The northern side, they've already had to hold off against one push now. The second is up to the back. Unfortunate pickup there. Tony K on the swivel. 180, finally taken down, but from the top rope, is there any more to do? Tresley has to go for the reload, but he's not going to be able to seal it away quick enough. Newsy's down, and in comes another position. Ora are going to send on in. The Muerte are eliminated. They're out of the tournament as well. Twisted Minds getting curtailed by Alpha 7, and it's all popping off here into stage 4. Alpha 7 looking to defend their 3rd place position with a fight against the Xavier themselves. Lamborghini pulled out of the vehicle. You are not seeing London tickets today. Alpha 7 want that for themselves.
Alpha 7 just coming and tear Twisted Minds to shreds. Although they had a fantastic match that last game, it is most likely game over here for them. You go up against the Kings of Miramar after taking a chicken dinner here. They are looking for revenge, and that is Twisted Minds out. What a wonderful game they had on Game 5, but it's not what they needed to take this on to the next level. Again, their gameplay here felt very panicked. And it makes sense. It's suddenly they're in a position where maybe there's a chance, and it really can affect your own gameplay. Loops finding one from Miran Sejong and also eliminating Seiwu, putting Miran Sejong in a very difficult situation to climb above Alpha 7, who just picked up 4 eliminations.
Loops and BTR both adding a lot of points to their tally. Nenebete likely the next to go on to that point score total for BTR. And Ora is having their horizon slip further and further into the distance. It's all done and dusted basically at this point for them. And the conversation has to turn to the top 3. Losing another player for Ora, that could be curtains for them. Satar moves up to the top of the tower, but it's not going to be needed because Lapart is down underneath, and Nenebete falls. 7 elims for BTR.
And they're celebrating as well, and as they should. Very good early game from BTR. They knew what they needed to do. Of course, they were in a slightly more comfortable situation where they were already on that bubble, but Loops and BTR have done exactly what teams need to do when you are 10th and 11th. Is you just need to basically go into this game and just run with it as far as you can and take it to the next level. Team Spirit get the circle once again, but BTR and Loops have cemented their position in towards survival stage before Horror or Twisted Minds barely got a chance to get into the conversation.
And the circle itself cements Team Spirit into this one as well. They found 1 point, but how much further can they go? DXavier, they've lost Lamborghini. Alpha 7 were able to extract that point from them. But they still have 3 players, and they can shimmy in. Not too much contest on this side of the circle. In fact, the entirety of the south is completely unoccupied right now, Blank, and that could be a big opportunity to take control of some of these ridge sides. Alpha 7 going to contest for it. They're sending forwards. They're taking the fight to DXavier, looking to defend their spot in the top 3 with an open engagement towards Levi's. The 2 players for DXavier still left at the back as Levi's regroups. They're pulled back behind the headland and use terrain cover.
Yeah, they know they can't play his position anymore. They're terrified when Alpha 7 starts going. It's very difficult to keep them down, and they know better than anyone that they want to remain in that top 3. They know that survival stage is not an easy battleground to play on. It's so important getting into that top 3 more than anything. It's unbelievable because this really does mean that for the rest of the tournament, you can now just study, do your homework, hit up the scrims, and not worry about what's coming in your future, which can drastically change your performance going forward. So now we look to Major Pride and Alpha 7.
Myren Sejong with an outside chance here, actually in the foothills underneath Major Pride. They can rack up some eliminations, start to gain momentum. That could be it. With Aura taking another knock, we're getting so much closer to locking in our top 11. As much as it might seem done and dusted, you can never say never. It's never over until it's over. And that will ring true right until the final moments of this game, because the top 3 is so tight here. DXavier, I mean, with 3 players, they could also still do it with a big game. Alpha 7, though, they have stretched their lead up into 183 right now. They're only 1 point behind DRX.
Which is unbelievable. Start of the game. I mean, it's been back and forth between DRX and Alpha 7 the entire time. I think a lot of people thought that the one South Korean representative that would be definitely going through, at least from yesterday and the day before, was Myren Sejong, but DRX has put a stop to that plans. No, I'm pretty confident that Myren Sejong should be able to do quite well during the survival stage. Off the back of some good rotates. Where was this BTR earlier, though? This is what I want to know.
They needed that mental reset, but unfortunately for Zuxi, can't mental reset on a nade. Satar in a really important position for them, as Lapar needs to find this res. A Molotov, that will slow things down in the Loops camp. Over Neil Sada goes. He hops in, and the speed is going to take down the backlines of BTR, but what can Satar do about it? It's a 1v1 now across the way for the 2 teams on the bubble. And an opening maybe, but it's so unlikely. The stunner goes out wide, finding the blind here, but in pushes BTR yet again for more of the action, and it's Loops to fall under the shotgun of Satar on the north side. He scythes through them, and Loops closed their tournament on the bubble.
Really, really well done to BTR. Honestly, 9 elims apiece for both Loops and BTR, keeping themselves in the limelight of the survival stage. I want to see a little bit more of this from BTR, though. A bit more aggression. They're certainly still struggling when it comes to the team fights, but they look way, way better than they did a couple of days ago. Major Pride on the outside. Myren Sejong prepared for a crash coming through, but Major Pride learned from that last game. They opt not to go for this. It's not worth it. There's a compound down towards the south. It's been spotted out by AZ. They'll happily pick up that position. This is way better for the long run. The difficulty is that Major Pride have only found 1 elim in this game, and 23 players remaining. There's not a lot of points left to siphon from this lobby.
It's really starting to get desperate now. I think DXavier may just be out. They're 24 points behind, 23 when you consider that point that they've gotten so far. And I think with a chicken dinner, maybe DXavier could move up, but it requires everyone to go down now and to go down to DXavier as well. This is their chance, though, to find Alpha 7. Team Spirit close out Aura's game, and we have locked in our top 11. The last player from Aura falls, and now there is no chance that that changes. But the question, as it always has been, is which of these teams will make it to the top 3? Blank, our top 5 are all still in it, and all with a decent chance.
Yeah, fighting for that position. It's incredible that it comes down to this. The top 5 teams that have dominated throughout the entirety of Group Yellow, all battling out to remain in that top 3, and it is close. 173, 179, 184. Team Spirit, realistically, the only team that is going to be very hard to move out of the way.
They've already got 3 limbs as well, 4 now as well, so they're up to 206. It's not possible that they fall out of the top 3, I'd wager, at this point. Given the number of points left in the lobby, it would take 2 teams to go past them. I think mathematically it's impossible at this point for them to drop out the top 3. Maybe to get taken over in the top spot, but even then, that's so unlikely. It would require DRX to blast out of their minds, Alpha 7 maybe to sweep through the rest of it as well.
DRX 3 players left alive. Can I say a little bit further in? Soez is lucky to live that first one. Unfortunately, it's Major Pride from behind to pick up that shot. And there's hits from the high ground again here. And Alpha 7's sort of trapped a little bit as Xavier took that opportunity from earlier on to take control of that high ground.
Every point that Major Pride can steal is a massive benefit. If you can take it from Alpha 7, that's a 2-point swing in your favor as well on your overall situation in the standings. Major Pride at distance, if they can ping off Zoas, that would be huge for them, but they have to shift forwards. DRX now looking to fend off everybody. Our second place team with their first place big bros on the north side as well will look to stop the encroaching hordes. McGrellin leads the charge for Alpha 7 in their last hurrah. Can they take that second place spot away from DRX with this?
Revo goes down to Team Spirit. Paragin also knocked on the high ground. But Major Pride is not having a whole lot of influence over this. And they need those points. They need those eliminations. McGrellin steps out. There's Hyunbin. Misses the first shot, but immediately will recover.
Major Pride picking up huge points over towards MSJ. That's a 4th elim found. One last player from MSJ there as well. This is what they've been waiting to clear out on their northern side. 4 points moving in, leading that gap now back at 6. And with Alpha 7 starting to wane on the western side, this could be their opportunity. But Alpha 7 find a pick over towards Team Spirit. Major Pride rollout. Hoxie looking for the spray down. The biggest player on the roster by far. But he's not able to connect. Finally, it's going to go down, and Becca will fall and sprayed away. Kitsune gets the knock, but Hoxie gets the point.
Ooh, Kaise, so close to DXavier. One big nade here could result in 2 knocks and maybe some elims off the back of it. But they reposition, and Kaise has to put away the nade. They move right in front of him. They have no idea of his location. Alpha 7 still being in this game causes big problems for Major Pride. Down to just 3 players now.
Kaise can bide his time. Every moment saved here for DRX is another potential point they can earn from placements to ladder on up. Mirin Sejong fall. In 5th place, they will languish. If DXavier can overtake them, that would be great for Vietnam, but they will not have an easy time to make it further than that. Alpha 7 suffering still out on this western side, but they survive for another moment longer.
Circle has to shift over towards them on the western side. It's the only way they stay in this game. Great nades from Team Spirit.
Oh,
we'll take down a ton of players there from DXavier. I think you lads have done enough.
But this is huge. The fact that Team Spirit are getting these points. Paragin goes down, and they're not going to Major Pride. They are not going to Alpha 7. It's still undecided.
Major Pride at this point kind of need the chicken dinner, but somewhat doubtful whether they'll be able to pick it up or not. Good shot from Carrillo over towards Team Spirit. That gives them potentially the opportunity to move out. They head on forward. They know the res is coming through. This is their go time.
They're going to make that maneuver. Revo charges forwards here. Mafioso and Carrillo bringing them up, and Kaise goes down. DRX are out. Alpha 7 could push past them and make DRX the team in danger. Major Pride and Alpha 7 together could take South Korea out of this game with these final circles.
Team Spirit moving up. Looking over towards the teams in distance. Major Pride, Team Spirit, DXavier, and Alpha 7. With DXavier going down to Major Pride. That's one elim that they desperately needed. Elementrix, who has been so phenomenal for the squad, will open up onto Revo. Confirms the elim too.
A massive pickup for Major Pride. With the right concoction here, Blank, all 3 of these teams could be our 3 survivors from Group Yellow to move through directly to London. All it's going to take is the right numbers to go in at the right time. Team Spirit need to go down first, going over probably towards Major Pride, and then Alpha 7 need to wipe across and get some of those back as well. It would be crazy to think that this last game could come down to our 3 champions, but DRX now with a tie-breaking winner position. They have 4 chicken dinners, Blank, which is currently more than both Alpha 7 and Major Pride, but that could change if one of these 2 teams can take this one home.
Zone 9, final moments of Group Stage Yellow. Carrillo drops up this minor ditch that they've got going on, being the only thing keeping them alive. AZ gets hit by a fat nade. And that's Major Pride down to 2. Team Spirit looking over towards a team that is so wanting for this 3rd place.
Team Spirit decide who they face in those finals directly. Do they want Major Pride to qualify here? Do they want Alpha 7 to find their way through as well? And the fact that Alpha 7's on the line, the defending PMWC champions in this final game, have to prove themselves once more. Team Spirit with 4 players alive, a revitalized, refreshed, reinvigorated roster with Matic growing into his position, backing up the rest of the team beautifully. As 4, they will move forwards, and Alpha 7 only have the 2 to play with, but Mafioso lights up Elementrix. Evo Station, a big nade over towards Team Spirit, doesn't connect, looks for another as well over towards Nomi, but Elementrix falls, Evo Station out, Major Pride down. Have they done enough? Will they overtake DRX? We'll have to wait and see, because it's Alpha 7 now, the last to stand in the way of Team Spirit. Mafioso gives it a good go, but Matic rolls on forwards. They roll out the red carpet, and they will bring Alpha 7 with them. The top spot is theirs, the final chicken dinner, and Team Spirit make it work. Yet again, they evade the survival stage.
A 1st place in PMSL EMEA in the finals to a 1st place here in Group Stage Yellow. The group of death, yet Team Spirit are the reapers on your screen. An unbelievable performance, and finally they get that direct invite they've been looking for so long, and Kitsune still seems chilled.
Hey, ain't no big thing, but have Alpha 7 done enough to hold on? DRX, are they still in? Major Pride, where did they end up? It's all to play for on those overall tables. If you've been crunching the numbers, you may be ahead of us on this one, but over to the desk to see who's made it. Our top 3 awaits.
I cannot believe Team Spirit bringing in Matic, coming to the fall season of PMSL EMEA to win the fall season, and now to win the group here in Group Yellow. What a way to start off PMGC. I cannot wait to see what red and green have to show us, of course. But gentlemen, what a fantastic way for Team Spirit to finish with the chicken dinner as well.
Oh, man. One of the most intense finishes, Hotrix, it has to be. One of the most crazy finishes we've had in the group stage of PMGC, period. You had Alpha 7, you had Major Pride, you had Team Spirit, all competing for something different going into this tournament. But Alpha 7, they were really trying to just get as many points at the end as they possibly could to secure their spot in the top 3. I think it would have been enough, but Major Pride definitely gave it a good try this match.
Yeah, they gave it a good try. The thing is, though, I think Major Pride just played this like a regular match, you know? Like, they were just kind of going for just a regular chicken dinner, and it kind of frustrates me quite a bit because, I mean, they should know exactly how many eliminations they needed, you know? And if they're looking at the feed, they would realize that, okay, Alpha 7 is still in this, you know? So it would have paid dividends for them to be a little bit more active, you know? And unfortunately, they, like I said, they just played it regular, and Alpha 7 made it happen.
Looking at Team Spirits, man, 5 elims, 3 elims, 4 elims. Jason, it feels so good because we talked about it a bit earlier, right? We used to see Team Spirit back in HVVP or even G Gladiators play an edge when they had this insanely talented team when it comes to fragging power. Man, this team now, of course, a few different players, but playing center has worked out tremendously well for them. If this playstyle, I'm not even joking, could be so successful going into the finals. Team Spirit, this is the best they've ever looked in my opinion, and I really hope this is going to keep going this way in the future because damn, they impressed me at the end.
I mean, we think back to PMWC. Did they make it to the main event? No. They failed in the last chance, and they failed horribly, especially with the back-to-back hot drops they pulled off in the very first day of play. But for them to bounce back like this now, regroup mentally, and have such a dominating performance as well here in this group has been fantastic to see. But I'm also still really curious to see what other teams have been able to make it through as well. Also looking back down towards, you know, the top 11, I think that was more solidified as we went on through that game of who we knew would make it and unfortunately not make it. But this has been a very interesting group, and if this is any indicator of how the other groups are going to go, I just, you know, forget these 2 days off. Let's just jump straight into Group Red.
Right? I can't wait, that's for sure. Man, I'll tell you, the MWC, at the end of that day, I saw Kitsune, even though it was like the worst performance we could have expected. They didn't make it to the finals. The man was just walking around whistling, just like we didn't have worry in the world. I think he knew, like he was like, hey, you know what? Today wasn't my day, but come end of the year, we're going to bring it. And dang, did they do. did they do exactly that, Max.
Yeah, it's really such a good change of pace for this team. And yeah, again, going into the finals, hopefully we don't have a PMWC 2.0 happening for them, but they're going to be definitely a lot more confident. And Matic, I feel like they just had a meeting at some point. Kitsune's just saying, I know what we need. We need a Matic Classic right about now. And it was just what they needed going into PMGC, it seems. But what an incredible game. And especially, it even started from the get-go, right, Hodgix? We saw in some of the replays. RSG hot dropping in Hacienda del Patron, the side of Loops, and Loops then that were at some point the cutoff with BTR, already increasing that top 11 point barrier realistically, making it so harder for your Twisted Mind or your Horror to really catch up. So from the get-go, the nail was somewhat in the coffin for those bottom teams.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it watching it, Jason, right? Just the last game shenanigans are always there. I mean, you have to... That's why I stress so much. You got to perform before the last game and put yourself in a better spot. Because if you need those points towards the end, it's just not the same game as you played the entire tournament. And we saw RSG just like say, hey, you know what? We're already out of this. Let's just go and just full send it. Why not? And that just makes the lobby that much more difficult, right?
Yeah, 100%. As we can see here, 23 points for Team Spirit to end things off with. Alpha 7, Major Pride both getting 11. DRX getting 6. Is it possible that DRX got knocked out? We're not sure quite yet, as we'll head to our overalls in just a bit of time. But BTR, I mean, considering they were a team on the bubble with 10 points, they secured their spot into the survival stage at a minimum. But yeah, just a shame here for Vampire as well, as we did see that fight in the warehouse, losing out on one. They couldn't really pick up enough of limbs later on to transition into anything much off of that. Same with D Xavier. It's been an interesting couple of days here, but I'm more curious about what our overalls are going to be at. Is there any way we can speed this up?
Yeah, please, I really want to see it for sure. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I'm still a little frustrated with, you know, MSJ, D Xavier, and honestly Vampire too, because we didn't see that hot drop. And let's be real, like, they had to, Max. Like, they had the hot drop if they want to do a chance. They didn't do it, so I guess in my eyes, at least personally, they're just like, hey, you know what? Let's just get ready for the survival stage.
Yeah, because if you do nothing, you go to survival stage. If you hot drop and you lose, you still go to survival stage. Might as well just send it and give it a try, right?
Yep.
Be on the bottom of the rankings, Twisted Minds, 0 points. They were technically in reach of making it to top 11, but it's good to see Coopside yelling. I kind of want to see more of that for whichever team, or like what's his next event going to be, right? Like, that was some good rotates happening on the first Miramar, but here they encountered some teams. I think it was especially Alpha 7 that just did not care if they wanted to make it to London or not. No, we see you. We're going to shoot at you. We're going to take you out. We don't care who you are. And it worked out for Alpha 7.
You say please,
not
Max.
quite for them. Oh, yeah. And they were asking also for less of that, but Alpha 7 didn't want to give less of that.
Nope. Well, Inko, they didn't get top 3 hot chicks.
Ugh. Like a dagger in the heart.
We need to make sure to get that wax ready for Hotchkiss' beard when we get... What do you mean, what? We've been talking about this every single day, son.
Hey, you know what, dude? I want that. I'll take some wax, dude. My beard needs some moisturizing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well... Wax. You can moisturize it with your tears once we rip the hair out of your face at the finals. But Nomi going to be the MVP, and why wouldn't it be Nomi, man? This guy has really stepped up under the leadership of Kitsune as well. He's really kind of come into his own. Not to say Nomi's not doing it all himself, but the support of his team definitely makes this possible. He's easily become one of the best players, if not the best player in EMEA. But here we go. It's going to be a tie between second and third place, and Major Pride coming up 6 points short.
Oh, man, it was so close. A few more, they could have maybe caught up to Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 started just sweeping at the end there, getting eliminations on Twisted Mind too, and it was enough to maintain a spot in the top 3, but tied with DRX, man. So really, we seen it this year. It was Japan at the start of the year, but now South Korea and Brazil. Very clearly, we have to say Hotchukes are looking great. With an EMEA team up there with Team Spirit that took, like, so impressed. The second half of this league stage, what the hell happened? This team just leveled up and just said, yeah, we're the best team in the lobby now.
Yeah, like, oh, you're gonna try and push us, our building? No, we're just gonna take out 5 squads. No big deal, you know? Like, it is just so wild to see Team Spirit clutch it up towards the end. Honestly, I'm gonna say this, Jason. I want to know both of y'all's opinion. Biggest disappointment, right? Looking at these leaderboards, for me, it's gotta be MSJ, man. I mean, I thought these guys were a lock with how well they were playing. No hesitation pushes. I mean, super risky rotates, but they were working for them. And then just towards the end, just couldn't cut it.
Wait, you mean biggest disappointment on the top of the leaderboards, or in general?
Or why not in general? Why not in general?
Twisted Minds. I feel like that has to be the one. But top of the leaderboards, I feel like the lobby started playing a lot more center. So unfortunately, that was something that Mira and Sejong were struggling to make work in their favor. But here we go. The cutoff is still going to be Loops, 114 points. And that hot drop of RSG was really a godsend for them. Those early eliminations they got was just able to keep them nice and comfortable in top 11. Even without, they would have still been fine. But Horror, Twisted Minds, not quite the game they hoped for if they wanted to make it to the survival stage.
Unfortunate for those 5 teams you see at the bottom of the table, they unfortunately will be going home. However, all the other teams minus top 3 will be going to our survival stage. We'll be kicking off towards the end of November. But also a little bit of a caveat here. Team Spirit breaking the record of most points in a group in PMGC at 225, where they broke Loops last year, I believe it was, at 220. So well done by them to really put their stamp on Group Yellow. We can see here our survival stage teams, our grand final teams, and I mean, the survival stage teams are already pretty damn deadly here. I mean, MSJ, DXavier, Vampire, Major Pride, like I don't want to count out really any of the teams. I'm scared to go to the survival stage, man. It is going to be tough.
Dude, yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the start, I would have been like, before this tournament, I mean, like, I would have been like, oh, Vampire's here, DXavier. But the way MSJ and Major Pride played in this tournament, these guys are a force to be reckoned with. I hope they kind of keep that same energy here. And maybe add a little bit of mix-ups to their strategies just in case, because MSJ, it worked for so long, but I think the other teams just adapted to it, right, Max?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, big adaptations been happening around the board for almost every single squad. Though, here we go. What are we looking at? Oh, MVP of the day is going to be Nomi. And I was going to say, I wonder if we have a graphic to see who the MVP of the whole league stage for Group Yellow is. It has to be between Hoxie and Nomi, right? Like, it's
gotta be Nomi now. Gotta be because Nomi. Of the follow-up from MSJ.
Yeah. It wouldn't make sense. It would be Nomi, you would think, but Nomi's been incredible. Best player EMEA, can we all agree on that? I think it's pretty clear and cut, yeah.
I mean, look at this lobby, dude. This lobby was absolutely stacked to the teeth. We called it the group of death, and this guy dominated that lobby from start to finish, especially towards the end right there. So, I mean, man, big ups to Team Spirit, big up to Nomi, and if you don't know him now, you know him for sure.
Kind of see what you did there, you know?
Yeah, you like that?
You know, I think that'd be a great way for him to end an interview is like, if you didn't know him before, well, now you know me. Well, you guys at home, you can see our assists as well. The ultimate duo here between teams and their players. And also, we do have the PUBG Mobile X Venom Last Dance collaboration, which is available right now. If you have not checked it out in-game, you can experience a unique gameplay adventure where you can discover the Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote war horses, which are absolutely sick. You can also equip it as well to move rapidly by aiming at fixed targets around the map, like players or airdrops. So make sure you guys head into game to check it out, because honestly, you know we're going to be doing that. Let's head on the stage with an interview with 7WG.
We have our first 3 teams that are going to be going to the Grand Finals in London. And I have 2 of the players from those 3 teams, none other than Kitsune from Team Spirit and also Revo from Alpha 7. You guys have had this rivalry for a long time, and this is why I wanted to have you guys here with me. From when you guys used to drop in George to them backing it up, is there anything you want to tell your rival knowing that he will be at the Grand Finals?
So it's our 4th time in PMGC Finals, and we're going to become stronger than ever.
Right on. And it's going to be your first Grand Final at PMGC. Is there anything you want to tell your rival?
Actually feeling so happy to finally make it to the Grand Finals, you know, first of all. And second, I just think that the rivalry with the Alpha 7, the battle in the Grand Finals, it will be legendary. That's all I want to say.
It will be legendary. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. This is the best performance I have seen out of you and out of your team as well. And you guys, even though you gave me a little bit of a heart attack there throughout the first 3 days, you guys were able to clutch up like the champions that you guys are. I can't wait to see what's going to happen at the PMGC Grand Finals in London. But don't forget, we still have 2 more groups to go.
Well, as you heard Kitsune there, it is going to be legendary. And luckily for you, you can still get there to witness the action. because we still have tickets available between the 6th and 8th of December. You guys can pick it up for yourself to go attend. Not only do you get a sweet drop in-game, the 2024 PMGC skin, but you also get to go participate in activities, watch the great gameplay, watch in person Hotchukes getting his beard waxed right on front of you, and maybe he could even sign one of those strips and you can take it home as a little souvenir on top of that, though that'd be a little bit weird. And potentially maybe there's some Infinix GT20 Pros to be given away at the venue as well. I don't know. I could be making this up. There's only one way to find out. You can get your sweet Infinix GT20 Pro and play like the pros. There's 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen, and potentially be at PMGC next year, not as a viewer, but as a player. Gentlemen, that pretty much just wrapped up, though, our entirety of Group Yellow. It's gone extremely fast. We've had highs, we've had lows, we've had really exceptional plays happen. But Hotchukes, let's throw it over to you first, man. What's your takeaway from Group Yellow?
Man, I'll say this. I'm so proud of the 3 teams that are going to be representing, the best that PUBG Mobile has to offer. I mean, I'm so proud of them. I think all 3 of these squads are going to make one heck of a show for us in London, and I can't wait for it.
All right, what about you, Max? Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Max is so excited that he forgot to unmute his microphone. But what he said was he's excited to see what's going to happen in the rest of the groups. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for Group Yellow. We have 2 days off till we come back on Thursday to kick off Group Red. You're not going to want to miss it. And we'll see you then for some more PUBG Mobile action.
More of that.
Less of that, Max, please.
No.
Come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, grow that fire. We be getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks, tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that's the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that's the deal. I'm coming to flame, I'm playing the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking the pen, and we're making the lock. Selling our beats, and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat, and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire. Could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. Could've gone bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, fire, fire, and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah, more fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure. Yeah, pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire.
Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot.
Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. Pure